Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1351. One Step Away. Qin Wentian looked at the other person's disappearing figure, and recalled the previous words, with a slight tremor in his heart. In the forbidden area, powerful figures from the fairyland came to explore, thinking that they could explore the mysteries in it, but they didn't know that everything was controlled by this mysterious and terrifying figure. The places he saw were only what he wanted the other party to see. He didn't kill people, otherwise no matter what powerful person entered the forbidden area, it would be a dead end. This mysterious person is the king of the forbidden area. Expelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Qin Wentian calmed down again, took a deep breath, and then continued his journey of cultivation. The world has its own way, I need to explore. Qin Wentian murmured, strolling in the majestic city. Every time he arrived at a terrifying place, he sat down to comprehend the practice, to feel the flow of the lines between the world, to feel how those rules were born, and gradually, he tried to control, to evolve, and to forge his own rules. The majestic city is vast and boundless, like another world in the forbidden area. If this is really a force in the past, Qin Wentian dare not imagine how powerful this force is. It is probably a super force in ancient times. In that era, did the ancient emperor exist? There must be. Qin Wentian even wondered, is there really no ancient emperor in this era? Not going out does not seem to mean that they do not exist. They may be hidden in the world. Therefore, even if they really exist, they cannot be called a symbol of the times. There is no creation of an era unless such people enter the world. Time passed, and Qin Wentian had been in the forbidden area for several years. During this period, the undercurrent in the east of the fairyland was surging. Although the major forces did not directly break out in a war, there were some small-scale battles from time to time. For example, the number of collisions between the sons of the princes of the Changqing fairyland and people when walking in the outside world increased significantly. However, because they were scattered in different places, they were not noticeable, but many princes and princesses who went out to train and even princes and princesses died in the killing. In this way, it seems quite unusual. Obviously, someone has taken action and is eroding and weakening it bit by bit. This kind of battle seems invisible, but in fact it is extremely dangerous. It is a surging undercurrent. Once it breaks out, it may shake the world. Qin Wentian disappeared. People in the east of the fairyland did not know where he went. There are rumors that he returned to Qin Wentian from Changqing Xiangguo that day, and then practiced in seclusion. He has never come out of seclusion. It seems that he is preparing to break through the realm of the Fairy King. Therefore, during this period of time, Qin Wentian has not had an easy time. Dongsheng Xianmen has begun a larger-scale conquest than before. Many fairy kings command the army and start invading and attacking from the major border cities, gradually eroding the territory of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian mainly takes a defensive posture, tightening step by step, while Dongsheng Xianmen seems to be aggressive. Even among these invading fairy kings, Qin Wentian actually feels the figure of a strong man who does not belong to Dongsheng Xianmen. However, although both sides know it well, they can't do anything. Now the momentum of the battle has been formed. Unless the fairy emperor stands up for a decisive battle, otherwise, there will only be a competition of the backbone forces. The battle in the fairyland is often a protracted war, and it is clear that the dispute has already begun to break out in the east of the fairyland, which will sooner or later lead to drastic changes. At the same time, in the Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian's relatives and friends were entrusted by Qin Wentian to Qin Wentian Emperor and quietly sent to various places to practice. In a fairy mountain in the east of the fairyland, there is a fairy emperor level force called the Immortal Mountain of No Old Age. The master of this fairy mountain is a very old fairy emperor, even older than Dongsheng and Qin Wentian Emperor, but his cultivation is low and has always remained at the primary fairy emperor stage. Therefore, although it is a fairy emperor level force and influences one side, it is still not the overlord of the east of the fairyland. Moreover, the immortal emperor of no old age does not seem to have the ambition to dominate. He is good at refining fairy pills, so the major forces will not offend this force and maintain a friendly attitude. Therefore, the immortal mountain of immortality is like a piece of pure land in the east of the immortal domain, somewhat like the Divine Hand Villa before the exposure of the Feather Emperor, standing quietly in the south of the immortal domain. But the Feather Emperor's villa does not accept disciples. The Feather Emperor is a hermit who has been hiding his cultivation. His purpose there is to silently guard the entrance of the Fighting Saint clan. The immortal Emperor of Immortality is different. He has many disciples. There are ancient peaks on the immortal mountain. Each ancient peak is the disciple of the immortal Emperor of Immortality. In the immortal mountain of immortality, one of the ancient peaks has been slightly turbulent in recent years. It was just because a few years ago, a disciple came to the ancient peak. This disciple was stunning at first sight, with unparalleled appearance, floating like a fairy, and amazing beauty, which attracted many women's jealousy and men's admiration. If it was just her appearance, it would be fine. Next, she also showed amazing talent in alchemy, and was valued by the master and regarded as a treasure. At this time, the woman stood in front of the cliff of the ancient peak, looking at the clouds ahead. Her stunning eyes seemed to be looking through the void, a little absent-minded, as if she was missing some people and some things. King Chen. At this time, a very beautiful woman in the back came up and stood beside her. Looking at that perfect profile, she smiled and said, "You are staring at the clouds again. Who are you missing?" "Senior sister." Mo Qingchang smiled lightly, but did not answer. She was unknown. Although she was Qin Wentian's wife, not many people knew of her existence except for the people of Qianbi and Xianmen. Moreover, although the emperor arranged to come here, she did not rely on the emperor's reputation to enter the immortal mountain to practice, so no one knew her. However, not knowing her does not necessarily mean not knowing Qin Wentian's name. This name is now very famous in the eastern part of the fairyland. Even in the immortal mountain, some people may have heard of it. Several senior brothers from the main peak have come to us again. Who doesn't know what they are thinking? Since you came, their frequency of visits has obviously increased. King Chen, you are really charming. The beautiful woman said with a faint smile. Mo Qingchang's expression did not fluctuate at all. She just smiled faintly and continued to stare at the clouds in front of her in a daze. "Senior sister, I came to the immortal mountain of immortality just to practice. I don't want to be disturbed by worldly affairs," Mo Qingchang said in a low voice. She knew that Qin Wentian was outstanding. Although she didn't want to catch up with his footsteps, at least she couldn't stay where she was, but kept moving forward. In this way, her cultivation would not fall behind too much, and her face would not wither in many years. Of course, it would be even better if she could help him a little. She really worked hard to practice here, and practiced alchemy wholeheartedly. Although her talent was not as good as Qin Wentian, after Qin Wentian's careful transformation and the baptism of Shangxi, she was also a person who had entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and listened to the Holy Academy's preaching. In the immortal mountain of immortality, she was still extremely outstanding. But, there are several brothers who are loved by the Grandmaster. "Junior sister, wouldn't you consider it?" the woman said with a faint smile. Mo Qingchang shook her head without saying anything. The woman said, "Then I won't bother you, junior sister." With that, she turned and left, and came to another place, where she saw many young men. "Is junior sister Mo not here?" a young man asked. "Junior sister Mo has a stunning face and outstanding talent, but she doesn't like the brothers, and she doesn't have time to receive you." The woman smiled faintly, and the expressions of the young men changed slightly. "HMPH, you are so self-righteous. You just want to chat, but you put on airs." One person snorted coldly and walked away. Mo Qingchang didn't know what happened behind her. She still looked at the clouds. Extraordinary people are destined to be admired, envied, and jealous. She ignored those things. She just didn't know how he is now. She missed him very much. A handsome face seemed to emerge in the clouds, and Mo Qingchang also showed a charming smile on her face. He is so outstanding that he will definitely break through to the realm of Immortal King soon. She always believes in him. Just as Mo Qingchang thought, Qin Wentian was indeed working hard. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged in a dilapidated abandoned palace. In front of him, there was a huge spear inserted into the ground and sank into the ground. The surrounding terrible aura of destruction was pervasive, covering a very vast area. Rules, rules. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and the surrounding space destruction airflow began to flow, flowing along Qin Wentian's thoughts, and then rolled towards his body and sank into the immortal platform. At this time, Qin Wentian suddenly stopped, opened his eyes, and his edge shone. "It's okay, only the last step. Qin Wentian stood up, and saw his figure flashing, and found an open place, where there was no interference from any attribute breath. Only in this way can he rely on himself to forge his own attribute rules. There are still a few months, the last step, I hope it's in time. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and sat down, sensing the way of heaven and earth around him. Then, under the mobilization of his immortal thoughts, the space began to flow, and his robe moved. This space seemed to have airflow, invisible airflow, which could not be seen or touched, but could only be sensed. Boom! The star soul was released, which was the Fangbian Huoji of destruction. In just a moment, the attribute power was released and gradually integrated into the language of rules. Although he already had rules in his own immortal platform, if he wanted to become an immortal king, he must make his own rules exist between heaven and earth, everywhere, giving birth to the rule field, rule star soul, and rule body. This was a long process. Qin Wentian communicated with his immortal thoughts, trying to resonate. The air currents between heaven and earth kept flowing, as if in a regular pattern. Gradually, these air currents seemed to connect with Qin Wentian's body and resonate. Then, a dark destructive air current appeared. Although it was only a trace, it was a huge breakthrough. Qin Wentian suppressed his excitement, suppressed all emotions, and continued to perceive. At this moment, he was really only one step away from becoming an immortal king. Chapter 1352 The Seventh Star Soul. When practicing, one does not know how time passes. A year has passed in the blink of an eye, but at this moment, Qin Wentian is still in the state of practice. He does not know the changes of time at all, and has forgotten everything in the outside world. He knows nothing while practicing. At this moment, he is still practicing. Not far in front of him, a mysterious man is lying there quietly. He does not know when he appeared, and he just looks at Qin Wentian quietly. At this moment, the airflow of destruction is flowing wildly around Qin Wentian, like a long river of destruction, making a clattering sound, and even spreading towards the distance, covering the vast space in the dark clouds of destruction. Qin Wentian's star soul releases the ultimate light of destruction, and the star soul of the Fangbian Huoji is flowing with the terrible power of the rules of destruction. On his body, there are also destructive runes that are constantly flowing. The surrounding destructive power gathers in his body. Under the cover of the star soul, Qin Wentian at this moment is like a god of destruction, and cannot be approached. That's enough. A shout suddenly came out. Qin Wentian felt his heart tremble. His practice was interrupted directly. He opened his eyes, a little unhappy, glanced at the mysterious man lying next to him, and said, "Senior. Enough. Although you can only be regarded as a half-step immortal king, I will temporarily consider you to have passed the test, but don't rush to condense the rule field. First comprehend the rules of other attribute forces. Give you 1 year. If you don't do it, you will still die." The mysterious man said lightly, and then his figure disappeared. Qin Wentian was dumbfounded, a little speechless, and cursed in a low voice, "Asshole! Who are you talking about?" A voice suddenly came, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble slightly, and he said speechlessly, "Senior, I scolded myself." "Well, although you are indeed a little weak, you don't have to be too self-deprecating. If you can survive and still make it, don't scold yourself," the mysterious man said. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth in hatred. This guy, at the level of Immortal King, even if he really comprehended it, he would not really achieve the realm of Immortal King so quickly. Therefore, that 1 year was simply impossible. Qin Wentian had already embarked on the path of the Immortal King, but he needed time to fully enter. The other party said that he was half a step into the Immortal King, interrupted him directly, and gave him another year to comprehend the power of other attributes. It was simply abominable. "Okay, then I'll show you," Qin Wentian said in his heart, and then closed his eyes to practice. After 3 months, a strong repressive force flowed around him, and the whole space was filled with an extremely powerful repressive momentum. In 4 months, the sword attribute was completed. In less than 5 months, the demon attribute was completed. In 5.5 months, the dream attribute was completed. In half a year, the power attribute was completed. In the next half year, he began to further impact the Immortal King realm, so that he could truly reach the Immortal King level. He began to condense the body of rules, and his body became the rules. With just a thought, the whole person was the center of the rules, which was extremely terrifying. Just when Qin Wentian wanted to solidify the rule domain, the mysterious man appeared again. Qin Wentian looked at the mysterious man with some pride, and this time he spoke first. Is the junior okay? Not bad. I have realized the essential power of the rules. This is very simple. If you master one method, you will master all methods. Fortunately, you are not a piece of rotten wood, otherwise it would be too boring to keep you. The mysterious man said indifferently, and Qin Wentian almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He had already achieved this level, and the other party actually said it was very simple. However, the old immortal's eyes were vicious enough, as if he could see through how he practiced at a glance. Indeed, if you find the method of practice, you will master all methods. After some immortal kings entered the immortal king level, they only relied on one attribute power to enter first, and then it would take a long time to perfectly use the various attribute powers of practice to collectively enter the immortal king level. Next, you should be able to open the star gate to communicate with the 7th star soul. You can decide how the star soul chooses. When the 7 attributes are born, you can try different rule fields. The mysterious man said lightly, and then left. Qin Wentian was speechless for a while. This bastard. However, although he cursed in his heart, Qin Wentian still did what the other party said. He continued to practice in seclusion. The 7th star gate opened, and then his perception rushed straight to the 9 heavens star river. The boundless starry sky, the 9 galaxies. Qin Wentian's perception is now very powerful, soaring up, reaching the 7th heaven. Although he was under extremely terrifying pressure, he certainly couldn't give up. The star soul he forged last time was forged by communicating with the martial star on the 8th heaven. Although it was a bit hasty, it was still successful. This time, of course, he had to go to the 8th heaven. With a strong will, Qin Wentian's perception rushed into the 8th heaven. There were fewer martial stars here, and they seemed to be far away. However, when Qin Wentian approached, the majestic momentum released by those martial stars was enough to overwhelm the world. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, Qin Wentian could still directly perceive the power of rules on the martial stars and the rule star field of the stars in the surrounding area. It seemed that with the improvement of his cultivation, Qin Wentian's perception of the martial stars was getting stronger and stronger. The stronger his cultivation, the more he could find that the martial stars above the 9 heavens were all extraordinary stars with incredible and majestic energy. This time, Qin Wentian was able to wander in the 8th heaven. Although he was under extremely terrible pressure, he was still able to hold on. Although he did not dare to hope for the 9th heaven, he could choose the martial stars that suited him in the 8th heaven. The martial stars here all contain very magnificent attribute power. Although after entering the immortal platform, the star souls have created the immortal platform, and the star soul power is not directly reflected during the battle, the source of power of the martial cultivators actually comes from the star souls. Without a powerful star soul, the talent is weaker than others. What's more, after entering the realm of the immortal king, the powerful martial stars give the martial cultivators a strong rule attribute, which can give the martial cultivators a greater advantage in battle. Qin Wentian's perception kept floating, and he saw many powerful martial stars. Finally, he stopped in front of a magnificent martial star, and his perception stared at that martial star. It was a peerless demon star. The whole star was like a terrifying and extremely powerful demon head, standing on the 8th heaven, and all living beings were crawling. What's more terrifying is that this martial star seems to decompose and then recover, and it is filled with the overwhelming power of the rules of the magic way. I practice the art of the demon sect, and this martial star is a good match for me. Moreover, this martial star seems to contain twin attributes. Qin Wentian is no longer a weak person. He has read many ancient books and knows more than before. He knows that there are some strange martial stars that give twin attributes. Of course, strictly speaking, it cannot be called dual attributes, but the attribute star soul has its own unique ability. Moreover, he himself has it. The Emperor Demon Star Soul, the martial star of the demon attribute, however, can it give the summoning ability. Moreover, Qin Wentian now knows that this kind of martial star with dual sync attributes is most common in the martial stars of demons, monsters, and Buddhas, because the direct attribute of this kind of martial star is the attribute power of demons, monsters, and Buddhas, which enables the martial monks who communicate with it to forge the demon star soul, the demon star soul, and the Buddha star soul, which is suitable for practicing the power of demons, monsters, and Buddhas. In addition to this major attribute, they often have other strange abilities. Does this terrifying magic martial star contain the power of splitting? Qin Wentian thought to himself. If he could communicate with this martial star in front of him, It would not only give him the ability to comprehend the magic rules, but also give him powerful abilities within the magic attributes. The martial star in the 8th heaven must be extremely powerful and worth a try. Qin Wentian's perception had already been subjected to extremely strong pressure. After making up his mind, he no longer changed his mind and went directly to the martial star. This time, Qin Wentian still encountered a strong repulsive force, but his will was not eroded and destroyed by the power of the devil, and he successfully communicated with this martial star. The dazzling magic light descended from the sky and landed on Qin Wentian, who was practicing in the Forbidden Land. At this moment, the mysterious man in this ruined city looked up at the sky, and a terrifying edge flashed in his exposed eyes. Qin Wentian had already mastered the art of using stars to condense star souls. After the star souls were stabilized, Qin Wentian continued to practice. The attribute power of the newly condensed star souls was weak, and he needed time to consolidate them so that they could be constantly tempered and become stronger. This time, the practice lasted for a long time. The mysterious man did not disturb Qin Wentian again. This time, he condensed the star souls in one breath and forged the body of the devil's rules. When the 7 kinds of rule power flowed through his body, he was truly like a god or a devil, and was simply invincible. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, a very terrifying sharp light flashed through his eyes. He looked up at the void with a smile in his eyes. He clenched his fists and made a crisp sound of clicking. I didn't expect that I would be given such power. The martial star in the 8th heaven is indeed close to the top. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to pass through the 9 heavens star river and look at the void. There was a touch of passion in his words. He had been in a state of practice before and had no time to get excited. At this moment, he finally couldn't help showing his excitement. Do you think this kind of magic attribute is invincible? Qin Wentian's excitement disappeared instantly, and his face turned black. This old bastard was like this every time, and he directly wiped out his excitement. Do you believe that I can kill you with just one finger? Your soul will be scattered and your body will be gone. How can you survive? The mysterious man said lightly, you are still weak. The attribute power becomes stronger with the strength of the practitioner. No matter how strong the attribute and ability are, you are so weak, what's the use? Qin Wentian gritted his teeth. He was really not strong enough, otherwise he would definitely beat up the damn guy. Chapter 1353 Practice. The mysterious man appeared in front of Qin Wentian. His long hair reached the ground, like a madman in the primitive era. The eyes between his long hair were extremely sharp. He said to Qin Wentian, next, you can build your rule domain. Think more. You have seen a lot in the forbidden area. I believe you are not so superficial that you can directly release the attribute rules as your own rule domain. I have my own plan. Qin Wentian looked at the guy in front of him and said somewhat impolitely. Why, you dare to talk to me like this after entering the realm of Immortal King? The mysterious strong man snorted coldly. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt a great terrifying force enveloping his body. He only felt that the world was closed and his body was out of control. His face was extremely ugly, staring at the guy in front of him. It's still easy for me to kill you now. I'll give you 1 year. I'll come back to see you after 1 year. Don't think that this is enough. It's far from enough to walk out alive. If one day I find that you are not so interesting, you will have no meaning to exist. The mysterious strong man said lightly, and then his figure disappeared again. Qin Wentian didn't even have the chance to refute. His face was ugly, and his excitement seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. He was cold from head to toe. With this guy's presence, it was useless even if he stepped into the realm of the immortal emperor. He couldn't beat the other party at all. Is it really necessary to be controlled by his evil hands here? He couldn't even walk out. Now, it has been many years since he came out to train. I don't know what's going on in the eastern part of the fairyland. Are Kinger and King Cheng okay? In the years since the end of the Judgment War, will the major forces launch a conquest against the evergreen fairyland? Another year? This bastard only knows 1 year, it's not enough. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. At his level, 1 year of cultivation is too short, especially now that he continues to consolidate his strength in all aspects. The old immortal only gives him 1 year each time, which makes him feel that time is very tight. Moreover, it is still unknown what he wants to do after 1 year, which is definitely not a good thing. Qin Wentian stood up, and released a strong immortal thought. The light curtain on his body flowed, and his temperament seemed to have changed again, becoming more extraordinary, especially when he released the light. He looked more energetic, like a generation of kings. The immortal thought continued to spread to the distance, spreading to extremely far away places. Every blade of grass and every tree was extremely clear, and his eyesight was also stronger, able to see extremely far away places. He clasped his hands together, and felt extremely refreshed all over his body. Rules domain. Qin Wentian murmured, and his mind moved. In an instant, the devilish power of destruction swept the surrounding void, turning into a terrifying domain of destruction rules. This space was full of terrible destructive power, forming a closed territory of destruction. Everything in this domain would be destroyed. This is the simplest domain of rules. However, the old immortal was obviously not interested in the rule domain of ordinary immortal kings. The old pervert's requirements were extremely high. How could he satisfy his appetite casually? If he could not comprehend any substantial power in this year, it would be difficult to enter the eyes of the old pervert. Rules domain. Since you want to build your own rule domain, you must be able to strengthen yourself to the greatest extent and restrict others, so that the rule domain can play the greatest role. Qin Wentian said in his heart. With Qin Wentian's understanding of martial arts, he believed that martial arts practice is a process of continuous sublimation, realm sublimation, perception sublimation, and sublimation of the use of the power of heaven and earth. For example, in the realm of Jiutian, practicing the power of rules, in fact, they had comprehended the power of will a long time ago, before the rules. Rules are like the ultimate form of willpower, belonging to the sublimation of transformation. Qin Wentian also felt that the rule field of the immortal king realm was a kind of power he had cultivated before, the starry sky phenomenon possessed by the celestial realm, but this time it was also sublimated and transformed, and the power was no longer comparable. It was mortal before, but now it is immortal. The starry sky phenomenon is only forged with one kind of power, which is the weakest celestial phenomenon. Only the power of integration and intersection is the strongest. The same is true for the rule field. The most common rule field is to directly release the rule power with the body of the rule, forming the domain of the immortal king. In this domain, can the rules of the self exert extremely strong power? Qin Wentian thought to himself, this is the simplest and the weakest. Generally, the strong who have just entered the immortal king realm comprehend this kind of rule field, but as the realm becomes stronger and the perception is deeper, the rule field that can be forged is becoming more and more powerful and terrifying. Back then, Senior Brother Bai Wuya seemed to be able to open his eyes. He could kill the world, distort space, confuse rules, and directly destroy Yan Yuan's body and kill Yan Yuan. Did he use the powerful power of the rule domain? Qin Wentian thought to himself, thinking back to the battle between Bai Wuya and Yan Yuan. That madman asked me to forge the rule domain for the last time. I guess he wanted me to forge the most common rule domain. Qin Wentian had fought with many immortal kings in Changqing Immortal Kingdom. However, because he was only at the immortal platform realm, those immortal kings were ordinary immortal king guards, not Xianjiao immortal kings. Therefore, he knew little about the abilities of true Xianjiao immortal kings. Everything still needed to be understood by himself. Qin Wentian walked in this ruined city again. This city had many rare relics, which he believed could give him some different insights. Qin Wentian walked and stopped from time to time. He was not in a hurry to directly forge the rule domain, but kept thinking and understanding. He thought of his own process of comprehending the realm of the immortal king and the creation of the magical power. There are similarities between the two. The comprehension of the realm and the use of the magical power are inseparable, and in a sense, they are interlinked. In the realm of the immortal king, the body of rules is created, and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth is transformed into the power of its own attribute rules, so that within a certain area, his rules are everywhere, and the closer to the body, the stronger they are. The powerful magical power is to activate the created rules and make them exert extremely strong attack power. So, when a person has a strong enough perception and control over the runes, can he directly create a field of magical power rules? Let the ordinary rule power gathered around be directly transformed into terrible attack and defense magical power rules? It is simple to imagine, but it will never be so easy in practice. God's hand. The first thing Qin Wentian thought of was the unique skill of God's hand. He had seen Fengzhu watching the ancient great Emperor Yidi launch a strike. The God's hand directly penetrated the endless space and killed the strong man at an endless distance. The power was so great that even Buddhas and demons trembled. After all, the origin of God's hand was stimulated by the body. Similarly, the rule field also needed the help of the rule body. He could refine his rule body to be more terrifying by tempering it with God's hand. When Qin Wentian walked, he sat down and comprehended from time to time. He began to recast the rule body. The whole body released dazzling light, and the divine aura flowed, as if there was a monstrous power flowing on the body. Moreover, Qin Wentian was obviously not satisfied with this. The power of God's hand was a full attribute attack, which could be integrated into any attribute to exert different powers. This was a great unique skill derived from the fighting saint method. It was infinitely powerful. As long as he understood it enough, he could exert various means. Therefore, Qin Wentian wanted to try to integrate the method of the true self into it and use it as an attack, which would be terrifying. Qin Wentian began his journey of trying, constantly practicing and comprehending, and constantly overturning. In the past, he observed the mirror curtain in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and gained super deduction ability. Coupled with the practice of the want for record, Qin Wentian's comprehension was amazing and terrifying, but because comprehension was mysterious, it could not be seen intuitively. But now, he wanted to forge a rule field that belonged to himself, and it needed to be powerful, so he really needed comprehension. For him, the ordinary rule field was useless and useless, just a symbol of an immortal king. A year passed quickly again. Time passed too quickly. At this level, it might take a long time to practice casually. The mysterious man appeared quietly beside Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was practicing with his eyes closed at this time, released endless rule fairy light all over his body. His body was like a rule god body, and a terrible breath was stirring from it, like Shunhu. Only this body was powerful and invincible. In front of Qin Wentian, there was a huge area that embodied his domain. Endless runes and ancient characters floated in the void. The magic power was overwhelming, and it also carried the terrible power of destruction and suppression. Qin Wentian was constantly trying to make it the strongest, and truly forge his own rule domain, instead of taking a long time to release this power. If you really want to forge a rule domain, you need to stimulate this terrible power in a moment, which is extremely difficult. Looking at Qin Wentian, this time, the mysterious man rarely woke Qin Wentian up, but threw a voice and said, "The speed of cultivation is really slow, but this rule domain is not bad. Here are some tricks. After this rule domain is forged, you go to practice. It's better to practice quickly, otherwise, I have a bad temper." After saying that, he waved his hand, threw some things and left. The things he casually threw down included ancient books with dazzling brilliance, dazzling treasures, and magical weapons with amazing power. If these things fell outside, they would be enough to cause an earthquake. He just casually threw them to the ground, allowing Qin Wentian to comprehend the realm of rules and practice. Qin Wentian heard his voice. It was hard not to hear the old pervert talking, but he still stabilized his mind, continued to immerse himself in it, deepened his understanding, and constantly tried the most perfect state. Time flies, and the years pass by inadvertently. Qin Wentian just broke through the realm of Immortal King, and he kept moving forward in this realm, non-stop. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1354, Immortality Sutra. Beaming Xianshan is opened up once every 10 years. Now, 10 years have passed since Qin Wentian opened Beaming Xianshan. Another group of strong men have entered Beaming Xianshan. This time, Beaming Nanjiao is still the host of the event. The assessment has ended, and the strong men have entered Beaming Xianshan. Li Yufang still did not leave. This time, he entered the Xianshan with Beaming Nanjiao. In the Xianshan, there is a wonderful scene on another ancient peak, which attracts countless practitioners to watch. It turns out that there is a poetic woman who is sitting on the ground to practice. She plays the piano, and wonderful scenes are born between heaven and earth. The sound of the piano seems to be alive and moves with the wind. In the void, pictures appear one after another, spreading out, and riding with the sound of the piano instead of riding, which is amazing. It is rumored that this woman is called Jiutian, who is good at music. She has a clear mind and extraordinary understanding. She entered this place 10 years ago and got the Tao here. Someone who was watching said, shocked in his heart. Jiutian has become a legendary figure in their eyes. Sometimes 10 years can create a legend. Beaming Fairy Mountain, the mountain of rules, gives people the opportunity to have sudden enlightenment. However, it is so difficult to enter the realm of Fairy King. Although one can increase the chance by 10% here, there are still very few people who can truly enter the realm of Fairy King. Fairy's Jiutian must be extraordinary to have such a good fortune. She has a very high level of understanding. It is said that after she entered the Fairy Mountain, she has been painting and playing the piano here and has never moved. She should have left after the 3-year deadline, but Princess Nongyu couldn't bear to let her leave and saw her opportunity. Princess Nongyu is there, and she seems to be very concerned about Fairy's Jiutian. Someone looked in the direction of beaming Nongyu. This time, she entered the Fairy Mountain with Li Yufeng. The two stood together, looking at Jiutian, and sighed in their hearts. Miss Jiutian is an extraordinary person. Beaming Nongyu said softly. Yes, who would have thought that she would be the one to enter the realm of Immortal King? It's really surprising. Brother Qin's friends are extraordinary. Li Yufeng smiled and said, I haven't found Brother Qin yet, and I don't know how he is doing. He should have entered the forbidden area. He is really capable of doing such a thing. His character can be seen when he was in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Is the forbidden area really that dangerous? Li Yufeng asked. Yes, saying that it is a life-threatening situation is an underestimation of the danger of the forbidden area. Beiming Nongyu is the princess of the Beiming Immortal Dynasty, so she naturally has a clearer understanding of the dangers of the forbidden area. That guy is lucky. I hope he is okay, otherwise, the fairyland will lose an important figure who can influence the situation of the entire fairyland in the future. Li Yufeng said lightly. Your evaluation is really high. Beiming Nongyu glanced at Li Yufeng. I have always been the one who surpassed others and left them behind. If he can catch up with me and surpass me, doesn't it mean that I have limited achievements in the future? Li Yufeng put his arm around Beiming Nongyu's waist and said, if that's the case, why should I marry you? So you are praising yourself. Beiming Nongyu laughed. When do you plan to go back? Why should I go back? Li Yufeng said. What do you want to do? Beiming Nongyu looked at Li Yufeng with a smile. Practice well and strive to break through the realm of Immortal King as soon as possible. I will bring a princess back to the Bailan Shengjiao, which will surely give me more face. Li Yufeng said jokingly, causing Beiming Nongyu to glare at him. Nongyu, you are the princess of the Immortal Dynasty. You should know this forbidden area very well. Do you know the situation inside? Li Yufeng asked seriously. I know a little. It is said that there are many dangers inside. Ordinary Immortal King characters will die if they step into it. Immortal Emperor characters cannot explore the mysteries. You should also know these. Qin Wentian is only at the Immortal Platform realm. Beiming Nongyu was a little worried. Qin Wentian was too impulsive. Has anyone from your Immortal Dynasty ever stepped into it? Li Yufeng asked again. There are quite a few, and I know one person who really went deep into the forbidden area and walked out. Beiming Nongyu looked at Li Yufeng. Who? Li Yufeng showed a hint of curiosity. My sister. Beiming Nongyu said. At this time, Qin Wentian was still practicing hard. He forged his first rule field and then stopped. The rule field is different from the stars and celestial phenomena. The rule field can be continuously improved and is endless. As long as you have enough invisible, you can change your rule field at any time to make it more powerful. Therefore, he does not need to immerse himself in it all the time. When he reached a bottleneck temporarily, he gave up. In the next few years, he began to practice everything that the old pervert left him. Among them, there is a set of swordsmanship, which is a set of extremely powerful and domineering destruction swordsmanship with infinite power. It can kill gods and demons when practiced to the extreme. There is a set of body techniques, which are wonderful and varied. Even if you don't practice the power of wind attribute rules, you still have an extremely terrifying ability to change. This body technique was actually learned from the divine bird Jiutian King. It happened to be connected with a power that Qin Wentian practiced before, but it was more powerful and quite suitable for him to practice. There is a magic weapon. This magic weapon is filled with black air and has a terrible breath. Qin Wentian threw it away the first time he held it. The moment he held the magic weapon, he felt that his soul was chopped and killed. The whole person became paralyzed and couldn't control his body. Since then, he dared not touch the magic weapon again. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the magic weapon in front of him. It was a stick. Although it was amazingly powerful, it looked ordinary. The old pervert threw it here, presumably to let me pick it up. If I can't do it, I'm afraid. Qin Wentian was a little trembling when he thought of the old pervert's strength. That guy was too powerful. Maybe he was secretly watching him in a corner. Try again. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth. He walked forward and held the stick in his palm. In just a moment, the terrible force instantly struck his soul like lightning, making him unable to control his body. His soul was attacked, which was extremely terrible. No, I can't throw it away. Qin Wentian's face was ugly. His hand was out of control and he could only keep holding it. The terrible force attacked his soul crazily. It was the first time he felt a movement of his soul. It was too terrifying. He seemed to want to separate his soul from his body. At this moment, Qin Wentian had the illusion that his soul was flying away. Was this old pervert going to kill him? At this moment, the figure of the old pervert appeared and stood in front of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian showed a look of seeking help in his eyes, but the old pervert ignored him and sat down directly in front of him. Qin Wentian's eyes were wide open and his body was shaking uncontrollably. The other party was indeed watching the show. You don't know, this stick is a powerful magic weapon, hard to find in the fairyland. Using it on you is a waste of heaven's gift. The old pervert said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had the urge to kill him. Didn't he know that he was not in the mood to listen to him now? Don't look at me like that. It's a miracle that you can live to this day. I don't know why I let you in and let you practice in here. To be honest with you, you are the second person to come here in countless years since I came here. The last time was a beautiful girl. I liked her and couldn't bear to let her die in here. She also worked hard, so I sent her out in the end. Qin Wentian's body was still shaking. He didn't care who had been here before. This bastard used the magic weapon to trick him. Moreover, is it true that this old pervert has been lonely for too long and wants to talk? However, why does he stay here and not go out? With the strength of this old pervert, he should be able to dominate the fairyland. Hold on a little longer. When you really feel it, I will help you again. The old guy said. Qin Wentian was completely desperate. He knew that this old pervert would not help him at all. Under such a terrifying attack, Qin Wentian was able to gradually sense the existence of his soul. The soul is extremely wonderful. It complements the body and is indispensable. Most of the martial arts practitioners practice the skills and supernatural powers of the body. There are relatively few people who practice the soul. However, it is very dangerous to encounter a person who practices the soul. Of course, because of the lack of means to practice the soul, this kind of powerful practitioners are extremely rare. Qin Wentian has never touched the practice of the soul. At this moment, he can only passively bear the attack force. Fortunately, this attack does not directly destroy the soul, otherwise he will really die. After enduring for a long time, Qin Wentian was on the verge of collapse. The old pervert was still talking, and continued, in today's world, the souls of cultivators are so weak, it is simply unreasonable. If it were in my era, people like you would not know how to die. It is true that the world has changed. There are more fragmented worlds and more creatures, but each generation is worse than the previous one, or in other words, the strong are no longer here. Qin Wentian could hardly bear it. But fortunately you met me. If you can't bear it, you will die here. There is no point in practicing. You will be killed sooner or later. You are lucky. The old pervert was still talking. Qin Wentian could almost feel that his weak soul was about to separate from his body. It seems that it's almost done. You should feel it carefully. The old pervert glanced at Qin Wentian, and then a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Get out. With a shout, Qin Wentian's soul was shaken and he felt desperate. Then he found that he was floating up. No, his body was still standing on the ground, motionless. Qin Wentian felt his heart and liver split, his eyes became desperate. Was his soul separated from his body? The old pervert glanced at Qin Wentian, and then whispered, there is still some potential. Return. With another shout, Qin Wentian's soul returned to its place. The magic weapon in his hand was taken down and thrown at his feet. He was trembling all over and foaming at the mouth. He had experienced a real horror. His eyes were fixed on the old man in front of him. What kind of terrifying existence is this old pervert? That girl got the dead man's sutra from me back then, so I will give you the immortal sutra. The old man whispered, and then stretched out his finger and pointed it directly at Qin Wentian's head. In an instant, Qin Wentian trembled all over again, his soul trembled, and then he fainted. Oh, it's useless. The old man shook his head and said, when can you pick up this magic weapon? I will let you go. Chapter 1355, Leaving the Mountain. When Qin Wentian woke up, there was a lot of information in his mind, as well as the words of the old man. Even though he was unconscious, the voice of the old pervert was still directly imprinted in his mind. Qin Wentian cursed the old pervert in his heart. The Immortal Sutra, the Dead Sutra? What the hell is this? Qin Wentian muttered in his heart. He thought of those living dead. Could it be possible to revive the dead? This is impossible. It goes against common sense. Dead is dead. It is impossible to revive. Those living dead are just walking corpses. They have no thoughts at all. So, that old pervert can make my soul leave my body and return it to its place. Qin Wentian thought of his previous experience. Cold sweat broke out on his back and he felt cold all over. Even at this time, he still felt great fear. If the other party wanted his life, it would be easy. The power of this old pervert was beyond Qin Wentian's understanding. At his current state, if an immortal emperor wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for him to do so silently. He would have to release his power. Even if he was a top immortal emperor, he would have to use the rules of the heaven and earth to deal with him. However, this old pervert could kill people with just a sound. His soul could easily be wiped out by leaving his body. It was too scary. If Qin Wentian were to describe him, he would only say that he was unfathomable. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and calmly felt the Immortal Sutra. Soon, he knew what kind of practice the Immortal Sutra was. It was a practice for cultivating the soul. Although he had never come into contact with a practice for cultivating the soul before, this Immortal Sutra was definitely a super scary soul practice. No one in the world can be immortal. Whether it is the body or the soul, as long as it exists, it can be destroyed. It's just a matter of whether the power is enough. Of course, this Immortal Sutra does not mean that you can really not die after practicing it. It's just that the horror of this Immortal Sutra is that if you practice it to the extreme, you can achieve the state of the body being broken but the soul not being extinguished. There are even many great and terrifying powers, such as allowing the body to be recast, which is terrifying. Of course, the Immortal Sutra is not only useful for this, but also a very perfect soul-related practice. Why do I feel that the old pervert was a conspiracy since I was pulled here? Qin Wentian muttered. If the old pervert hadn't done it on purpose, would he be able to live until now? Maybe I am extremely talented, unparalleled in the world, and the old pervert has taken a fancy to my talent. He himself is not worldly, and hopes to find an outstanding successor, so he makes things difficult for me everywhere. Qin Wentian thought shamelessly, and then he felt that this possibility was very high, and he couldn't help but nod. It must be so. After all, there are too few people with extraordinary talents like me. The old pervert must have never met one. Well, but fortunately, the old pervert didn't ask me to join his forces, nor did he accept me as a disciple. I guess he knows that he is not qualified to be my master, and it doesn't violate the rules of the Fu realm. When I have achieved great success in my cultivation, I will settle accounts with him. Qin Wentian continued to think shamelessly. If the old pervert knew his shameless thoughts at the moment, he didn't know if he would directly separate his soul and body. Looking down at the magic weapon on the ground, Qin Wentian felt a little flustered. The previous experience was too tragic, and he was still frightened at this moment. It seemed that he had to practice the Immortal Sutra well, otherwise he would be worse off than dead if he encountered that situation again when he tried it next time. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and began to calm down. He practiced the Immortal Sutra and started practicing from the most basic perception of the existence of the soul. Because he had never been exposed to the means of soul cultivation, he started very slowly. He had never really felt the existence of the soul before, and did not pay attention to the connection between the soul and the body. Only when he held the magic weapon before, he really felt the existence of the soul. The soul is in the body and is very weak. If it leaves the body, it will be easily destroyed. If the soul is destroyed, the body will be dead and meaningless. Therefore, the soul of the practitioner always exists with the body and cannot be separated. Fortunately, with a previous painful experience, Qin Wentian had an experience, so this first step was not too difficult. It took him a while to sense the existence of the soul, know where it exists, and control its existence before he could practice the soul. Qin Wentian entered a state of ecstasy again, not knowing how much time had passed. He had never thought that after entering the realm of the Immortal King, he would continue to practice here. After comprehending the realm of rules, he practiced the soul. Thinking about the experience during this period, It felt a bit bizarre. Fortunately, the old pervert had promised that as long as he could pick up the magic weapon, he would let him go. This day would eventually come, and then he would be able to leave the forbidden area. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and I didn't know what was happening in the outside world. I hoped there was no big storm. After all, the immortal war between the top forces is a long process. Without a strong contradiction, there will be no direct outbreak of an emperor-level decisive battle. At the beginning, the battle was because the Xianlan side thought that they had a sure win and directly pressed to the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Now the situation of both sides has been established, and neither dares to act rashly. This time of practice was the slowest. Even breaking through the realm of the Immortal King and comprehending the realm of rules was not so slow. After all, the practice of those powers had traces to follow and was the sublimation of power. However, the practice of the soul started from a blank page, which was extremely difficult. This Immortal Sutra was complementary to another unique ability obtained by his 7th star soul. He must comprehend and practice it well, which would surely be of great use in the future. With repeated practice, Qin Wentian's soul power continued to increase and become stronger. Later, he was able to let his soul leave his body by himself, and even made his soul shine with the light of substance like a physical body. It was amazing. It was much stronger than the weak soul before practicing the Immortal Sutra. Finally one day, after many failed attempts, Qin Wentian picked up the magic weapon and held it steadily. Although his soul was still greatly shaken, he was able to reduce the impact to a minimum. The figure of the old pervert appeared. He looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head, saying, "It took so long. It's really bad. You are too weak. I should have limited your time." Qin Wentian felt furious when he saw the old pervert. He gritted his teeth in hatred. "Why, do you have any objections?" The old pervert's voice was cold, and Qin Wentian felt his soul trembling in an instant. He said, "How dare I, Junior? Well, it's good that you don't dare. You have practiced here for these years and made great progress in strength. It's all given by me. I don't ask you to be grateful. Just stay here with me for 10 or 8 years, chat, and then go out." The old pervert's words instantly made Qin Wentian's eyes roll back, and he almost fell to the ground with foam spitting out his head and died. This. Qin Wentian wanted to die. Stay here with this old pervert for 10 or 8 years? Chat? He would go crazy if he didn't die. However, if this old pervert really had this idea, poor him would have no ability to resist. Not willing. The old pervert combed his long hair, revealing a pair of eyes and a pale old face. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Do you know how many people wanted to see me but couldn't? For countless years, I only met you and that girl. You are still unwilling to stay with me. If you stay with me for another 10 or 8 years, your cultivation will not only improve by 1 level." Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he suddenly wavered. If it really can greatly improve his strength, he can still consider his sacrifice. Don't think about it. Now you beg me to stay, but I won't agree. Go away. The old pervert waved his hand, and in an instant Qin Wentian felt that his body was out of his control and flew up into the clouds. The speed was so fast that it was incredible, as if it was traveling through space, and the terrifying airflow made a whistling sound. Boom! Qin Wentian's body fell directly to the ground, creating a big pit. He cursed in the pit, and then his figure flashed and jumped out of the pit, and then his eyes froze. Qin Wentian looked ahead. He actually returned to the place where he entered the Forbidden Land, the edge of beaming Immortal Mountain. The old pervert waved his hand and blasted him directly over. This old pervert was too perverted. Without any signs, Qin Wentian was blasted back. Those guarding here looked at Qin Wentian, and their eyes suddenly froze there. Qin Wentian actually came back. Wasn't he one of the people who entered the Forbidden Land more than 10 years ago? He actually came back alive? Xianta realm? He entered the Forbidden Land and didn't die? Qin Wentian ignored their strange looks. He looked towards the forbidden area and sighed in his heart. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian bowed in the direction of the forbidden area and said silently in his heart, "Old pervert, I hope you can wait until I have the strength to enter the forbidden area again. Then I will definitely fight you." After bowing for a long time, he stood up, then turned around and walked towards the outside of Beaming Fairy Mountain. As his figure flashed, Qin Wentian's speed was extremely fast, crossing one Rule Fairy Mountain after another. Then, he came to Fairy Mountain and looked at a figure in front of him. This figure sat quietly in the mountains, playing the piano. There was a mood of missing home in the music, as if the person playing had been waiting for someone. Qin Wentian stood there quietly, looking at the beautiful voice, with a faint smile on his face. Unexpectedly, he came with his soulmate on the trip to the Rule Fairy Mountain, and both of them became fairy kings. This is really a good fortune. The sound of the zither continued until it naturally came to an end, then it gradually dissipated and lingered in the fairy mountain. Jiutian opened her beautiful eyes with a brilliant smile in them, and said to Qin Wentian, I knew you would come back, so I have been waiting here. Why wait for me? Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled. Since we came together, we will naturally leave together. Jiutian said softly. The reason was extremely simple, but it seemed to make sense. Let's go. Qin Wentian smiled, and then Jiutian stood up, and the two walked side by side and headed outside. Outside the beaming fairy mountain, a strong man saw Jiutian and Qin Wentian coming out, and was startled, and then said, You two, the princess has an order. If you see you two coming out, you can notify her and the princess will come in person. Princess, you are polite. Qin Wentian smiled, looked at Jiutian and said, Then let's wait for beaming Nanjiu here. Okay. Jiutian nodded. Chapter 1356 The Emperor Returns. Bei Ming Nongyu came with Li Yufeng, and there were some powerful immortal kings guarding them. When seeing Qin Wentian and Jiutian standing together, Li Yufeng said with a smile, You two look quite a good match. It seems that you are about to get married, and you tease me in Jiutian. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Bei Ming Nongyu looked at Qin Wentian. At first glance, he seemed to be the same as before, but if you feel it carefully, you can vaguely feel that Qin Wentian's temperament seems to have changed a little bit. If you want to say where it has changed, you can't feel it. This guy actually walked out of the forbidden area. It is really a miracle. Did you break through? Li Yufeng was too lazy to guess, and asked Qin Wentian directly. Guess. Qin Wentian smiled. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed, revealing a look of surprise. Bei Ming Nongyu also took a deep breath. Surprisingly, did you really break through? How old are you? Bei Ming Nongyu asked curiously. The age of a martial artist in the immortal realm cannot be inferred from his face. At the peak of the immortal stage, those who have practiced for thousands of years look like young people, not to mention the immortal king. Even those who have practiced for tens of thousands of years still look very young. If Qin Wentian and Jiutian have reached the realm of the immortal king, even if they look only in their 20s, their actual age is difficult to know, and the fluctuation range may be very large. Forgot. Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. Cultivation is a very time-consuming thing. Few people care about age. They only care about whether the realm is strong or not. The reason why Bei Ming Nongyu asked about Qin Wentian's age was mainly because he thought he might be very young. If he was really young, he might break various records, and his future achievements might be more terrifying. Bei Ming Nongyu glared at Qin Wentian and said, Let's go to the palace. We haven't really invited you to a banquet since we came to Bei Ming Xian dynasty. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then the group of people flashed. Qin Wentian asked, Is the eastern part of the fairyland okay? There shouldn't be much movement, otherwise there should be some news in the palace. I also paid attention to it. Although there may be undercurrents, the real super fairy war has not yet broken out. Bei Ming Nongyu said softly, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The battle between the top forces in the fairyland is indeed not something that can break out in 10 or 8 years. Qin Wentian was relieved. Since there was no super fairy war, Kinger and the others would naturally be fine. They should still be practicing peacefully. Otherwise, he would have to leave immediately. The palace of Bei Ming Xian dynasty is magnificent and vast. Qin Wentian had taken a look outside with the one family before, but now, he followed Bei Ming Nongyu into the palace. As he continued to go deeper into this magnificent palace, he felt a majestic momentum rolling over. The palace is full of powerful people, and people at the immortal king level can be seen everywhere. This palace can be said to be a gathering place for the vast and endless beaming immortal dynasty's powerful people, representing the top power of the dynasty. Greetings, princess. On the way, many people who met Beaming Nongyu would bow down to show respect. Beaming Nong also nodded slightly, and he led Qin Wentian to move forward in a certain direction. Ling. At this time, a vibrating bell sounded, causing Beaming Nongyu to stop, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Ling. The sound came again, and it sounded several times in a row. The palace was shocked, and the eyes of the powerful people looked in the same direction. This bell sound came from the imperial palace. The emperor summoned him, and something big happened. Bei Ming Nuongyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color, and she said, "The Bei Ming bell rang, and all the princes and nobles have to go to the imperial palace together." "What happened?" "Your Majesty is holding a banquet, and the imperial palace is celebrating. The princes and nobles can come to the imperial palace to welcome the return of Princess Yu Wang." A voice came out along with the bell, resounding throughout the entire imperial palace. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and there was a sharp light shining. Bei Ming Yu Wang returned, and he certainly knew what this meant. The strong immortal kings of Jiutian have also come out. Since Bei Ming Yu Wang has come out, senior brother Bai Wuai will definitely return as well. The most talented immortal kings of the major forces will all return. It seems that the immortal realm will be restless again. They came out of the immortal terrace realm and could not cause much trouble in the immortal realm, but people at the immortal king level are different, especially the top immortal kings with outstanding talents from the major forces. This trip to Jiutian will definitely make great progress. Bei Ming Nuongyu was shocked at first, then a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she murmured, "My sister may have become an immortal emperor." Qin Wentian and Li Yufang trembled again, and Bei Ming Nuongyu took a deep breath and said, "The youngest immortal emperor in the history of the Bei Ming immortal dynasty is born. It is no longer Pei Qing, but a member of the royal family of our Bei Ming immortal dynasty, Bei Ming Yu Wang. Amazing." Li Yufang praised. He had always heard that Bei Ming Yu Wang was amazing. Now, she has broken into the emperor realm and become the youngest immortal emperor in the history of the Bei Ming immortal dynasty. As a woman, she is really admirable. Father rarely uses the Bei Ming bell. If it was just my sister who came back, it would be impossible to make such a big noise. Obviously, she has become an immortal emperor. Bei Ming Nuongyu smiled and said, "My sister is really amazing. She is the most beautiful woman in the Bei Ming immortal dynasty, and now she is the youngest immortal emperor in history. It seems that I can only look up to my sister forever." "You can't say that. At least you are better than your sister in one aspect," Li Yufang said. "Oh? What is it?" Bei Ming Nuongyu asked curiously. "You found a man as good as me," Li Yufang said proudly. Bei Ming Nuongyu secretly glanced at Qin Wentian and Jiutian, speechless. Qin Wentian held back his laughter. He didn't expect that the holy son of Balian Saint sect would be so shameless. "However, it's really hard to find someone who can match my sister. No wonder she looks down on men. Now, Pei Qing is not qualified," Bei Ming Nuongyu said proudly. "Let's go. Since it's a wedding banquet, I can naturally bring you along. Qin Wentian, I'll host a banquet for you another day. You won't mind, right?" Bei Ming Nuongyu said. How could it be? The beaming bell rang, the emperor held a banquet, and the princes and nobles gathered. Such a big event welcomed me to be a guest of the beaming immortal dynasty. How could I mind? Qin Wentian said with a low laugh, and beaming Nanjiu was speechless again. Li Yufang laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be more shameless than me. Just have fun." Beaming Nanjiu was speechless by these two shameless guys. He turned around and continued to move forward, changing direction and heading towards the beaming imperial palace instead of the princess mansion he wanted to go to before. "Li Yufeng, have you ever met the beaming emperor?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "No." Li Yufeng shook his head. "So, are you nervous this time?" Qin Wentian smiled, which was equivalent to his first meeting with the Changqing emperor. "I am handsome and talented, so why should I be nervous?" Li Yufeng said generously. "Well, I hope you are still so confident after meeting the beaming emperor." Qin Wentian nodded in cooperation this time and said, "Also, it's miserable to have such a powerful sister." Li Yufeng glared at Qin Wentian and slapped his head. "Yes, beaming Nanjiu has such a powerful sister, it's not easy to get along. I hope beaming Nanjiu's family will not compare him with beaming Yaohuang, that would be really miserable." At this time, the big figures of the beaming immortal dynasty all headed towards the imperial palace. The imperial palace held a collective banquet, but only the princes of noble status were qualified to enter the imperial palace. These people were very tyrannical. Many of them did not allow beaming Nanjiu to salute, but just nodded lightly and called her princess. Some of them were even beaming Nanjiu's direct elders and needed her to treat them with courtesy. So, Qin Wentian and Li Yufeng followed beaming Nanjiu and welcomed the scrutiny of the powerful. Obviously, These people were curious about what kind of man beaming Nanjiao liked. Now, she was actually going to take him to the imperial palace for a banquet. This was of extraordinary significance. In the imperial palace, in front of a magnificent palace, the immortal feast was ready, and the strong gathered. At the front, several princes came to greet them personally, and their eyes were surprised when they saw Bei Ming Nongyu entering with others. "Nongyu, who are these people?" someone asked with a smile. "My friends." Bei Ming Nongyu smiled indifferently, but in fact, many people knew about the existence of Li Yufeng, the son of the Bailian Saint sect. After all, he has been in the Bei Ming immortal dynasty for more than 10 years. "Nongyu, your sister has entered the emperor realm, you should also work hard and don't waste your practice." A young man spoke up. He had an outstanding temperament and heroic spirit. He was the prince of the Bei Ming immortal dynasty and a powerful immortal king. "It's the same for my brother. My sister is not even as old as you. Now she has become an immortal emperor. My brother has to work hard." Bei Ming Nongyu responded with a smile, which made the young man's eyes stagnate. He glared at Bei Ming Nongyu. He felt a little shameful. Indeed, although the talent of Bei Ming Yuang was the glory of Bei Ming Xian dynasty, it would be suppressed and dimmed by those princes and princesses. "Your sister will not delay cultivation because of love. You are bound here at this time. When your sister comes back, she will definitely teach you a lesson." The prince continued. "You should take care of yourself." Bei Ming Nongyu curled her lips. The young man looked at Qin Wentian and Li Yufeng with sharp eyes. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. He felt very depressed. He felt that he would be implicated by Li Yufeng when he came here today. Li Yufeng had to meet his father-in-law, the great emperor, and many other princes of the immortal kings. He also had to meet a princess of the immortal emperor. The pressure was imaginable, and he would certainly receive all kinds of attention. He was accompanying Li Yufeng at this time, which was simply. Qin Wentian secretly cursed himself for not thinking carefully. He should not have waded into this muddy water earlier. Princess Yao Huang is really unparalleled in the immortal dynasty. She has won honor for our immortal dynasty. Such a young immortal emperor has never been seen before, and there will be no one to come after. If in the future. One person laughed, but suddenly stopped, as if he was afraid of being tabooed. Sure enough, a prince's face changed slightly. Princess Yao Huang is really amazing. We are inferior to her. The most beautiful woman in our beaming immortal dynasty is actually the most arrogant. She dared to enter the forbidden area at the immortal stage and walked out safely. At that time, I felt that Princess Yao Huang had a bright future. Everyone was praising beaming Yao Huang, and a prince's face was gloomy. According to the strong development of beaming Yao Huang, I am afraid that beaming immortal dynasty will really be ruled by this queen in the future. Chapter 1357. Everyone is shocked. Qin Wentian looked at the powerful people around him. Those who could attend the banquet were almost all powerful figures above the level of immortal king. They all had extraordinary status in the palace. Even the prince in Bei Ming Nongyu could not get too much respect in the crowd. However, these people were not stingy in praising Bei Ming Yuang. Various voices floated into Qin Wentian's ears, which seemed chaotic. Although Qin Wentian did not listen so carefully, most of what he heard were praises for Bei Ming Yuang, and some even worshipped him. Immortal emperor, how many people have to look up to him throughout their lives? Even among the people who attended the banquet here, all the powerful immortal kings could only be able to step into the immortal emperor at most. However, Bei Ming Yuang now has achieved the leap from immortal king to immortal emperor. This is more than just the word prodigy. It is simply unparalleled in the world. In their mouths, Bei Ming Yuang is unparalleled in the immortal realm, and his talent can shock the entire immortal realm. At this time, a strong man walked out of the imperial palace, and many people bowed slightly. An emperor-level figure walked out and was respected. The emperor-level strong man was respected wherever he went, not to mention Bei Ming Yuang, the youngest immortal emperor in history. Finally, a middle-aged man with peerless elegance walked out. The voice stopped abruptly in an instant. Everyone faced that direction in unison, bowed and said, "Your Majesty." Qin Wentian looked at the man in front of him. He looked about 40 years old, with the spirit of a dragon and a tiger. Although he looked calm, his eyes were deep and unfathomable. His eyes were extremely bright and swept across everyone at a glance. Everyone felt that the emperor was looking at them. "I have invited you all to the banquet today. It is a banquet of great joy. The girl Princess Yu has been extraordinary since she was young. She is extremely outstanding in every aspect. Now, she has broken the record of the first in the history of my beaming immortal dynasty and became the youngest immortal emperor since the founding of my immortal dynasty. So I want to share the happiness with you and welcome Princess Yu together. You don't mind, right? The beaming emperor said with a smile. His voice was gentle and polite, and he seemed approachable. Everyone laughed and said, Princess Yu is extremely talented. Now that she has become the immortal emperor, it is naturally a matter of celebration for the whole world. We congratulate your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty. The strong men bowed one after another. The beaming emperor smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. Please take your seats. Your majesty, please take your seats. Everyone naturally understood the etiquette. If the beaming emperor did not take his seat, who would dare to take the seat? Even if his majesty was polite and did not mind, they still had to be polite. Okay. Emperor Beiming nodded, and then took the main seat. The princes and princesses sat down below him, and then everyone sat down. Everyone, please take your seats for now. However, the banquet may take a while. After all, this time, it is to welcome the Emperor Yu. I hope you don't mind. Emperor Beiming smiled gently, and everyone nodded, saying that they understood. This is a matter of course. Nongyu, why are you sitting there? At this time, the prince who had quarreled with Beiming Nongyu before said lightly, which made Beiming Nongyu look at him very unhappy. After this, Emperor Beiming looked at Beiming Nongyu, and then looked at the three people around him, and said with a smile, Nongyu, why haven't you seen these three people? Father, they are all my friends. Beiming Nongyu said, secretly cursing her father for pretending to be confused. The Beiming immortal dynasty is all his. There is nothing in the palace that can be hidden from him, not to mention that it is about her man. Emperor Beiming must have known it a long time ago. Would you like to introduce them to me? Emperor Beiming said with a smile, still looking extremely gentle. However, Qin Wentian knew that a person like Emperor Beiming must be extremely shrewd. How could he not know Li Yufeng? This is my friend Qin Wentian and Jiutian. They have come from afar, so I specially brought them to the palace. I hope father will not blame me. Emperor Beiming pointed at Qin Wentian and the other two and then pointed at Li Yufeng. However, before she could speak, Li Yufeng stood up, bowed to Emperor Beiming and smiled. I am Li Yufeng of the Balian Saint sect, and I am here to meet your majesty. I am from the Balian Saint sect. Emperor Beiming pretended to be confused and smiled. How come you have time to come to my Xianchao palace to play when you are so far away? Qin Wentian secretly laughed in his heart. Emperor Beiming was really good at pretending to be confused. Let's see if Li Yufeng dares to brag in front of the emperor. The junior and Nongyu know each other and admire each other. Because I can't help missing her, I came to the immortal dynasty on purpose. Li Yufeng also understood that the beaming emperor was pretending to be confused, so he simply showed his cards, making Qin Wentian secretly think that this guy was bold enough to say it. He directly said that he and beaming Nongyu admired each other. Qin Wentian admired him very much. Oh. The beaming emperor looked at beaming Nongyu and said, Nongyu, is it? Beaming Nongyu also stood up and said, Father, what Li Yufeng said is true. Girls can't be kept when they grow up. You didn't even discuss such a big thing with your father. Are you going to get married privately? The beaming emperor said lightly, not as pleasant as before. Suddenly, even Qin Wentian next to him felt a pressure coming at him. As long as the emperor's emotions fluctuated slightly, people would feel depressed. My daughter dare not. This time I brought Li Yufeng here to show you to your father. Beaming Nongyu bowed. Are you going to kill first and report later? The prince sneered. Beiming Nongyu glanced at him coldly. The relationship between the princes and princesses in the palace of Beiming Xian dynasty was not so harmonious. The emperor Beiming had several wives. This prince and Beiming Nongyu had the same father but different mothers. In the palace, fighting was inevitable, even in the Xian dynasty where martial arts were practiced. Also, you just brought your friends to the banquet casually. Don't you know what the specifications of this banquet are? It's also a place that your ordinary friends can step into casually. Another prince said impolitely. The princes and people who attended the banquet were very quiet. This was the family affair of the emperor, and it was not their turn to say anything. I was going to host a banquet in the princess's mansion to entertain my friends. It happened that the bell rang. I knew that my sister became the Xian emperor and the palace was celebrating. It was not a secret. As a princess of the Xian dynasty, I couldn't bring my friends to the banquet. Bei Ming Nuang, you asked back. You are so willful. The prince snorted coldly. Enough, the Nether Emperor is here. The great Emperor Bei Ming said calmly, and the quarrel stopped immediately. Everyone looked into the distance. Sure enough, not long after, they saw several figures coming together. There were people who went to greet him, and several immortal kings of the imperial palace of the immortal dynasty who entered the holy court with the northern Ming Nether Emperor. They came together. The great Emperor Bei Ming stood up, and everyone immediately stood up and looked at the northern Ming Nether Emperor who was walking over. The peerless beauty was still so dazzling. When she stood there, the other geniuses around her were eclipsed, and no one could compete with her for the light. My daughter, the Nether Emperor. The great Emperor Bei Ming smiled and spoke. There was a sense of doting and pride in his voice. This daughter was the most outstanding among his many children, both in terms of beauty and talent. Therefore, it was natural that she was his favorite. The youngest immortal emperor in history, whose future achievements might surpass his father, of course, he was proud of such a daughter. Father. The northern Ming Nether Emperor stopped and shouted to the great Emperor Bei Ming. Greetings, Your Majesty. The others bowed. Congratulations, Princess Yao Huang, on entering the imperial realm. The powerful men at the banquet all bowed their hands to congratulate, and the atmosphere was very lively. Beaming Yao Huang nodded gently to everyone, without joy or sadness, and her temperament was extremely calm. She was cold as ice and seemed unmoved. With such a temperament, she could not be influenced by external fame except for powerful forces. What a cold and beautiful woman. Qin Wentian looked at Bei Ming Yuang and said to himself. He had seen Bei Ming Yuang a long time ago, but the one he saw in the ancient emperor's city at that time was obviously not Bei Ming Yuang's real body. He didn't know what she was transformed into, and she could take over people's bodies. It was very strange, like a beautiful female ghost. Yuang, come and sit next to your father. Bei Ming Emperor said with a smile. Bei Ming Yuang nodded slightly, then took a step forward and came to the emperor's side. Bei Ming Emperor personally gave up half of the seats to Bei Ming Yuang. The kings and princes trembled. Many princes and princesses looked condensed, and a very ugly look flashed in their eyes, but they quickly concealed it. The emperor gave up half of the seats to Bei Ming Yuang. Although it seemed to be an unintentional act of excitement, if you think deeply about the meaning, it is enough to make people tremble. I don't know if the emperor really has that meaning, or if it is half true and half false. But Bei Ming Yuang didn't care at all. If he asked her to sit, she sat. Okay, let's have the banquet. Bei Ming Emperor waved his hand and everyone sat down again. The banquet began. Bei Ming Emperor raised his cup and said, drink this cup for the Emperor Yu to celebrate the return of my beloved daughter. Congratulations to the Emperor Yu, Princess Yu. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. Emperor Yu, what is the specific situation inside the Holy Academy when the immortal kings leave this time? Bei Ming Emperor asked. Father, the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy is opening, and the times are really changing. Perhaps it is true as the rumors say, the era of the ancient emperors is about to begin, and the vast immortal realm will be turbulent and bloody. Bei Ming Emperor sighed, causing everyone's expression to stagnate. The emperor asked, why do you say that? This time when the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy opened, 5 immortal emperors were born among the immortal kings who entered the Holy Academy. When Bei Ming Emperor Yu said this, it was like a bolt of lightning that hit the crowd, shocking them immensely. In less than 100 years, 5 immortal emperors were born in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy alone? Is this crazy? When did the immortal emperor become so easy to be born? Qin Wentian's eyes also trembled. He knew how difficult it was to practice. Although the level of the immortal platform was driven out in 50 years, it was a fact that no immortal king was born, only many were close to the immortal king. However, at the immortal king level, 5 immortal emperors were born. This was simply incredible and unimaginable. No wonder everyone was shocked, and they were obviously shocked by the news. The Emperor Bei Ming was stunned for a moment, and then said, it seems that the immortal realm is really going to be in turmoil. Although the 5 immortal emperors can't stir up too much waves, this is at least a sign of some kind, a sign of the birth of a different era. Perhaps, the ancient emperor is from among you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Or maybe it was the North Ming Yao Huang. Chapter 1358 House Arrest. Ancient Great Emperor. Beaming Yao Huang stared into the distance, then her beautiful eyes turned and looked in the direction of beaming Nanjiao, and asked, Nanjiao, why are you with him? Him. Beaming Nanjiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and everyone's eyes turned, and then they saw beaming Yao Huang's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian beside beaming Nanjiu, not Li Yufeng, but Qin Wentian. Brother Qin. Beaming Nanjiu said. Why did you appear in my beaming palace? Beaming Yao Huang's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Sister, Brother Qin is my friend. Beaming Nanjiu said. Nanjiu is indeed a bit outrageous. She brought everyone to my immortal dynasty palace, not to mention the banquet to welcome the return of Yao Huang. She dared to bring her friend here, without even checking whether she is qualified. The previous prince added insult to injury. How can my friend not be qualified? Beaming Nanjiu said, very unhappy. Who knows where these people from all walks of life came from, and they don't even look at where this place is. The prince snorted coldly. People from all walks of life are better than you. Beiming Yuang glanced at the prince, causing him to be stunned. Looking at Beiming Yuang, his face was not very good. He could say Beiming Nuangyu, but now that Beiming Yuang has become an emperor, his father has asked her to sit by his side, and the palace has held a banquet to welcome her. He did not dare to refute, but still snorted in dissatisfaction. Not convinced. Beiming Yuang looked cold and said, when I first met him, he was still in the Tianxiang realm, less than 100 years ago. The second time I met him was when the Yongdao Holy Academy was opened. At that time, he entered the Xiante, but it was a low-level Xiante. Now, he is in the Wang realm. How about you? How long did it take to go from Tianxiang to Xianwang? The people around took a breath of cold air and looked at Qin Wentian in shock. They didn't expect that the friend next to Beiming Nuangyu, who was sitting there quietly, was so amazing, and such a young Wang realm figure. In 100 years, he crossed the Xiante from the Tianxiang realm and stepped into the Xianwang realm. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Many people looked at Beiming Yuang again. This speed seemed to be faster than that of Yuang Princess, right? You can't even enter the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, and you are pointing fingers here. If you have the mind to intrigue, you might as well think more about how to practice. Beiming Yuang continued to scold without any courtesy. The prince's face suddenly became very ugly. He wanted to refute, but he heard Beiming Emperor also spoke at this moment. Yuang is right. You should think about how to practice. What's the use of focusing on these trivial matters? The prince's face turned pale and he lost his temper in an instant. He said, yes, father. However, in his heart, he hated Beiming Yuang. These ordinary words instantly weakened his image and status. Qin Wentian, are you the guy who caused the emperor war in the eastern part of the immortal domain? More than 10 years ago, the great Emperor Changqing seemed to announce that his beloved daughter, Princess Qinger, would be betrothed to a young man named Qin Wentian. Presumably, it was you, right? At this moment, someone suddenly remembered Beiming Nuangyu's introduction to Qin Wentian. He felt a little familiar with the name just now, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that the Northern Emperor said this, he remembered this incident. Oh. The great Emperor Beiming looked at Qin Wentian with interest. Nuangyu's friend turned out to be so famous. He had heard about the Emperor War in the eastern part of the immortal domain. It was a big deal, and it also led to the immortal domain judgment of the ancient great Emperor era. Unexpectedly, the person who played an important role in it was at the banquet, and he was so young and his cultivation speed was so terrifying. The great Emperor Changqing invited him to be his son-in-law. You came here for the North Ming Immortal Mountain, right? You broke through the realm and entered the Immortal King in the North Ming Immortal Mountain. The North Ming Yao Huang looked at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian looked at the peerless woman in front of him and felt a sense of danger. This woman was too cold, noble and emotionless, but her fair face was breathtakingly beautiful. She easily guessed where Qin Wentian entered the Immortal King realm. Qin Wentian felt that meeting her return might be a trouble. Princess Yao Huang is smart. This time it is indeed the North Ming Immortal Mountain that entered the Immortal King. Qin Wentian nodded. What do you say about the fact that you prevented me from inheriting the inheritance that day? The beautiful face of the North Ming Yao Huang was cold. Suddenly, everyone knew that the Princess Yao Huang knew this person, which seemed a bit contradictory. After so many years, the Princess Yao Huang has already entered the Emperor realm. Why should we care about the friction in the past? If there is any offense, Qin Wentian apologizes here. Qin Wentian said. Of course I won't care. It's my own fault that I didn't get the inheritance. But now that you're here, it saves a lot of trouble. Beiming Yao Huang said coldly. Qin Wentian's face changed slightly. What did beaming Yao Huang want to do to him? What does Princess Yao Huang want? Qin Wentian asked. Where's the monster beside you? And you seem to have the divine hand of Emperor Yi. Beaming Yao Huang said. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and his face was a little unhappy. Is this the way of hospitality of beaming Xianchao? Sister, he is a friend brought here. Beaming Nanjiu said a little unhappy. Nanjiu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Beaming Yao Huang's voice was still calm. I'm sure you have heard about the Imperial War in the eastern part of the fairyland. If Qin had offended the beaming Xianchao, he would have nothing to say. However, if he was invited as a guest and something went wrong, many forces in the eastern part of the fairyland would not let it go. Princess, why should you be so persistent about such a few things? Qin Wentian's tone was also a little cold. I won't do anything to you. I'm just asking for something. You won't lose a hair. Besides, I'll let you visit my princess's mansion. Bei Mingyu Wang said calmly, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. This woman is simply unsolvable. She seems to have only cultivation in her eyes. Don't worry about it, just continue the banquet. After the banquet, I will invite him to my princess's mansion. Bei Mingyu Wang said as if nothing had happened. Everyone smiled and nodded, pretending nothing had happened. Even Bei Ming Emperor pretended to be confused. Qin Wentian wanted to cry but had no tears when he saw this scene. The bigwigs in the palace of the Bei Ming Xian dynasty are a bunch of hooligans. Yu Wang, the other person next to your sister Nongyu, she said he is her boyfriend, what do you think? Bei Ming Emperor said to Bei Ming Yu Wang. Love is inevitable. As long as you don't indulge in it and affect your cultivation, Nongyu, you should know the limits. This matter is your own business after all. You have to walk your own path. No one else can replace you. Bei Ming Yu Wang said calmly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. You Emperor, you are right, Nongyu. Putting hope on a man is not so reliable after all. As a woman, you should also achieve something. Your sister is extremely talented. There are few people in the fairyland who can match her. You should take care of yourself. Bei Ming Emperor said lightly. This was a reminder to Bei Ming Nongyu, but he would not interfere too much. As for whether he approved, Li Yufang obviously did not have the qualifications now. Not objecting was already polite. Oh. Bei Ming Nongyu was a little unhappy and looked at Qin Wentian with an apologetic look. She could not stop her sister from making a decision. However, she would watch her sister and be with Qin Wentian, so that her sister could not do anything to Qin Wentian. Brother Qin, if I find an opportunity, I will definitely let you go secretly. I have implicated you today. Bei Ming Nongyu said in a voice transmission. It's not your fault. Besides, your sister herself said that I will not lose a hair. I can only admit that I am unlucky. Xian, please help me arrange it. Qin Wentian was open-minded. At the banquet, it was natural that Bei Mingyu Wang was praised. She became the only protagonist. Occasionally, people would notice Qin Wentian and Li Yufeng. These two guys seemed quite extraordinary, especially Qin Wentian, who was a legendary young man. Such a young immortal king was simply terrifying. After the banquet, Bei Mingyu Wang said to the emperor, Father, I have practiced in the Holy Academy for many years. Now I need to consolidate it well before I can move to my own residence. Well, you go. Bei Ming Emperor naturally agreed. Qin Wentian, follow me to my mansion. Bei Mingyu Wang said to Qin Wentian in a cold tone. She was wearing a simple white robe, but it could not hide her elegance. Both her face and figure were perfect. Princess Yu Wang invited me, so I will obey her. Qin Wentian said. In this palace, he could not refuse. I will go too. Bei Ming Nongyu said. Princess Nongyu, there is no need. I believe that Princess Yu Wang will not do anything to me. Qin Wentian glanced at Ziyin. Bei Ming Nongyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and then nodded and said, Sister, I also believe that you will not do anything to my friends, otherwise I will never forgive you. Let's go. Bei Mingyu Wang glanced at Bei Ming Nongyu, and then took a step forward. Qin Wentian smiled at Ziyin. Ziyin, take care of yourself in the future. Ziyin was a little worried. I will introduce a master to Miss Ziyin, so Brother Qin doesn't have to worry about it. You can go to see Miss Ziyin in the future. Bei Ming Nongyu looked at Ziyin and said, What do you think, Miss Ziyin? Thank you, Princess. Ziyin nodded gently. This time, she didn't refuse. Qin Wentian smiled freely and followed Bei Ming Yu Wang. Bei Mingyu Wang's princess mansion was very quiet and beautiful. There was no one, not even guards and maids. This must have something to do with her personality. Such a big mansion is only for the princess to live in. Qin Wentian asked curiously. Isn't it good to practice without being disturbed by others? Bei Mingyu Wang looked at Qin Wentian. Aren't you worried at all? Princess Yu Wang has promised not to let Qin lose a hair. What should I worry about? Not to mention, such a beautiful environment, being able to live with the most beautiful woman in Bei Mingxian dynasty day and night. This is what many people dream of. Qin Wentian said jokingly, causing Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes to glance at him coldly. You are brave enough to speak to me like this. Bei Mingyu Wang said. I'm just telling the truth. A beauty like Princess Yao Huang is pleasing to the eye just by looking at her. Qin Wentian continued. He couldn't win, so he flirted with her a few times, which was also a revenge for being under house arrest. I hope you can always be like this. Beaming Yao Huang smiled at Qin Wentian. This smile was so beautiful that Qin Wentian was stunned for a while, but there was still a bit of weirdness in the smile. What is this female ghost planning? Qin Wentian shuddered in his heart. He must not be tempted by beauty. Chapter 1359 I have never seen such a shameless person. Princess Yao Huang, where do I live? This princess mansion seems to be the only place for you, the princess, to live there. Am I also? Qin Wentian looked at beaming Yao Huang's smile and trembled in his heart, but he was still shameless. Beaming Yao Huang's smile disappeared and his face became cold. I want to see how powerful your mouth can be. You'd better not walk around in this princess mansion. Although I promised not to let you lose a hair, if you take the initiative to seek death, I will not be polite to you. Also, if you are not satisfied with my invitation, you can tell me. If you leave privately. How could it be possible? Being able to live alone with a princess is something that many people dream of. How can Qin bear to leave? Qin Wentian said. Humph. Beaming Yao Huang waved her sleeves and left directly. She really didn't do anything to Qin Wentian. She just invited him to her princess mansion to be under house arrest. As long as he didn't step out of the princess mansion, it seemed that there would be no problem. What on earth does this female ghost want to do? Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. The first time he met Bei Mingyu Wang was in the ancient emperor city. At that time, he only felt that Bei Mingyu Wang was incredibly beautiful, like a ghost, elusive, and could take control of people's bodies. Until now, he still has a psychological shadow and secretly calls Bei Mingyu Wang a female ghost. Bei Mingyu Wang left alone, leaving Qin Wentian in her mansion in a daze. The immortal thoughts enveloped the princess's mansion. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and came to a more elegant rockery in front of a hot spring to practice. He had nothing to do, so he could only continue to consolidate his practice. He had just entered the Immortal King not long ago, and there were still many methods worth understanding. Since he was under house arrest by Bei Mingyu Wang, he would stay at ease. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and practiced, and soon sank into it, completely forgetting his current situation. He was really open-minded. Time passed, night fell, and starlight fell. This ancient beaming dynasty palace looked even more ancient under the starlight. The light of the stars continued to fall in various places in the palace. Obviously, there were very powerful people who were practicing with the help of the martial stars. Qin Wentian was not distracted, but at this moment, he saw a ghost-like figure quietly coming. This ghost-like figure was dressed in white, and his whole body was as if it had no bones. It was floating in the void, without a trace of breath. Moreover, this ghost-like figure was extremely beautiful. It was the beaming ghost emperor. It was just as Qin Wentian thought, a female ghost. The beaming ghost emperor approached Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he had noticed something, but he still closed his eyes. The beaming ghost emperor floated behind Qin Wentian, and then slowly merged into Qin Wentian's body, and actually penetrated into Qin Wentian's body little by little, as if her figure was originally nothingness. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body began to shake slightly, and the shadow of Bei Mingyu Wang was also shaking inside Qin Wentian's body. It was the soul that was shaking. In that empty soul world, the souls of Qin Wentian and Bei Mingyu Wang stood opposite each other, both in Qin Wentian's body. A terrible power sealed the body, making the soul know where to hide. You have also cultivated soul power. Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. She was actually trapped. It seemed that she looked down on Qin Wentian. What does Princess Yu Wang mean? Isn't it true that the soul is the root of a person? If the soul is gone, The body is just a skin bag. This is a taboo for practitioners. Qin Wentian's soul looked at each other. The two were communicating with their souls, but in fact no sound was heard. Didn't you have to pay any price to take my inheritance in the past? Bei Mingyu Wang said. What price does the Princess Yao Huang want? Qin Wentian said coldly, you want to spy on my soul memory, and you can guarantee that I won't be hurt? This method is indeed powerful, but the princess's move is too much. The essence of a person is in the soul, and the memory is also in it. Peeping into the soul is equivalent to peeping into everything about Qin Wentian, and any secret will be exposed. This beaming Yao Huang is too cruel for cultivation. You owe me, and since you are unwilling to return it, I have to come and take it myself. Beaming Yao Huang said coldly. Qin Wentian was a little angry, and his face was not good. He said, in this case, I want to see how the Princess Yao Huang can take my memory. As he said that, Qin Wentian's soul actually transformed into a tyrannical attack, turning into a terrifying big hand, just like the hand of his physical strength, and blasted towards the soul of beaming Yao Huang. The soul breath was majestic and the power was terrible. Beaming Yao Huang groaned and was shaken and flew out, his delicate body trembling, and his breath was weak. Qin Wentian's soul walked into Bei Mingyu Wang, only to see Bei Mingyu Wang looked at him coldly and said, it seems that I underestimated you. However, if you think that your soul is stronger than mine, you are a bit arrogant and ignorant. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a strong momentum in the outside world. Then, she saw a figure walking in the void with a bright starlight. Bei Mingyu Wang was peerless and bathed in the starlight, like a goddess of the 9 heavens, beautiful and unparalleled. However, her face was cold and her body was cold. She walked towards Qin Wentian's body step by step. Obviously, Bei Mingyu Wang's soul did not leave her body, otherwise, how could she control her body, and her momentum was terrible. Then, what was the soul trapped by Qin Wentian? Is this the method she showed when entering the ancient emperor city? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It must be so. Bei Mingyu Wang practiced a special soul method that could differentiate soul power. That day, she stepped into the ancient emperor city and appeared in the place where people in the Tianxiang realm gathered. I promised Nong Yu not to hurt you and not to force me, so you'd better cooperate. Bei Mingyu Wang said indifferently, step by step towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian looked extremely ugly, and said, Princess Yu Wang should understand how taboo it is to peek into other people's soul memories. Do you really insist on doing so? Humph. Bei Mingyu Wang stepped forward, who asked you to stop me from inheriting the inheritance? She stood in front of Qin Wentian, and then she pointed out, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out from her body. With a bang, Qin Wentian's body trembled, and then his soul was forced to leave his body. The next moment, Bei Mingyu Wang closed her eyes, and her soul also left her body. A strong soul aura spread out and enveloped Qin Wentian's soul. Soul duel. Qin Wentian looked ugly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such trouble for the first time after practicing the soul art. Fortunately, he practiced a soul ability immortal scripture, otherwise it would be more dangerous and he would not have the ability to resist it all. This beaming Yao Huang could actually force a person's soul to leave the body. It was terrifying. His practice of the soul was even better than his. I can take your soul memory without hurting your soul. You'd better cooperate with me. Beaming Yao Huang's soul said coldly. The two were still communicating with each other through souls. This was the first time Qin Wentian experienced such a situation. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he glanced at the beaming Yao Huang's soul that he had injured. With a ruthless heart, he said to beaming Yao Huang princess, I still respect you and call you a princess, but my human memory contains all my secrets. I will never let you see it. Don't force me. You have no other way to go. Beaming Yao Huang said coldly. His soul continued to press towards Qin Wentian. A terrifying soul aura rushed out fiercely, which was much stronger than Qin Wentian's soul power. Qin Wentian had just practiced the Immortal Sutra for a short time. How could he possibly contend with beaming Yao Huang's soul power? This was absolutely a crushing defeat. You have no choice. The soul of Bei Mingyu Wang continued to press towards Qin Wentian. A soul power that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the entire void. Qin Wentian felt terrified. He suddenly raised his palm and slapped towards the soul of Bei Mingyu Wang again, making it even weaker. Bei Mingyu Wang looked indifferent, and the soul said coldly, even if you erase this soul of mine, what can it do? Who said I want to erase it? Qin Wentian's soul rushed out and captured the soul, and then his hands unexpectedly hugged it from behind, wrapping around her waist. Although it was in the form of a soul, it was actually no different from the real situation. In fact, the state of the soul was even more sensitive and direct. In an instant, Bei Mingyu Wang's soul was furious, and this soul also released an extremely cold breath. "You are presumptuous. You are presumptuous." Two completely identical voices came out at the same time, and the coldness reached the extreme. "Princess, please stop, otherwise Qin will do something rude. I hope the princess will not blame you," Qin Wentian said coldly. His hands slid, almost touching the place that should not be touched. The coldness of Bei Mingyu Wang's soul swept across the world, which was extremely terrifying. She was actually desecrated by this bastard. Shameless. Bei Mingyu Wang said angrily. "Is what the princess did glorious? If you want to peek into my soul memory, what else can I not do? Please go back, princess, and don't disturb Qin's practice," Qin Wentian said calmly. His eyes were firm, his hands were still moving, making Beaming Yao Huang tremble with anger. "I will really kill you," Beaming Yao Huang said coldly. Princess Yao Huang is the most beautiful woman in Beaming Xian dynasty, the most beautiful in the world. She died under the peony flower, and she is also romantic as a ghost, Qin Wentian said coldly. Since he had taken action, he was mentally prepared. He could not accept someone prying into his soul memory. No one could do it. There is no one here, so no one will know what I have done. Princess can just do what she wants, and no one will know that her reputation has been damaged. But my death will inevitably cause all major forces to vent their anger on the Beaming Immortal Dynasty, and by then I'm afraid some forces will want to provoke a fight between some forces and the Beaming Immortal Dynasty," Qin Wentian continued. Beaming Yao Huang was so angry that her soul trembled. She stared at Qin Wentian and said, "I have never seen such a shameless person." "Thank you for the compliment, princess," Qin Wentian said. Chapter 1360. You and I are a perfect match. Seeing Qin Wentian's shameless look, Bei Mingyu Wang was even more furious. However, she was insulted, but she didn't want to alarm the people of the Immortal Dynasty. Otherwise, how could she face people? She could only suppress her coldness as much as possible. "There is a little grudge between the princess and me. Why is the princess so aggressive? Why don't I leave Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty now? Princess, please don't continue to embarrass Qin. Then I will release this soul," Qin Wentian said, wanting to leave. "Let you go? Who knows what a shameless person like you will do? If you release that soul immediately, I can pretend that nothing happened," Bei Mingyu Wang said coldly. "Since the princess doesn't believe me, it's hard for me to believe the princess of Yu Wang. That's a problem," Qin Wentian said lightly, as if the negotiations were about to reach a deadlock. "You are Nongyu's friend, and you were invited to the palace as a guest. How can you explain to Nongyu for doing such a shameless thing?" Bei Mingyu Wang's tone seemed to ease a little, and he said, "What's more, I heard that Emperor Changqing betrothed his beloved daughter to you. If they knew about this, what would Emperor Changqing and your fiancé do? Princess Yu Wang, you also know that I am Nongyu's friend. Since you know, you still want to spy on my soul memory. What a taboo this is. How can you explain to Nongyu? As for Emperor Changqing and my fiancé, if they know my situation, they will naturally understand me. If they don't believe it, the princess can go and tell the secret. It's better to announce it to the world," Qin Wentian said lightly. Trapped in the princess's mansion, he had just entered the realm of Immortal King not long ago. Obviously, he couldn't compete with Bei Mingyu Wang, who entered the realm of Emperor. His soul means were not as good as his opponent's, and there was no solution at all. Could it be that he allowed the opponent to spy on his soul memory? How could this be possible? Since Bei Mingyu Wang was so cruel, what was there that he dared not do? Bei Mingyu Wang was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Qin Wentian said, "In fact, I have another way to make everyone happy." "What way?" Bei Mingyu Wang stared at Qin Wentian coldly. "Princess Yu Wang wants the inheritance I have, which is definitely impossible. After all, there is no relationship between us. However, if Princess Yu Wang can marry Qin as a concubine and serve me in the future, I will be happy and naturally give all the means of inheritance to my concubine. There is nothing I am reluctant to give up. Even my soul memory may be shown to you," Qin Wentian said seriously. "Of course, I have to have something happen with Princess Yu Wang first, otherwise I am afraid that the princess will regret it and I will be miserable." "Princess. Enough. Bei Mingyu Wang was so angry that his soul trembled, his face was extremely blue, and his body was filled with terrifying coldness. His extremely beautiful eyes revealed terrible murderous intent, wishing to tear Qin Wentian into pieces. This boy dared to be so shameless and blasphemed him in words. She is Bei Mingyu Wang's concubine? Serving him? And she has to have something happen with him first? What does this mean? Bei Mingyu Wang was the pride of heaven, the most beautiful woman in Bei Ming Xian dynasty, the most talented young Xian emperor in history. Who dared to be so frivolous to her? However, today, a junior who is not as good as her dared to touch her soul and body and blasphemed her with words. If the strong men in the Bei Ming Xian dynasty knew about this, Qin Wentian would be torn into pieces, and Bei Ming Emperor would kill him personally. Feeling the overwhelming coldness from Bei Mingyu Wang, Qin Wentian's hands still slid dishonestly, but he didn't dare to go too far. At least he didn't dare to touch some forbidden places, otherwise Bei Mingyu Wang would be furious and kill him regardless of everything. Now his goal was to make Bei Mingyu Wang retreat. Princess Yao Huang, why don't you leave yet? Do you really want something to happen between you and me? Qin Wentian moved his hands around, and beaming Yao Huang's face became extremely ugly. Then her soul returned to its place, and her original body had a terrifying aura. She stared at Qin Wentian coldly. If you dare to touch me again, I will really kill you. Qin Wentian's hand froze there, and he smiled tremblingly, and said, as long as the princess leaves, I will not offend you. Buzz! Beaming Yao Huang was also decisive. She left directly. She couldn't stand that wisp of soul body being constantly touched by Qin Wentian. With his hands wandering around, she had never been insulted so frivolously. If she were not an immortal emperor, with reason far superior to impulse, she might have killed Qin Wentian on the spot in a rage. Although the original body left, a wisp of soul was still there, but it was no longer a threat to Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian did not dare to relax at all. Looking at the beaming Nether Emperor in this state of soul, he said, Princess, why do you have to do this? Just let me go, I will not dare to touch the princess at all. Do you still want to leave the beaming palace? Beaming Nether Emperor said coldly. Qin Wentian shuddered and said, Princess, don't threaten me. My hands shake when I'm afraid. It will be bad if I touch something I shouldn't touch. You. Beaming Nether Emperor's soul body exploded. At this moment, Qin Wentian also had a headache. Although he had to use shameless means to solve the urgent problem, this beautiful female ghost was a fairy emperor. The princess's mansion could be directly covered by fairy thoughts. The other party could come to him in an instant, and even attack across. The threat was huge. If he was not careful, he would die. He had to be extremely cautious. I'm sorry to inconvenience the Princess Yao Huang. Qin Wentian attacked with his soul palm print, severely damaging the soul of beaming Yao Huang. He had no choice but to do so that he could control it. Little did he know that beaming Yao Huang wished that this soul body would be destroyed by him, so that he could not threaten beaming Yao Huang. Afterwards, Qin Wentian used the soul means he gained from practice to create a soul prison, imprisoned the soul of beaming Yao Huang, and said to her, Princess Yao Huang, as long as the princess does not attack me, I promise to behave myself. However, if the princess wants to kill me suddenly, Qin is also a person who has practiced the incarnation. My original body dies, but my incarnation is immortal. At that time, I will announce to the world that I was killed by the princess because I molested her. Who will believe you? The weak soul of beaming Yao Huang said coldly. Don't you believe that I have an incarnation? Qin can swear on his soul that is for molesting Princess Yao Huang. I only need to send out a few immortal thoughts from my incarnation, and everyone in the world will believe me. Otherwise, why would Princess Yao Huang offend many forces such as Changqing Immortal Kingdom and Qianbian Immortal Sect to kill me, Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian continued, so, I hope the princess won't force me. The face of beaming Yao Huang's soul changed. She stared at Qin Wentian and said, who did you learn your soul skills from? I learned it by myself. Qin Wentian said shamelessly. Is it in beaming Immortal Mountain? Beaming Yao Huang said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and he glanced at her. Seeing Qin Wentian's gaze, beaming Yao Huang said again, beaming Immortal Mountain, an old man with long hair down to the ground. Qin Wentian's eyes showed an extremely wonderful look. Thinking of what the old pervert had said to him, he instantly felt enlightened. You are the girl who got the dead man's sutra from the old pervert's mouth. Qin Wentian said speechlessly. This was really strange. Bei Mingyu Wang was actually the girl mentioned by the old pervert, and the soul methods they practiced were from the same person. You also practiced soul methods. What did the old man give you? Bei Mingyu Wang asked seriously, thinking of some old things in the past. She was also associated with Qin Wentian's soul methods. After all, Qin Wentian had just come out of Bei Ming's Jiutian and stepped into the realm of Immortal King. This was very similar to her experience at the beginning. She really is the princess of the Nether Emperor. It seems this is destined. Qin Wentian said, the old pervert also gave me a set of martial arts when I left, and also told me that he had given the book of the dead to a girl. If I can meet her in the future, I will protect her well. We will be a match made in heaven. Qin Wentian boasted shamelessly in a serious manner, as if what he said was true. In order to save his life, he could not let go of the opportunity to get closer to the Northming Nether Emperor. How could he not make good use of such a fate? After saying that, Qin Wentian gazed at Bei Mingyu Wang affectionately. Bei Mingyu Wang's face was so ugly that it could not be described. Her beautiful eyes flickered non-stop. She stared at Qin Wentian intently and said, "You protect me? Do you think these nonsense can fool me?" Qin Wentian looked into Bei Mingyu Wang's eyes. His heart moved slightly. He felt that Bei Mingyu Wang seemed to be a little shaken. After practicing the method of true self, Qin Wentian felt very sharp. Could it be that Bei Mingyu Wang really believed his nonsense? Is this peerless beauty princess so easily fooled? Qin Wentian muttered secretly in his heart, but he was still serious and said, "Emperor Yu, fortunately, no big mistake has been made. There is still time for everything. Although my strength is still a little weak now, I will catch up in the future. Although I may not be able to fulfill the old immortal's instructions and grow old with you, I can at least fulfill my duty of protecting you. After all, although the old immortal is very perverted, he has the favor of master and disciple with us. Naturally, I have to abide by his words." If the old pervert in the forbidden land of Beaming Fairy Mountain heard Qin Wentian's sincere words, I wonder if he would be moved to tears. Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes flickered as he stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian continued to pretend and said, "Okay, I have no choice. Yu Wang, I still have to imprison your soul body and coexist with my soul in my body, but I will not hurt you anymore. I hope you will not do anything that will embarrass me." As he spoke, Qin Wentian imprisoned a wisp of Bei Mingyu Wang's soul in his soul prison, then returned to his body and opened his eyes. A strange look flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. In the princess's bedroom, Bei Mingyu Wang's body kept her beautiful eyes open, staring in the direction of Qin Wentian. Her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void. She naturally knew everything that had happened before. Her soul body and her body shared everything. That guy turned out to be the descendant of the old man. What he said. Bei Mingyu Wang was full of thoughts. He had never encountered such a difficult thing before. He was full of thoughts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1361. Who is more shameless? Under the night, the Northming Ghost Emperor finally calmed down and did not bother Qin Wentian again, which made Qin Wentian secretly relieved. Today was really dangerous. This female ghost was powerful and wanted his memory. Qin Wentian had no choice but to use all means, hoping that the Northming Ghost Emperor could figure it out and let him go as soon as possible. After calming down, Qin Wentian sank into practice. A wisp of the Northming Ghost Emperor's soul was still trapped by him and could not be let go. Qin Wentian didn't know what the Northming Ghost Emperor was thinking. If he let this woman go, she would attack him in anger. In this palace of the Northming Immortal Dynasty, he would have no way to go to heaven. For several consecutive days, the Northming Ghost Emperor had no movement, and Qin Wentian just lived in the princess's mansion with peace of mind. He had no choice but to leave. In the princess's mansion in the Northming Immortal Dynasty, he didn't dare to open the passage to the Heavenly Talisman realm. He would be discovered in an instant, which was equivalent to exposing the secret of the Heavenly Talisman realm. On this day, Bei Mingyu Wang came to the princess residence of Bei Mingyu Wang. She found Qin Wentian and was relieved to see that Qin Wentian was safe and sound. She said, "My sister didn't do anything to you, did she?" At this time, Bei Mingyu Wang flashed and came here. Her face was still stunning, but it was cold and delicate. Qin Wentian looked at her and said, "No, I live very well here. Princess Yu Wang treats me politely. Our relationship is getting closer and closer, and we chat often. Bei Mingnongyu's eyes flashed and she looked at Qin Wentian suspiciously. How could this be possible? Could this guy be threatened by his sister? Princess Yu Wang, is what Qin said right? Qin Wentian looked at Bei Mingyu Wang and said. That's right. Bei Mingyu Wang spoke coldly. Bei Mingnongyu looked at the two of them and felt a little weird. Qin Wentian, Jiutian has a good talent and has been trained under a powerful person. Her father is also temporarily staying in the imperial city. They asked me to say thank you to you. Bei Mingnongyu said. Qin Wentian smiled. Jiutian was able to comprehend and break through the realm to become an immortal king in the Bei Ming immortal dynasty. Her talent was naturally outstanding. It was normal for her to be trained under a powerful person. Qin Wentian was happy for her. You should thank me. Qin Wentian smiled at Bei Mingnongyu. No need to thank me. Miss Jiutian has this opportunity because she is talented. Otherwise, how could an emperor easily accept a disciple? She would not give me, a princess, face. Sister is better. Bei Mingnongyu glanced at Bei Mingyu Wang and said with a smile, Sister, since you and Qin Wentian get along well, why not make friends? Why bother him? You are both the top geniuses in the fairyland. In the future, Qin Wentian's achievements will be comparable to yours. If we can become friends, wouldn't it be interesting? Nongyu, you are right. Your sister and I are already good friends. We are inseparable and have a lot in common. Qin Wentian said with a smile. A lot in common. Bei Mingnongyu was stunned and looked at Qin Wentian. No, it's about having similar interests. We have a common interest in cultivation. We are both good at cultivating certain powers, and we have quite a connection. Qin Wentian said. Bei Mingyu Wang had a cold face and didn't speak. Only his eyes occasionally glanced at Qin Wentian with a hint of coldness. I have something to report to Her Royal Highness the Princess. At this time, a voice came from outside the princess's mansion. There were no guards in the princess's mansion of Beiming Yaohuang. No one could easily set foot in it without her permission. If there was something, they had to report it outside first and wait for the Beiming Yaohuang's reply. Speak. Beiming Yaohuang looked at him and spoke indifferently. Pei Qing came to the palace and wanted to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Now, he is coming here with the prince. The man reported, and Beiming Yaohuang's eyes flashed. Pei Qing, that proud guy. In the past, Pei Qing has always been arrogant. Now that he knows that you, my sister, have entered the emperor realm and broken his record, he still dares to come. Beiming Nanjiu seemed to dislike Pei Qing. Qin Wentian thought of a young man, and his expression also showed a hint of coldness. In the past, in the forbidden area, only 3 of them survived, and one of them was killed by Pei Qing because of a disagreement. This Pei Qing was the youngest immortal emperor of the Beiming Immortal Dynasty before Beiming Yaohuang, the first person in the history of the Beiming Immortal Dynasty, and now the record was broken by Beiming Yaohuang. What is he doing here? Bei Mingyu Wang looked indifferent, still cold. Sister, don't you know what Pei Qing wants to do? He thinks highly of himself and thinks that he, the former first young immortal emperor, can marry the noble princess, the most beautiful woman in Beiming Xian dynasty. But now his title of the first young immortal emperor has been taken away by sister. How can he face the palace? Bei Mingnongyu continued. Seeing Bei Mingnongyu's attitude towards Pei Qing, Qin Wentian couldn't help but ask, I have heard of Pei Qing too. He is the youngest immortal emperor before Princess Yu Wang. But why can he enter and leave the palace? Beiming Xian dynasty is very powerful, stronger than Changqing Xian kingdom. Even if Pei Qing is an immortal emperor, he should not be able to move freely in the palace of Beiming Xian dynasty. As the youngest immortal emperor in the history of the Beiming Immortal Dynasty, he will naturally be treated with courtesy wherever he goes, even in the palace of our immortal dynasty. After all, his achievements in the future may be terrifying. What's more, he is also a very powerful disciple with an extraordinary status. Beiming Nongyu said, and Qin Wentian immediately understood that it seemed that there were some things about the Beiming Immortal Dynasty that he didn't know. The old man who had been traveling with him in the forbidden area before obviously didn't know either, and might not be able to reach this level. Not long after, a voice came from outside, Princess Yaohuang, Pei Qing is here to visit. Beiming Yaohuang frowned slightly, but the other party had already arrived outside the mansion, so he said, come in. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a whistling sound outside, and then a group of figures walked in. In addition to Pei Qing, There were also several of his followers, all of whom were powerful immortal kings. In addition, the prince who had some disagreements with Beiming Nongyu before was also among them, and it seemed that he was the one who received Pei Qing. Yao Huang, I haven't seen you for many years. You are more elegant than ever. You are worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in our Xian dynasty. Pei Qing came in a casual manner, with a warm smile on his handsome face, looking at beaming Yao Huang. As for beaming Nanjiu beside beaming Yao Huang, he ignored her. It seemed that even though she was a princess of the Xian dynasty, beaming Nanjiu was not taken seriously by him. This can be seen from what he said to Qin Wentian in the forbidden area. What are you doing here? Beaming Yao Huang was much colder and ignored the other party's praise. Is there nothing that I can't come to see you? I heard that you have entered the realm of the immortal emperor and broke my record. Naturally, I am happy for you. Pei Qing smiled. Really? Beaming Nanjiu smiled faintly, and the expression in her eyes was obviously unbelievable. She knew very well how proud Pei Qing was. He was so majestic with the title of the first in history. Now that the title was taken away by beaming Yao Huang, whom he wanted to pursue, would he be happy? Pei Qing glanced at Beiming Nongyu, and a proud smile appeared on his lips. Of course, this way, I won't be lonely on the road of cultivation, and I can often confirm with Yu Wang and discuss martial arts. My sister doesn't have the time for this. Beiming Nongyu said sarcastically. Your sister's affairs are not yours to ask about. You should think about your own cultivation. Pei Qing smiled, and then his eyes fell on Qin Wentian, frowning. Few men can set foot in the princess mansion of Beiming Yu Wang, and he has seen this man before. What qualifications does he have to be here? Nongyu brought you here. Pei Qing looked at Qin Wentian and said. My sister invited him. Beiming Nongyu was angry with Pei Qing. Pei Qing looked at the prince beside him. The prince said, Nongyu brought him to the palace. He has been staying in the princess's mansion for several days. Pei Qing's expression became ugly. Qin Wentian stayed in Beiming Yu Wang's princess's mansion for several days? I didn't want to bother with you, a mere ant, in Beiming Xianshan that day. Now, you dare to set foot here. You don't know whether you live or die. Disappear from my sight immediately. Pei Qing didn't even look at Qin Wentian. He spoke coldly and did not allow any doubt. He asked Qin Wentian to disappear. Beiming Yu Wang frowned. Although she hated Qin Wentian, this was her mansion. When would it be Pei Qing's turn to point fingers and make him look like he was half the owner of this mansion? Qin Wentian's expression became even colder. Although Pei Qing was an immortal emperor, his arrogant attitude was simply arrogant. Does this have anything to do with you? Beiming Yu Wang said coldly. Princess Yao Huang, what qualifications do such people have to appear in your mansion? Pei Qing was polite to beaming Yao Huang, but he was extremely contemptuous of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with cold light, and then he sneered, standing beside beaming Yao Huang, and said, Yao Huang, who is this guy? How dare he interfere in our affairs in your mansion? He looked at beaming Yao Huang with a bit of tenderness. Beaming Yao Huang cursed this guy in his heart for being extremely shameless, but saw Pei Qing's face suddenly became extremely sharp, staring at Qin Wentian. Princess Yao Huang, what does he mean? Pei Qing said to beaming Yao Huang. Beaming Yao Huang's expression became even colder, and she was in a very bad mood. She was already very unhappy with Qin Wentian, and now there was Pei Qing. She had a questioning tone, as if anyone in her mansion needed his approval. It has nothing to do with you. If it's okay, I want to rest. Beaming Yao Huang said coldly, and ordered him to leave. This made Pei Qing even more furious. How dare a mere ant compete with him for a woman? He glanced at Qin Wentian, a strong oppressive force spread out, and said coldly, you lowly person dared to touch the phoenix, you simply don't know what's good for you, get out of the mansion immediately, otherwise I will make sure you can't see the stars tonight. Qin Wentian's eyes swept across an extremely cold color, threatening him. The Phantom Emperor told you to get out, don't you understand? Qin Wentian stared at Pei Qing and said, the youngest immortal emperor in history before the Phantom Emperor? The most shameless in history, staying here and daring to interfere in the affairs between the Phantom Emperor and me. Chapter 1362 Comparing Cultivation Speed? Pei Qing stared at Qin Wentian, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his indifferent eyes. Before the Northern Dark Emperor, he was the youngest immortal emperor in the history of the Northern Dark Immortal Dynasty. No matter where he went, he was respected. The people of the imperial power were polite to him. He could enter and leave the Northern Dark Immortal Dynasty Palace at will. Even the Northern Dark Emperor looked at him differently. No one knew what he would achieve in the future. However, at this moment, in the Northern Dark Emperor's mansion, a younger generation figure who came out of nowhere dared to humiliate him in public and was so shameless that he wanted him to get out. I'll give you a chance to take back what you said. If you kneel down and apologize to me and then get out of the princess's mansion, I can pretend that nothing happened. Pei Qing was humiliated in front of Bei Ming Yuang and wanted to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. However, this is Bei Ming Yuang's mansion after all, he still has to be careful. Therefore, letting Qin Wentian kneel down to apologize and then get out is undoubtedly the best choice. As for whether to kill him later, don't you understand what I'm saying? Need I repeat it? Qin Wentian looked at Pei Qing and said, in that case, let me say it again. This is the palace of the Bei Ming Xian dynasty, the mansion of Yuang. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers here? This guy? Bei Ming Nongyu looked at Qin Wentian. He was really bold. He was so strong in the face of Pei Qing. However, thinking that Qin Wentian's status was no lower than hers, he naturally had the corresponding confidence. Facing Pei Qing's humiliation, did he have to be humble and get out of here obediently? Pei Qing's words were extremely harsh and indeed too much. If this was Pei Qing's territory, perhaps Qin Wentian would have tolerated it, but this was the palace of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. Could Pei Qing really dare to kill him? Beaming Yao Huang and Beaming Nanjiao, however, did not have a good impression of him. Who am I? Pei Qing suddenly laughed, and his laugh was somewhat cold. He glanced at the people around him, and they all laughed. Although the record was broken, the youngest immortal emperor in history before Yao Huang Princess, you can stand in front of me and talk to me, it is all your luck. Pei Qing said proudly. I have seen many shameless people, but this is the first time I have seen someone as shameless as you. You are so smug when you praise yourself. Qin Wentian sneered, the first in the history of Beaming Immortal Dynasty, and it is only a temporary first. May I ask, how many years have you been an immortal king, and how many years have you become an emperor? 328 years as an immortal king, and 1,000 years as an emperor. Pei Qing's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance, and he was proud of it. Such a cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. No wonder it can break the historical records of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty before. It is really amazing. Qin Wentian did not come into contact with too many immortal kings and immortal emperors, and he had no idea about the time of cultivation, but he knew that senior brother Bai Wu Ai had entered the immortal king for more than 1,000 years, and this speed was already very outstanding among the many immortal kings in the 13 states of Dongshen. It was almost rare and famous. However, this cultivation speed seems to be quite different from the top-level Xianjiao cultivated by the top forces. After all, these people have various external resources and conditions in addition to their own amazing talents. However, Pei Qing was able to become an immortal king in just over 300 years and an immortal emperor in 1,000 years. No wonder this guy is so arrogant and looks down on everything. Moreover, Bei Ming Nongyu also said that he has a powerful master. Pei Qing himself is an immortal emperor, and his master is probably a top-level immortal emperor figure like GDZD. You remember it very clearly, and you are so complacent here, but it's a pity that you are showing off in the wrong place. Not to mention that you won't broke your record. I, Qin, have average talent and have practiced for less than 200 years. Now I have entered the realm of Immortal King. 328 years, which scared me to death. You think you are really the best in the world with such a useless cultivation speed. I really envy your thick skin. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, without any politeness. Pei Qing's eyes flashed, staring at Qin Wentian, and then sneered. It took less than 200 years of practice to become an immortal king? You could have said 100 years. It's really ridiculous. I don't doubt that you lied, but you are mean-spirited. But it fits your character. You don't have to believe it. Why don't we make a bet and invite a powerful emperor from the Northern Ming Immortal Dynasty to come and see my years of practice? If I am over 200 years old, I will commit suicide in the palace of the Northern Ming Immortal Dynasty. If not, you kneel down and apologize, get out of the palace, and never set foot in the palace to harass the Nether Emperor again. How about it? Qin Wentian stared at Pei Qing with a bit of indifference. Humiliate him, use his pride to suppress him? The more so, the more it will stimulate his pride. An immortal emperor is an immortal emperor, and he is now also a king. They are in the same realm as immortal emperors. What if he is not as good as the other party for the time being? He cannot weaken his momentum. Now he is the son-in-law of the Changqing Emperor, the disciple of the Lord of the Xianfu realm, and the Holy Lord of the Fighting Saint clan. How can he be humiliated by a young immortal emperor? As soon as these words came out, they were really full of momentum. The age of a cultivator could not be seen at a glance, but if a strong person measured it with bones, it could still be seen. Qin Wentian said that if he lied, he would commit suicide. If he didn't lie, Pei Qing knelt down to apologize and get out of the palace. Pei Qing narrowed his eyes, his face was a little ugly, staring at Qin Wentian's eyes, he was really embarrassed. He obviously didn't dare to bet on this. If he lost, how could he kneel down and beg for mercy? What can you compare with me? Are you qualified to talk about bits with me? You are not worthy. Pei Qing said sarcastically and coldly. You are the one who boasted about your cultivation speed, and you are the one who questioned me. Now you dare not face it, so you speak directly. Why do you use your former title of number 1 in history to pressure others? I have already said that your cultivation speed is not worth mentioning in front of me. It is just humiliating yourself. You still have the nerve to talk about qualifications. You have lost face. If I were you, I would get out of the palace by myself and have no face to stay. Qin Wentian said disdainfully. Bei Ming Yaohuang stood by and did not speak. He thought to himself that it is true that evil people need evil people to deal with them. Pei Qing is extremely proud. Now he meets Qin Wentian. He is proud and shameless. But his cultivation speed is so terrifying that Pei Qing can't take any advantage. Of course, she will not help Pei Qing. In fact, she also thinks Pei Qing is very annoying. Pei Qing's face turned pale. With his status, he was humiliated again and again. No matter how good his self-restraint is, he can't bear it. The chill in his body was released, and the pressure was terrible. The pressure of the Emperor realm was compressed within a certain range and enveloped Qin Wentian. Why, you wanted to compete with me in cultivation speed and talent before, but now you know you are not as good as me and you are angry and want to bully the weak. Although you look young, in fact, it is not an exaggeration for me to call you an old man. A person who has practiced for 1,000 years is oppressing me. Is this the confidence and pride you show? You still want to pursue Yao Huang? Are you worthy? Qin Wentian's words were sharp, and Pei Qing was speechless. Yao Huang, how do you know such a shameless person? Qin Wentian stood beside beaming Yao Huang, looking at her with a bit of tenderness, as if they had a very good relationship, like a couple. Beaming Nanjiu stood aside and couldn't understand it at all, a little confused. What's going on between her sister and Qin Wentian? Could it be that they really get along well? Who is shameless? Beaming Yao Huang cursed Qin Wentian in her heart, but she didn't expose Qin Wentian, just stood there indifferently, which made Pei Qing even more embarrassed. Junior brother. Pei Qing suddenly spoke, and a sharp-looking young man beside him walked out. His eyes were cold and sharp, staring at Qin Wentian. This man was Pei Qing's disciple, and was Pei Qing's junior brother. He was extremely talented. Although he was not as amazing as Pei Qing, he was definitely a very powerful genius among ordinary people, otherwise he would not be in the same sect as Pei Qing. However, there were only 2 people like Pei Qing in the history of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. No matter how powerful the genius was, he and Beaming Yao Huang still looked dim. Since you said I was bullying you, well, let's not talk about the age of cultivation. The speed of cultivation does not necessarily represent strength. Some people only pursue speed but are pitifully weak. My brother Jing is also at the Immortal King level. He has only been in this realm for a few decades. Let him fight with you. Pei Qing's expression was cold. Although it sounded nice to say that he was fighting, Qin Wentian knew that he might have secretly sent a message to kill him. His murderous intentions were already revealed. It was not strange for him to kill him by using the person he was fighting with. People of Pei Qing's status and position would not dare to do anything. Why should I spar with him? Qin Wentian suddenly spoke, and Pei Qing was stunned. Didn't you say that I bullied you with my realm? Now, you don't dare to fight someone of the same realm as you. I dare not, I just think he is not worthy. Besides, I never liked the word sparring. Fighting is fighting, and casualties are inevitable. You are so shameless. If I kill him, won't you use your Emperor realm strength to press me? And your master will come to settle accounts with me. Although I am not afraid, it will be troublesome after all. Qin Wentian said lightly. Since you said so, then fine, it's not stabbing, it's fighting. You can kill him, it's your ability, I won't pursue it. Pei Qing's expression was extremely cold. He was really irritated by Qin Wentian. You are such a shameless person. Do you think I will believe you? Qin Wentian sneered. Pei Qing, the figure of the immortal emperor, was so angry that his breath was wild. I promise, if you can kill Jing Jr. brother, I and my sect will never cause trouble to you. Pei Qing said again. I still don't believe it. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. He was not a 3-year-old child. Such a promise was not credible at all. Then what do you want? Pei Qing said. If he loses, you apologize to me and then get out of the palace. Qin Wentian said coldly. It's that simple, okay, I promise you. Pei Qing was so angry that how could he not agree to such a condition? He wanted Qin Wentian to die. His junior brother Jing has been in the realm of Immortal King for more than 90 years. 80 years can indeed be considered as several decades. He was right. The last time he saw Qin Wentian, it was still on the immortal stage. A prodigy who has been immersed in the realm of Immortal King for more than 90 years, and a person who has just entered the realm of Immortal King. This ending is beyond imagination. Emperor Yu, I win. Can I get a kiss as a reward for driving this guy away for you? Qin Wentian said with a smile while looking at beaming Yao Huang, making Pei Qing's eyes full of murderous light. Beaming Yao Huang also glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. Qin Wentian smiled and said, I was just talking casually. He just wanted to anger beaming Yao Huang and Pei Qing. Beaming Yao Huang was so good that he looked like he was watching the fun. Pei Qing naturally needed no more words. Chapter 1363 Who is stronger? Pei Qing's junior brother is called Jiutian. He is gifted and a proud fairy king. He has been immersed in the realm of Fairy King for more than 90 years. He has already stabilized his realm and has strong fighting power. Qin Wentian, who has just entered the realm of Fairy King, probably has not stabilized his realm yet and has condensed a single attribute of the rule field. Jiutian thinks that such a battle is a battle without suspense. Pei Qing asked him to deal with Qin Wentian. He thinks that he overestimates Qin Wentian. Of course, Pei Qing's goal is not just to defeat the opponent. Before, he received Pei Qing's voice transmission, and he could be ruthless and kill him. Pei Qing wanted to pursue beaming Yao Huang. Everyone knew that if this former first young fairy emperor in history could get the first beauty of beaming Xian dynasty, the current first young fairy emperor would definitely have a better reputation than before. Moreover, Pei Qing always believed that only a woman like beaming Yao Huang was worthy of his talent. Beaming Yao Huang was originally his wife given by God and was his forbidden delicacy. Now, Qin Wentian's words were quite ambiguous. How could Pei Qing tolerate him? He had to kill him. How could Pei Qing allow others to touch the woman he liked, not to mention that she was an ant-like figure that he had once despised, and had just stepped into the level of Immortal King by chance in the rule's Immortal Mountain? Jiutian stepped out, raised his eyebrows, and showed a bit of indifference. He looked at Qin Wentian with contempt and said, Get out. Qin Wentian looked at Jiutian's proud expression with a faint smile on his face. Beiming Yao Huang still watched quietly, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Beiming Nongyu was a little bit looking forward to it. Pei Qing and Beiming Yao Huang obviously didn't know Qin Wentian as well as she did. This guy dared to tease her sister and humiliate Pei Qing. He was more courageous than she thought. As for his talent, Beiming Nongyu had no doubts about it a long time ago. It was just that he had just entered the realm of Immortal King. How strong was his combat power? I'm afraid we can see it this time. Beiming Nongyu was actually a little bit looking forward to it. This is the palace. The scope of the battle should not be too large. Beiming Yuang said. If the battle between the Immortal King level strongmen broke out without reservation, the scope of the battle would be very terrifying, enough to destroy a small city. It won't be a big commotion, he doesn't have the qualifications. Jiutian said lightly, with great confidence. Only a fierce battle of equal strength could not control the big fluctuations, and he was confident that he could easily destroy Qin Wentian and completely control the situation, so that it would not affect too much. In order to prevent the princess's mansion from being destroyed, I will cover the battlefield. Pei Qing said lightly. Beiming Yuang didn't say anything. If Pei Qing was willing to take action, he could naturally block the aftermath of the battle. Qin Wentian and Jiutian soared into the air. Pei Qing waved his hand, and suddenly there seemed to be a radiance falling from the sky, covering the princess's mansion. Suddenly, the light of the stars was so bright that many strong men in the palace flew into the air and came here, directly attracting the radiance of the stars. The ability of the stars to shine together is the means of the immortal emperor. What happened in the princess's mansion? Many strong men rushed over with their immortal thoughts, and then saw the battlefield here, the two strong men covered by the radiance of the stars, Qin Wentian and Jiutian. Prevent the princess's mansion from being destroyed. Qin Wentian sneered, probably to prevent him from escaping from the battle or others from intervening in the battle, so that Jiutian could kill him. Pei Qing's means, how could they hide from Qin Wentian's eyes? But he didn't care, because he would not lose. I entered the immortal king before you, and I don't want to take advantage of you. You make a move. Jiutian said generously, with an attitude of I am strong and I will let you make a move first. Don't be polite, you make a move. Qin Wentian said modestly. No, if I make a move, you won't have a chance. Jiutian said again. They had been fighting each other before, but now that the battle was about to break out, the two of them became humble to each other. Oh, in that case, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. The two were very close. At such a close distance, with the terrifying power of the immortal king, he could attack in an instant. Qin Wentian's mouth slightly drew a strange arc, and Jiutian frowned at the smile. This look made him feel a little evil, as if he was playing with him. You really don't know how to live or die. Jiutian sneered in his heart, and the aura on his body burst out, and the rule field was released. In an instant, there was a blazing flame that surrounded him. During the period, there were a lot of terrifying phantoms of magma fire kings that were looming, which was extremely terrifying. Not taking action first does not mean not defending. In order to avoid a setback, Jiutian was still cautious. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped out. In just a moment, his whole body was filled with divine aura, flowing endlessly. He stepped forward, and the world seemed to tremble. That terrible body was flowing with a terrifying demonic destruction. His body just stepped directly into the core of the opponent's rule domain, stepped into the flames, and stepped into the figure of the magma fire king. The immortal king achieved the rule immortal body and cast the rule domain. The strongest part of the domain is the body. The closer to the body, the stronger the rule domain. This is why the immortal king is difficult to kill. Even if you are stronger than the opponent, the closer the attack is to the opponent, the stronger the opponent's defense and attack are. You can escape if you can't win, unless the gap is very large. Few immortal kings directly approach the opponent with the rule immortal body during the battle and rush into the opponent's absolute domain to fight. This is a risk. If you fall into it, you will have to leave your life. But Qin Wentian did it, and his approach was simply ridiculous in Pei Qing's eyes. Stupid, you are indeed an ant who has just entered the realm of immortal king. You don't even know the taboos of immortal king. I'm afraid you don't have any combat experience. You are just looking for death. Pei Qing thought that it seemed that his precautions were unnecessary. Qin Wentian was simply seeking his own death. Jiutian also showed a strong sense of irony when he saw Qin Wentian's actions. He released his rule domain to the strongest, and then stretched out his palm forward. In an instant, the entire rule domain rioted. Magma fire kings bombarded Qin Wentian, and directly submerged Qin Wentian's body and killed him. Boom! At this moment, Qin Wentian's rule domain was released. He walked into the opponent's rule domain to explode and release his own rule domain. This behavior was extremely arrogant. However, when his rule domain was released, everything around him was crushed and destroyed in an instant. The extremely terrifying magic destructive power instantly enveloped Jiutian's body, making him cold all over. He shivered and then showed a look of horror, his face pale. How could his rule domain be so powerful? A thought came to Jiutian's mind. Qin Wentian certainly wasn't looking for death. The location of the rule immortal body was the strongest point of the rule domain. Therefore, there was another possibility for him to walk into the core of the opponent's rule domain, in addition to looking for death without combat experience. He had absolute confidence that he could crush his opponent in the rule domain. Qin Wentian obviously belonged to the latter. In an instant, Jiutian felt that his rule domain collapsed. He was deeply trapped in the power of the devil's way of destruction. A dark palm print enveloped his body. It seemed that as long as this dark palm print of destruction closed, his fate would be death. Jiutian's body couldn't help but tremble. Why should I come to take the blame for him? Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then a series of destructive palm prints fell down. There was only a constant roar. The palm prints of destruction kept imprinting on Jiutian's body. In an instant, his face was ashen and he kept spitting out blood. Enough. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was Pei Qing's voice. He looked extremely ugly. Jiutian was defeated by Qin Wentian in an instant. He was so vulnerable. It was a shame. Bang! Another heavy blow came out. Qin Wentian stepped on Jing Yun's body and kicked his body towards Pei Qing in the air. Qin Wentian won the victory, but he did not kill Jing Yun. He knew that the other party wanted to kill him, but he did not kill him. He just stared at Pei Qing and said, "Is this good? Now, you can apologize and get out." Pei Qing just stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "It's better to be self-aware. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. Ask him to apologize to Qin Wentian." Qin Wentian looked at Pei Qing in surprise, and said speechlessly, "Although I know you are shameless, I still didn't expect you to be so shameless. This is why I was too lazy to fight him before. If you kill him, you will take action, and your master will take revenge. Your so-called promises and guarantees are just bullshit, because you are self-righteous and think you can't lose, and the facts seem to prove my words. Now, he has lost, I didn't kill him, and asked you to apologize and get out. You don't want to admit it in front of me and the Ghost Emperor, and you are still threatening me here, the youngest immortal emperor in history? Can you be more shameless? Pei Qing, sister has seen it all. You regretted your promise so quickly." Bei Mingnong Yu felt very refreshed and said sarcastically that Qin Wentian had vented her anger today. Pei Qing was filled with a terrible chill, and his eyes stared at Qin Wentian coldly. "You think that I can't kill you while you are standing in the beaming immortal dynasty, but if I really want to kill you, do you think you can survive? Can you hide in the beaming immortal dynasty forever?" Pei Qing said coldly, "I ask you again, are you sure you want me to apologize?" What a joke. Qin Wentian looked at Pei Qing without showing any weakness. "Don't you have any intention to kill me before, and didn't you let your junior brother kill me? You insulted me time and time again, first comparing your cultivation speed, and then comparing combat, and in the end, you still used your identity to suppress me, which is ridiculous. Pei Qing, I also warn you, I have made a lot of enemies, and there are many immortal emperors who want to kill me, and one more you will not make much difference. I don't kill your junior brother, not because I dare not, but because I don't want to provoke your master again. It's not that I care about you. If you want to kill me, you'd better know who I am first. Can you, Pei Qing, afford the price of killing me?" Qin Wentian's clothes fluttered, his voice was strong and cold, and he changed his posture and momentum, and said coldly, "Now my realm is weak, and I don't want to kill your junior brother and provoke your master to make too many enemies. When one day I enter the Emperor realm and no longer care about you, it means that not only you, but also your master, I don't care about you anymore." Chapter 1364. The situation is tense. Qin Wentian stared at Pei Qing and spoke forcefully. He did not want to make strong enemies. However, with the improvement of his cultivation, the status of the people he came into contact with was inevitably in conflict with some people. It was the first time in the forbidden area that day, and it was the second time in the palace this time. If he wanted to endure it, there was only one way. When Pei Qing asked him to get out, he would get out in disgrace. However, this was obviously not in line with his character, so Pei Qing had to offend him. Since he was destined to offend, there was nothing to be afraid of. This was the same as the North Ming Nether Emperor. When the North Ming Nether Emperor imprisoned him and was destined to peek into his memory, he would try every possible means to avoid this from happening. Unless he was willing to hand over his memory, he would have to resist. He had made many enemies. There was already an immortal emperor who wanted him dead. He did not want to provoke Pei Qing's master again, so he did not kill Pei Qing's junior brother. However, the conflict with Pei Qing alone was not enough to involve his master's background. Qin Wentian's strong words obviously had a certain deterrent effect. Pei Qing seemed to be seriously examining the young man in front of him for the first time. He had such a strong fighting power when he just entered the realm of Immortal King. Moreover, he was friends with Bei Mingnong Yu in the palace of Bei Mingxian dynasty. He also lived in the princess mansion of Bei Mingyu Wang. It seemed that their relationship was slightly ambiguous. Pei Qing looked down on Qin Wentian, not because he had never thought that Qin Wentian might have some background, but because he was too outstanding. In addition, Qin Wentian's realm could not be compared with his realm of emperor. Especially when they first met, the other party was only in the realm of immortal platform. This preconceived concept and his own pride created a contemptuous attitude. But when Qin Wentian defeated his junior brother and dared to say such strong words, he had to consider who Qin Wentian was. Of course, no matter who Qin Wentian was, so far, he was still just entering the realm of Immortal King. The so-called background was not so important to Pei Qing, who had entered the realm of Immortal Emperor, because he always believed that in the future, he would be the top figure in the immortal realm. Very arrogant. You are the first one to be so arrogant in front of me. Pei Qing was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Then I would like to ask, who are you? My name is Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian said, without saying much. He also understood that the so-called background was false, and one's own strength represented everything. However, he just didn't need to be humble in front of a self-righteous young immortal emperor. If he really wanted to introduce his background, Qin Wentian himself didn't know how to introduce it. Is he a disciple of the Qianbian emperor of the Qianbian immortal sect? A disciple of the Xianfu realm? The son-in-law of the Changqing emperor, or the lord of the Daoxuan clan, or the inheritor of the lord of 10,000 demons? And many of these identities are actually meaningless, or even can't be said. On the surface, there are probably only two identities, the son-in-law of the Changqing emperor and the disciple of the Qianbian immortal sect. We will meet again. Pei Qing looked at Qin Wentian, his eyes as proud as always. Qin Wentian, he remembered this name, and, with his energy, he would soon know who was behind this name. Emperor Yu, I'll come see you another day. Pei Qing said to Bei Ming Yu Wang, and then turned and left. You haven't apologized yet. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Pei Qing snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeves. His people also left. The prince looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and then walked out of the princess's mansion. Soon, the place became quiet again, leaving only Qin Wentian, Bei Ming Yu Wang and Bei Ming Nongyu. People are really the same. When they are self-righteous, they will most likely not fulfill their promises. It's no different from farting. However, before, they would say it in a firm and decisive manner, as if they would definitely do what they said. Whether it is the immortal emperor or the immortal king's anti-realm, there is no difference in this regard. Qin Wentian shook his head secretly. Everyone is like this. If you are strong enough, then use absolute power to intimidate him and make him fulfill his promise. If you don't have such ability, then the other party will obviously not fulfill it. Bei Ming Nongyu smiled at Qin Wentian, and then glanced at Bei Ming Yu Wang. Sister, it seems that you and Qin Wentian get along well. I was overthinking it. I won't bother you. After saying that, Bei Ming Nongyu actually left, with a bit of playfulness. Although she didn't really think about it, after seeing how powerful Qin Wentian was, she still felt that she still underestimated Qin Wentian. No matter from which aspect, he was so outstanding, including the realm of shamelessness. Such a powerful and shameless person should be able to deal with her sister, who is devoted to cultivation. Bei Ming Yu Wang's beautiful eyes flashed, and Nongyu's words were really ridiculous. The pair of cold and beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian again. Her impression of Qin Wentian also changed greatly. The old man met him and taught him a similar soul cultivation method. There was indeed a reason. Jing Yan's strength was definitely not weak. He was Pei Qing's junior brother, so he was also a genius among the immortal kings. However, he had been immersed in the immortal king for many years, but he was vulnerable in front of Qin Wentian. It can be seen that Qin Wentian's fighting ability was outstanding. Emperor Yu, I drove the people away for you. Do you want a reward? Qin Wentian stared at Bei Ming Yu Wang, but he only saw the coldness in the other's expression. Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly and said, the old man asked me to protect you, and I just did my duty. You don't have to mind too much. There is no need for reward. It's just that I have important things to do in the eastern part of the immortal realm. It seems that it's not a big deal for you to keep me trapped here. What did the old man give you? Bei Ming Yu Wang asked again. It is a technique that complements your dead man's sutra, but you, the Nether Emperor, are still trying to take my memory, so I can't tell you. Qin Wentian said. Go now. The Nether Emperor of Beaming suddenly spoke, which made Qin Wentian stunned. Did the Nether Emperor of Beaming really let him go? This surprised Qin Wentian. He thought he would have to slowly grind, but then he smiled and said softly, it seems that the Nether Emperor has figured it out. I will come to see you again when I have time. Before I change my mind, you'd better get out of here. The beautiful eyes of the Nether Emperor of Beaming were extremely cold. After being teased by this bastard again and again, her patience was limited. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled, his figure flashed, and then he went out. In the void, he turned his head and said to the Nether Emperor of Beaming, the Nether Emperor, after I leave, I will release that wisp of soul. See you later. Qin Wentian said, and went to the mansion of Beaming Nongyu. Bei Mingnuangyu saw Qin Wentian coming and immediately greeted him, smiling. Did my sister let you go? Well, your sister has a really bad temper. I'm going to leave now. Where's Li Yufan? Qin Wentian asked. He's outside the palace. Bei Mingnuangyu said, I'll take you to find him. No need. We've wasted some time here. Tell him for me. I'm leaving now. Qin Wentian smiled. He was indeed a little anxious to go back, and he didn't know what the situation in the eastern part of the fairyland was like. Okay, then I won't keep you. Do you need to borrow the teleportation array? Bei Mingnuangyu asked. No need. I have my own way to go back. Qin Wentian said. What other way could be faster than him directly crossing the space through the Xianfu realm? Okay, I'll take you out of the palace. Bei Mingnuangyu smiled and his body flew into the air. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and the two walked away together. In the palace, many people watched Qin Wentian's movements, and they were a little surprised. This guy has strong fighting ability, but he actually made Pei Qing return with nothing. His cultivation talent is also amazing. He is worthy of the princess's friendship. After leaving the Beaming Immortal Dynasty Palace, Beaming Nanjiayu smiled and said, I hope you can get married with Princess Qinger soon. Li Yufang and I will go and ask for a glass of wedding wine. I hope so. Qin Wentian smiled and bowed, saying, goodbye. As he said this, he took a step forward, but his immortal thoughts spread far away, covering the vast space. Although Pei Qing retreated, who knows if he has murderous intentions hidden outside? Although this possibility is not great, it is better to be cautious. In the immortal thoughts, there was no sign of Pei Qing and the others. He found a deserted place and went there. He opened the way to the Heavenly Talisman Realm and stepped into the Heavenly Talisman Realm. When he first entered the Heavenly Talisman Realm, he entered directly from the Thousand Changes Immortal Gate through the Space Channel, and when he came out, it was a senior brother from the Heavenly Talisman Realm who sent him to the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. This means that after he entered the Heavenly Talisman Realm this time, he could go out from 2 exits. At this moment, the place he entered was the exit of the Thousand Changes Immortal Gate. He found that if he asked his senior brother to escort him to various places in the Immortal Realm a few more times, then he could go through the Heavenly Talisman Realm and shuttle freely in the vast Immortal Realm in the shortest time, regardless of distance. This is also the heaven-defying thing about the Heavenly Talisman Realm. The Thousand Changes Immortal Gate, where Qin Wentian was in seclusion, his figure appeared directly here. The Qianbian Immortal Gate that came to the eastern part of the Immortal Domain from the Beaming Immortal Dynasty was completed in a very short time, which made Qin Wentian sigh. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian stepped into his own mansion. Some people in the mansion went out to train on their own, and some were sent away by Qin Wentian to practice. Even the little bastard and Purgatory were sent to the wild 10,000 mountains in the extreme north of the Immortal Domain. Now no one knows what is going on. The immortal thoughts dispersed into the distance. Qin Wentian stepped out and went to the Emperor's mansion to say hello to the Qianbian Emperor. The person who greeted him was the Taishan Immortal King, and found that the Qianbian Emperor was not there. Taishan Immortal King, how is the situation? Qin Wentian asked. The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect has now truly started a full-scale war with us. 2 of the 6 states have already fallen and been recaptured by the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. We have already retreated to 4 states. Taishan Immortal King said, making Qin Wentian realize the seriousness of the matter. The Imperial War back then was too much of a concern. Now, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect has finally launched a full-scale battle. Except for the Immortal Emperor, many Immortal King armies have participated in the Immortal War. The foundation of the 2 is naturally stronger than that of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, so Qin Wentian is no exception to this outcome. Fortunately, there is another good news. In the past, Bai Wuya practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and entered the Emperor Realm. Now, my Qianbian Immortal Sect has 2 Immortal Emperors, and the Immortal Emperor Bai Wuya has also gone to practice in seclusion to stabilize his realm. Taishan Immortal King said. Qin Wentian was stunned, and then smiled. I'm going to the southern part of the Immortal Domain. Qin Wentian said, stepping into the Immortal King realm, it's time to go to the Fighting Saint clan. Chapter 1365, Dapan rises with a wind. The southern part of the fairyland is still dominated by the 3 ancient clans, and this is unlikely to change at least in the short term. The domineering Yin clan, the Nanhuang clan ruled by the Empress, and the mysterious and powerful Jiang clan, the 3 ancient clans are all extremely powerful. sweeping across the entire southern part of the fairyland. Although there are still some powerful immortal emperors in the southern part of the fairyland, they cannot shake the dominance of the three ancient clans. The last time Qin Wentian came to the southern part of the fairyland, Nanhuang Fairy City was still weak. At that time, he was invited by Nanhuang Yangxi to come to the Nanhuang clan to help her win the seat of the Nanhuang clan's inheritance saint, and he did not let this trip down. Now, walking in the ancient fairy city of Nanhuang clan again, Qin Wentian couldn't help but think of Nanhuang Yangxi. He wondered how she was doing in her cultivation now. Nanhuang clan was able to form an alliance with Qianbian Xianmen and Changqing Xianguo. When the Imperial War broke out, although he was involved in it, the core figure of the connection was still Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian always regarded her as a close friend and had been through life and death together. Therefore, when he came to Nanhuang Xianchang this time, Qin Wentian had to go to see Nanhuang Yangxi first and visit Nanhuang clan no matter what. After all, he would need the help of Nanhuang clan in the future. Outside Nanhuang clan, after Qin Wentian introduced his name, someone came to greet him soon. After seeing the leading woman, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a gentle smile. Nanhuang Sheng, like a soulmate, is a beautiful woman like a poem and painting, gentle as water, and loves music. Mr. Qin, I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still as charming as ever. Nanhuang Sheng smiled and said, then blinked at Qin Wentian, with a bit of playfulness, gentleness and a bit of agility, very smart, and somewhat different from Jiutian. Jiutian is a beauty who doesn't like the secular world, but Nanhuang Sheng is generous and makes people feel like spring breeze. Sheng, you are getting more and more beautiful. Qin Wentian said with a smile. As the beauty's cultivation improves, her temperament will continue to change, and her skin will become more and more crystal clear. She will indeed reverse her growth and become more and more beautiful. Mr. Qin, you are making fun of me. I heard that you came to Jiu Palace and got the news as soon as I heard that Yangxi was practicing. I had to come to greet her. We will go to Jiu Palace now. I don't know when Yangxi will finish her practice. If not, I will wake Yangxi up. Nanhuang Sheng said with a smile and led Qin Wentian forward. It's still not necessary. If Yangxi is at a critical moment in her practice, I will pay my respects to Senior Guhong and then leave. Qin Wentian said softly. That won't do. Young Master Qin, you've come to Nanhuang clan. If Yangxi knew that you left without waking her up, Yangxi would definitely blame me. Nanhuang Sheng shook her head and smiled. Besides, this practice is not a closed-door retreat for Yangxi, so it won't affect anything. You have to handle it well, otherwise if it really delays Yangxi's practice, it will be my fault. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head when he saw Nanhuang Sheng saying this. Don't worry, if it's really important to retreat, I won't wake her up. Nanhuang Sheng said softly. She is the guardian saint of Nanhuang Yangxi, and now everything must be considered for Nanhuang Yangxi. Jiu Palace, the former palace where Nanhuang Jiu practiced, was given to Nanhuang Yangxi because the Nanhuang clan had high hopes for Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian came to Jiu Palace and saw some familiar people, the guardian saint of Nanhuang Yangxi, and the women who competed for the position of the inheritance saint in the past. However, except for being familiar with Nanhuang Sheng, Qin Wentian was not familiar with the others. You take a rest here, I'll go call Yangxi. Nanhuang Sheng led Qin Wentian to a place to rest, and then left. Qin Wentian waited quietly. Not long after, the two beauties, Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng, appeared in front of him. Qin Wentian looked at the two beauties in front of him. Nanhuang Yangxi was noble and dignified, with bright eyes and a smile, and Nanhuang Sheng was pure as a picture. The two of them standing together were a feast for the eyes. Have you seen enough? Nanhuang Yangxi glared at Qin Wentian. Seeing Nanhuang Yangxi's eyes, Qin Wentian laughed. I didn't expect it, Yangxi. You are getting more and more interesting. With two beauties standing in front of me, I naturally can't help but look at them a few more times. Are they prettier than Qinger and King Chen? Nanhuang Yangxi had a bit of a smirk in her bright eyes. Qin Wentian was stunned for a while. It seemed that Nanhuang Yangxi was in a good mood. Each has its merits, each has its merits. Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly. Why do you have time to come to Nanhuang? Nanhuang Yangxi didn't dwell on it, but asked. I have something to do in the southern part of the fairyland. I haven't seen you for so many years, so I just came to see you and visit Senior Nanhuang Guhong. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Among the big figures of the Nanhuang clan, He was only familiar with Nanhuang Guhong, one of the patron saints of the Empress, so he naturally visited Nanhuang Guhong. Well, do you want to rest in the Nanhuang clan for a while, and I will arrange it? Nanhuang Yangxi asked. No need, I'm in a hurry to get on the road. The situation in the east of the fairyland is also quite tense now. Seeing that you are safe, I will visit Senior Guhong to express my feelings. Qin Wentian said softly. Yangxi, you accompany me to see Senior Guhong, and I will leave after the visit. So anxious. Nanhuang Yangxi was stunned. Yes, Mr. Qin has finally come here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Nanhuang Sheng advised. The Qianbian Immortal Gate has a teleportation array that leads directly to this city, and the Changqing Immortal Kingdom Palace is connected to the Nanhuang clan. I will come here at a moment's notice in the future. If I come to disturb you often in the future, you two beauties are not allowed to dislike it. Qin Wentian said jokingly. Yunzai will definitely be very happy. Nanhuang Sheng laughed softly, causing Nanhuang Yangxi to glare at her. This girl actually dared to say such a thing. In that case, let's go. Sheng, you come with me. Nanhuang Yangxi said. Yes. Nanhuang Sheng nodded gently. She was already Nanhuang Yangxi's right-hand man. Among Nanhuang Yangxi's many guardian saints, she was the fastest in cultivation and had the best talent. Nanhuang Guhong was a little surprised by Qin Wentian's arrival. After the Immortal Realm Judgment, an assassination against Qin Wentian occurred in the Changqing Immortal Kingdom Imperial City. After that, it was rumored that Qin Wentian had been practicing in seclusion and had not appeared for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, he would suddenly appear in the Nanhuang clan. Wentian greets Senior Guhong. Qin Wentian bowed slightly. Nanhuang Guhong looked at Qin Wentian, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. A strong immortal thought enveloped Qin Wentian and swept out frantically. You actually broke through to become an immortal king. Nanhuang Guhong was a little shocked. How long has he been practicing? He had just entered the 9th level of the immortal stage in the Immortal Realm Judgment. It took him more than 10 years to break through? When Qin Wentian came to the Nanhuang clan, he was in the same realm as Nanhuang Yangxi, the first level of the immortal stage. It has only been a few years, but he has actually become an immortal king. This speed of practice is simply terrifying. Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng also looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. Before, they had a vague feeling that Qin Wentian had changed a little, but they could not see much in their cultivation. At this moment, they were shocked by Nanhuang Guhong's words. Qin Wentian, he is actually already a strong man in the realm of Immortal King. This guy is incredible. Luckily, there are some opportunities. Qin Wentian said. Beaming Immortal Mountain is indeed his opportunity. He entered the Forbidden Land and was not dead, and met the old pervert. It seems that you are not practicing in seclusion and Qianbian Xianmen as rumored, but you are out exploring. You did it quietly and concealed it from many people. You are probably far away from the eastern part of the fairyland. Nanhuang Guhong smiled faintly, but he was a little frightened in his heart. This boy was at the same level as Nanhuang Yangxi. Nanhuang Yangxi even said that when they met him in the ancient Emperor City, he was only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. So Qin Wentian's cultivation speed is simply amazing. It would definitely not exceed 200 years until today. Moreover, what's more interesting is that many people around him were also cultivating very fast, as if cultivation can be contagious. For example, Nanhuang Yangxi emerged after knowing Qin Wentian and gradually became the leader of this generation. Do you need any help with Nanhuang this time? Nanhuang Guhong didn't ask much, but he felt more and more that this person was worthy of the Nanhuang clan's association. The Heavenly Dao Holy Academy appeared, and the servant of Emperor Yi, the Feather Emperor, showed amazing abilities. Chaos in the eastern part of the immortal realm was about to break out. The demon clans in the west were also ready to move. The 3 major clans in the south, now the Zhang clan has a group of amazing people, and the Ying clan is more aggressive. From many perspectives, the immortal realm may usher in a turmoil in a brand new era. Although Qin Wentian has not played any role yet, he has already promoted the situation in the eastern part of the immortal domain. In order to protect him, many top forces have emerged and the Emperor War has broken out. With his potential, he will surely shine in the immortal domain in the future. Under such circumstances, Nanhuang Guhong believes that if he can really become a member of the ancient emperor's seed in the future, then the relationship between Nanhuang and him may affect the future of Nanhuang. No, I came here to visit the senior and visit Yunzai and Shengjia. Then I will leave. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled. There is one more thing. Qin Wentian remembers the kindness of Nanhuang to me and will repay it in the future. Although this is a polite remark, it is very important to Qin Wentian and Nanhuang. Why does Nanhuang help him? Is it just because of the relationship with Nanhuang Yangxi? This has been confirmed before, so he needs to let Nanhuang know that he will remember everything Nanhuang does for him. In addition, he has entered the realm of Immortal King so quickly, so this sentence seems to have more weight. You're welcome. Nanhuang will always be your friend. Nanhuang Guhong said calmly. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. After meeting the senior and Yangxi, I have fulfilled my wish and will leave now. Yangxi, you see Wentian off. Nanhuang Guhong said, and Nanhuang Yangxi nodded. She and Nanhuang Sheng went to see him off and did not try to stop him. Since Qin Wentian had decided to leave, he must have important things to do and would not stay. After they left, many people appeared in the hall. Qin Wentian knew of their presence, but they did not shy away from talking. This boy has entered the Immortal King realm so quickly. His potential is terrible. Indeed, no wonder the Changqing Emperor betrothed his daughter to him, the Qianbian Emperor also gave his full support, and the mysterious Immortal Emperor Ud interfered because of this boy. What should we do? Someone looked at Nanhuang Guhong. The Nanhuang clan will support him more in the future. Nanhuang Guhong said, always pay attention to the developments in the eastern part of the fairyland. For a young genius, they may face many powerful enemies. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for the Nanhuang clan? Someone whispered. When the rock rises with a wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Nanhuang Guhong's figure flashed, leaving behind a word and disappeared. Everyone's eyes were sharp. It seemed that Nanhuang Guhong was very optimistic about Qin Wentian. Once he rode the wind, he would be able to soar to the sky. Chapter 1366 Realm Division. Shenshao Villa was silent. A long time ago, Yudi had dismissed the people in the villa. When Qin Wentian arrived at the villa, he stood inside the villa, his immortal thoughts enveloped the vast space, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. In his immortal thoughts, there was a figure standing in the ancient peak next to the villa. It was Ud. Ud opened his eyes and directly sent a message with his immortal thoughts. The ancient mountain has been opened, you can go in. Thank you, senior. Qin Wentian said politely. Although he already knew that Ud was also a member of the Fighting Saint clan, Ud was a subordinate of the previous generation of Saint Lord Ud, and his cultivation was even more powerful. In any case, he should have enough respect. After Qin Wentian finished speaking, he went straight to the ancient mountain. The ancient mountain was still the same as the last time he set foot on it. It contained a mysterious willpower. The more powerful people step into it, the more they could feel the terrible will. Qin Wentian guessed that this was most likely left by the ancient emperor, so he yearned for it even more. Back then, the Purple Emperor, as a top-level immortal emperor, could not force his way into the place. It is conceivable how terrifying the ancient emperor was, and he might have reached another level. Qin Wentian had practiced with the hand of God for many years, so he would naturally not be disturbed by the ancient mountain. He easily passed through many obstacles and entered the place where he thought the former residence of Emperor Yi was, where the great monsters were sleeping and guarding. Qin Wentian did not wake up the great monsters, and quietly walked forward and came to the 3 bronze gates. Now he has 2 choices, to enter from the 2nd bronze gate, or to enter the 1st bronze gate as usual, and then use his Immortal King realm to break the shackles of the 3 realms and enter the 2nd realm. According to what the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan said, the Immortal Kings can go to the 2nd realm. Let's go to the 1st realm and take a look. Qin Wentian quickly made a decision in his heart. When he was in the 1st realm, he knew the existence of the Fighting Saint clan. Now that he is back, he should go and take a look anyway. Qin Wentian opened the 1st bronze gate and stepped into it. Fighting Saint clan. When Qin Wentian appeared, Qi Dongliu and the others had already come to greet him, bowing and saying, Holy Lord. Qi Dongliu was a little confused, wondering why Qin Wentian returned to the Fighting Saint clan at this time. Could it be that something happened to the Fighting Saint clan disciples in the outside world? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. Qi Da and the others have gone to practice cultivation on their own. Qin Wentian seemed to understand Qi Dongliu's worries and said, I came to the Fighting Saint clan to prepare to go to the 2nd realm heaven, and I came to see you. The Holy Lord has entered the King realm. Qi Dongliu was shocked. This cultivation speed was too terrible. When the Holy Lord came, He was still at the lower level of the immortal platform. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Qi Dongliu was a little excited. The stronger the generations of Saint Lords were, the more hope there was for his fighting Saint clan. According to their ancestors, although their enemies were not on the Qingxuan immortal domain, they were extremely powerful, so they hid in this independent realm and inherited and developed from generation to generation. They did not dare to let the fighting Saint clan break the inheritance. At the same time, they let many Xianjiao follow the Saint Lord to fight, hoping to stand on the top of the galaxy again one day. Do you know the situation in the second realm? Qin Wentian asked Qi Dongliu. The Three Realms is an independent world. Although the people of the fighting Saint clan in the first realm cooperated with him, the Saint Lord, the more powerful the person, the more arrogant he was. The people of the fighting Saint clan in the second realm will be people in the realm of immortal kings, and there may be many top-level beings in the realm of immortal kings. If these people were to obey him, I wonder if it would be as smooth as in the first realm. I don't know. It has been countless years since the last generation of Saint Lord came here. This first world has experienced generations of people. I don't know what has happened in these years. However, what is certain is that in the second world, there should be more strong people of the fighting Saint clan than in the first world. They may have bred descendants of the fighting Saint clan in the second world, and someone must have awakened the holy bone. Qi Dongliu said, the second world should be able to give the Saint Lord a lot of help. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded lightly. With his current cultivation level and background, ordinary help would not be of much help to him. Of course, the difference between the fighting Saint clan and the other major forces related to him is that this force is truly his and obeys his orders. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Can I break through the realm and enter the second heaven? It should be possible. Qi Dongliu said. Then I will go. Qin Wentian said. Saint Lord, won't you stay for a few days? Qi Dongliu asked. No, I just come here to see you. Qin Wentian shook his head. Okay, then I'll see you off, Holy Lord. Qi Dongliu bowed, and then he saw Qin Wentian's body soaring into the air, heading for the void. The creation of the three realms is similar to the particle world. If you are strong enough, you can break the barrier. The second realm is also a complete space world. The three realms created by the first generation of Holy Lord constituted a complete world. The people in this world were the same as those in the particle world. They didn't know that the place they were in was just opened up by others. Except for the people of the fighting Saint clan, they all thought that this was the whole world. Qin Wentian did not roll out from the ground. After breaking through the space barrier, he came to the void of the second realm, in the clouds and mist. When Qin Wentian walked out of the particle world, he did not roll out directly from the underground of the fairyland, so Qin Wentian was not surprised at all. His figure flashed, and he landed below, and the immortal thought spread out, instantly covering the vast space. In the second world, Jiutian sect is a very powerful force, the overlord of this area. The ancestor of Jiutian sect is a legendary king, with incredible magical powers. The overlord Jiutian sect has a magnificent mountain gate and disciples with noble bearing. However, at this time, a young strong man came and walked directly to the main peak of Jiutian sect. Suddenly, many young disciples flashed and said with coldness, "Sir, please stay." Qin Wentian did not look at the other party. His figure suddenly became faster and disappeared directly like a flash of lightning. Those people's eyes froze and their bodies froze there. What a terrible speed. Where is he going? The mountain behind the main peak is where the ancestor practices. These disciples were shocked. Qin Wentian would not care about their thoughts and came directly to an old man who was practicing in a cave. The old man opened his eyes, looked at the extremely young immortal king in front of him, and asked, "What advice do you have for me, Taoist friend? Which force is the overlord of this world, and how strong is it?" Qin Wentian asked. The immortal king should know these things. The old man frowned slightly. What does this person mean, this world? Is he not from this world? The War Saint Palace, which rules the world, is the king of the world. The power is extremely powerful. I dare not make a rash judgment. The old man said. Where is the place? Send me the location with your immortal thoughts. Qin Wentian said. The old man frowned and said coldly, Your Excellency is a little too domineering. Qin Wentian did not show any respect at all. Boom. An astonishing might burst out from Qin Wentian, and he said, Send me the immortal thoughts. The old man looked ugly, but he felt a momentum, and then a wisp of immortal thoughts condensed into memory and passed it to Qin Wentian. After getting what he wanted, Qin Wentian left directly in a flash. The old man was a little trembling. Where did this person come from? He was so powerful and so young. On this day, the entire Jiutian sect trembled. The momentum just now swept every place in Jiutian sect, like the power of doomsday. This world is not so vast. After all, it is the three realms heaven created. The Battle Saint Palace and the Fighting Saint clan should be no problem. Behind this overlord force should be the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan. The Battle Saint Palace is far more magnificent than the palace ruled by the Battle Saint clan in the first world. Qin Wentian knew that there were many powerful people in it with a glance of his immortal mind. He stepped out and came to the Battle Saint Palace. He raised his feet and walked up the stairs. A guard stopped Qin Wentian with a sharp look. "Qin, come to the Battle Saint Palace to challenge." Qin Wentian spoke loudly, and his voice rolled up and directly transmitted to the magnificent Battle Saint Palace, which immediately shook the Battle Saint Palace. There were actually people who dared to come to the Overlord Force Battle Saint Palace to challenge. This was simply crazy. In the Battle Saint Palace, strong people kept flashing and moving. Qin Wentian exuded an extremely powerful momentum. He stepped up. The guards felt that breath and dared not stop him. Qin Wentian walked along the stairs. In a blink of an eye, he came to the Battle Saint Palace and challenged. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Battle Saint Palace to challenge?" The young man folded his hands in front of his chest and stared at Qin Wentian with proud eyes. "I have been in the realm of Immortal King for several years. The person I challenged was a strong man in the initial stage of Immortal King, not the immortal platform." Qin Wentian glanced at the young man indifferently. His expression was more arrogant than the other party. The realm of Immortal King is different from that of the previous realms. Immortal King and Immortal Emperor are both in the King realm. However, in order to distinguish them, Qingxuan Immortal Domain has a more detailed division of Immortal King and Immortal Emperor. Immortal King is divided into Initial Stage Immortal King, Middle Stage Immortal King, and Top Stage Immortal King. Immortal Emperor is divided into Initial Stage Immortal Emperor, Middle Stage Immortal Emperor, and Top Stage Immortal Emperor. Each stage is divided into early and late stages according to the depth of the realm. Qin Wentian, who had just entered the realm of Immortal King not long ago, belonged to the Initial Stage Immortal King. However, after he stepped into the realm of Immortal King, his realm was stable and he could directly compete with a strong man in the late stage of the Initial Stage Immortal King. The young man's expression changed slightly, and he felt humiliated. A beautiful woman next to him said coldly, "Even if you have entered the realm of Immortal King, you are not qualified to act wildly here." "I'm not here to act wildly, but to challenge. People from the Fighting Saint Palace, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Qin Wentian said loudly. He was ready to use this battle to see the strength of the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan. At the same time, he would also show some strength to the other party. In this way, the people of the Fighting Saint clan would be more willing to follow him. Chapter 1367, Discussion. The three realms were opened up by the Fighting Saint clan, who are the absolute overlords of the three realms. However, there are not too many people in the Fighting Saint clan who have awakened the Holy Bone. It is obviously not enough to rely on the people of the Fighting Saint clan to rule the three realms. The Fighting Saint clan has already taken root in the three realms. The Fighting Saint clan of the second realm has incarnated into the War Saint Palace to rule this realm. Of course, the real absolute core is still the people who have awakened the Holy Bone. Only they know the mission they are carrying and the truth of the world. Although the person who came in front of him is a strong man from the War Saint Palace, he is not actually a core figure of the Fighting Saint clan who has truly awakened the Holy Bone. However, he is still a descendant of the Fighting Saint clan, so he carries the innate pride, the pride of being an absolute overlord. No one has ever dared to set foot in the War Saint Palace to challenge you. You are really looking for death? The beautiful woman said coldly. Even if he has just entered the Immortal King realm, what does it matter? As the overlord of the War Saint Palace, any Immortal King who walks out at random can kill him. Sure enough, a powerful Immortal King arrived soon. This person was an Immortal King of the War Saint Palace, but he was not from the Fighting Saint clan. He was a person trained by the War Saint Palace. Being able to become an Immortal King meant that he was definitely a big shot in the second world. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "You came here to challenge, just to attract the attention of my War Saint Palace and want to join it. If you defeat me, maybe someone will meet you. I see, you actually use such means to attract attention, Then it depends on how capable you are. The young man sneered. This young man and the beautiful woman beside him belonged to the direct lineage of the War Saint Palace. They had the blood of the Fighting Saint clan flowing in their veins, but they had not awakened the holy bone. They sighed. The old ones were still the wisest. They guessed the purpose of this person's coming at a glance. Their War Saint Palace was the world hegemon, and the world was submissive. Indeed, apart from this reason, they could not think of the purpose of Qin Wentian's challenge. There was only this possibility. Qin Wentian smiled without comment and said, "Please." As he spoke, he soared into the air, and the immortal king of the War Saint Palace also soared into the air, and the two of them stood high in the sky. The powerful force of rules flowed, and the immortal king of the War Saint Palace raised his hand and blasted towards Qin Wentian. In just a moment, a dazzling golden palm print covered the sky and the sun, like a palm print of gods and demons, smashing and crushing all existence. The world made a roaring sound, and the strong man of the War Saint Palace below looked up with a smile on his face. On Qin Wentian's body, the body of rules flowed with a terrible luster, and the divine aura flowed, looking at the golden palm print. He raised his hand and waved it, and suddenly the world was in turmoil. The terrible rune rules of the vast space around him gathered and turned into a terrifying magic knife of destruction, slashing out, and the golden palm print shattered in an instant. Those magic knives of destruction continued to move forward and slashed at the strong man of the War Saint Palace. The immortal king of the War Saint Palace released his own rule domain, and was immediately surrounded by all kinds of powerful rule domain forces. However, Qin Wentian was a little disappointed when he felt this rule domain. This should be just an ordinary immortal king, nothing extraordinary. His figure flashed, and his body movements were extremely fast. The vast destructive power between heaven and earth gathered and turned into an extremely huge and incomparable destruction demon sword. Qin Wentian came directly in front of the demon sword, clenched his palm, and the demon sword chopped down with the wind, breaking through the rule domain barrier, destroying everything, and descending with an incomparable destructive pressure. Puff! The sword light fell, and the immortal king of the War Saint Palace only fell trembling all over, and cold sweats. When the sword chopped down, he felt death, but the demon sword chopped past him and chopped into the distance, without killing him. Such a battle made him feel a little frustrated. They were both in the immortal king realm. Why was the gap so big? Looking up, he saw Qin Wentian looking at him, and the immortal king said, "Have you really just stepped into the immortal king realm a few years ago? I am an immortal king after all. How can I make up lies to elevate myself? You are not strong enough. If the War Saint Palace only has such strength, it will be disappointing." Qin Wentian's voice was calm, and he spread out towards the vast land below. He saw figures rising into the air, among which were several immortal kings. Qin Wentian's eyes were like lightning, seeing through everything. He said to those people, "Immortal kings, you can come together. I don't mind." Several immortal kings' faces turned pale, and they felt insulted. One after another, they flew into the air and stared at Qin Wentian. One of them said, "Don't be too arrogant." Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum burst out, and the rule field was released. The rules of destruction, the rules of demons, the rules of monsters, were extremely violent. It seemed that a wonderful change had occurred in the rule field. Some rules were intertwined and condensed into terrible monsters of destruction, overlooking everyone. The faces of several immortal kings changed. They also doubted Qin Wentian's words. Is this really something that a strong man who has entered the immortal king realm for several years can do? You're welcome. Qin Wentian smiled. Several immortal kings stared at each other and then nodded gently. When Qin Wentian's momentum bloomed and saw his rule field, they felt that they needed to join forces. Buzz! It seemed like a strong wind was rising, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared from the spot, like a flash of lightning, so fast that it was unbelievable. Body movement. Everyone's face changed slightly. This was an extremely powerful body movement. They saw a series of residual images, as if they had turned into the divine bird Dapan. The residual images stretched out, and soon all the residual images appeared in this rule field. Boom! The figures of Dapan monsters condensed and attacked those strong men with violent demonic energy. Qin Wentian mixed into these attacking Dapans with his body movement, making it difficult for everyone to catch him. Be careful. Their immortal thoughts were desperately catching the movement of the residual images, and at the same time they launched attacks to resist the attacks of those monsters. Why do I feel drowsy, as if I'm dreaming? Someone had a thought in his mind, as if his mind was already a little confused, and he couldn't tell which was Qin Wentian's residual image and which was the attacking Dapan condensed by the rules. It's a dream. He has comprehended the power of dreams and integrated it into the complex rule field of rules. Several people's faces changed. If this continues, the opponent seems to be invincible. Boom! A terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, and one of them was forced to retreat. Qin Wentian appeared in front of him. The extremely violent destructive force shook the other party's body and his face was horrified, but Qin Wentian stood there motionless, just smiling at everyone. Several people looked at each other with ugly faces. Several powerful immortal kings were defeated without fighting. We are ashamed of ourselves. One person said. The rule domain dissipated. The words of these immortal kings alarmed many younger generations of the War Saint Palace. The strength of this person who came was so powerful. Let me try. At this time, a young immortal king came over without a walk. Immediately, countless people below showed sharp eyes. The immortal kings also gave up the battlefield and retreated. The look of looking at the young man showed a bit of respect. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to have golden brilliance, and then he smiled. The real master finally came out. Go up a little further. The young man said, stepping towards the sky. Qin Wentian nodded and also walked towards the sky. The stronger the duel, the more terrible the range. You take action. The young man stared at Qin Wentian and said, with a strong sense of confidence in his tone. Please. Qin Wentian smiled and released a rule field. Then, the young man's rule field was also released. Each of them used their bodies as the center, releasing terrible power and eroding the other's rule field. As expected of a member of the Fighting Saint clan, Qin Wentian looked at the opponent's rule domain, which was shrouded in golden fighting holy light and had infinite power. The phantoms of divine apes were looming. This rule domain was integrated and obviously very mature. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, and a terrifying destruction demon knife appeared there. He then held it in his palm. The rule power flowing from his body merged into the demon knife. At the same time, the power of the entire rule domain seemed to be rushing towards the demon knife. In an instant, the destruction demon might was earth-shattering. The demon knife was like a sword of destruction. With a smile on his face, Qin Wentian stepped forward, raised his knife and slashed it down. The world went berserk, and a ray of destruction flashed across it. The young man was a little sullen, and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the divine apes and the domain of rules roared together, and golden light filled the sky. A great and supreme divine ape slashed with both palms, and slammed under the sword light of destruction. A thunderous roar was heard, and the sword and palm print were all shattered. However, a second sword of destruction came into being between heaven and earth, and a more terrifying power gathered and went towards the sword of destruction. Cut. Qin Wentian uttered a word, and a stronger sword light chopped down. The young man looked a little surprised. He stepped into the void, and the light in his body bloomed. With a roar, the divine ape soared into the air at the same time, roared, and the boundless power burst out, turning into a great palm print of destruction, and smashed towards the sword of destruction. It was another terrifying collision, and they were destroyed together. However, a third sword condensed in the void, which was more powerful, as if the sword intent of the first two swords was also integrated into it. The world seemed to be split apart, and the domain power around Qin Wentian rushed to the third sword frantically. The knife fell, and a huge phantom of a divine ape floated behind the young man. The bones in his body burst out with super fighting power. Fists were seen blasting out, this time not only blasting at the knife, but also at Qin Wentian, obviously knowing that the knife could not be destroyed. Qin Wentian pressed his palm forward, and the extremely domineering demonic power gathered into a lightning of destruction, like the light of judgment, slashing out, and all the fists that came to shatter were shattered. The third knife fell, and the green roar shook the sky, destroying the knife again. However, the third knife appeared. The young man looked desperate. Although he wanted to fight, he felt invincible. Back off. A voice came, and a figure came from a distance. The young man nodded, restrained his momentum and retreated, obviously admitting defeat. In the initial stage of the Immortal King realm, no one here can defeat you. The voice came again, this time speaking to Qin Wentian, and everyone's heart trembled slightly, looking at Qin Wentian in shock. Let's try the mid-level Immortal King over there, Qin Wentian said. The War Saint Palace was shocked. Who is this person? He came to the War Saint Palace, the overlord of the world, and showed such amazing power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1368 Conversation. Moreover, this young man was very arrogant. He claimed that he had only entered the realm of Immortal King for a few years. In the Battle Saint Palace, no one in the same realm could defeat him. Now, he wanted to challenge the intermediate level Immortal King of their Battle Saint Palace. Below, the young man and woman looked unhappy. This guy was too arrogant, but his strength was indeed very strong. I will kill him to establish my prestige in the Battle Saint Palace. The young man whispered, and then another figure stepped forward from a distance, facing Qin Wentian from a distance. The aura emanating from this person was amazing, and the vast space was violently fluctuating. It was obvious that his realm was very deep, higher than Qin Wentian's realm, and he had reached the level of the intermediate level Immortal King. His eyes were full of spirit, and the gaze as he shot out seemed to carry the power of fighting, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Since you want to challenge the intermediate level Immortal King, then I will test your strength. This person said, and then the rules between heaven and earth rioted, all of which were full of monstrous fighting momentum. Qin Wentian felt a strong pressure falling on him, which was super scary. The intermediate level Immortal King of the Battle Saint clan was obviously not weak in strength, and this person's fighting power must be amazing. The other party raised his hand and slapped forward. The endless power of rules between heaven and earth rolled violently. Then a terrifying handprint fell directly from the sky and blasted towards Qin Wentian through the air. It was magnificent and earth-shaking. This big handprint covered the sky. There was no place to dodge. The only way was to hit it head-on. Qin Wentian's body was shining with divine brilliance. The terrifying light flowed, inspiring superpower. With his body as the center, the power of heaven and earth around him turned into monstrous rules. He raised his palm and also blasted out a big handprint. The light was blazing and earth shaking. A shocking collision sound burst out. Although fighting in the sky, it still shook the eardrums of the people below. The roar continued, looking up at the sky, and was terrified. The intermediate fairy king's rule field bloomed, and in an instant, Qin Wentian's body was wrapped in it. The depth of the realm was reflected in various abilities. The rule field and the rule body were more terrifying. He wanted to use the rule field to directly crush Qin Wentian. Kill. The rule domain was filled with a might of fighting. The strong men of the Fighting Saint clan practiced a Fighting Saint law and awakened the Saint bone. The power of their practice was very familiar. Although the attributes of the rules were different, they would all build their own rule power based on the fighting rule domain in the Fighting Saint law. The rule domain of this strong man was somewhat similar to the previous one, but it was more violent and terrifying, and the might of the battle was more tyrannical. I saw a pair of huge and boundless palm prints closing together and slapping towards Qin Wentian. The rule domain wanted to kill him in this fighting rule domain. Qin Wentian also felt a huge pressure at this time. I saw his rule domain released. In an instant, the magic power was overwhelming, and the power of destruction swept across the world. The body was constantly flowing with amazing power. I saw ancient characters blooming one after another. These ancient characters were like palm prints, bursting out, revealing the power of the magic way to destroy everything, attacking in all directions. In just a moment, the rumble shook the heaven and earth. The place where Qin Wentian's rule body was located, his rule domain was the strongest, directly smashing the encroaching forces, and then the rule domain expanded out, colliding wildly with the opponent's rule domain. Palm print. The opponent frowned slightly, and this palm print made him feel a little familiar. The world changed, the rules rioted, covering the sky and the sun. Qin Wentian's rule domain gradually took shape, and turned into a black sky-covering hand, revealing an extremely violent, destructive and repressive force, wanting to destroy everything. This black big handprint fell from the sky and slapped towards the middle-level fairy king. The middle-level fairy king was shocked. He roared, and the fighting holy bone in his body stimulated 1,000-foot battle light. He raised his hand to activate the rules of heaven and earth, roared, and the divine ape possessed him. The roar shattered the void, and there was also a huge and boundless palm print that blasted out, colliding with the superpower condensed by the opponent's rule domain. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the space seemed to be broken. The figures of the two were submerged by the frenzied power of rules. When everything disappeared, They still stood proudly in the void, staring at each other. "Come with me." At this time, the middle-level immortal king suddenly spoke, then turned around and stepped out. Qin Wentian smiled and followed him. This scene made everyone look puzzled. What was going on? The battle suddenly stopped at this time? Could it be that they really planned to introduce Qin Wentian into the Battle Saint Palace? Some people of the Battle Saint clan who awakened the Holy Bones left quietly. They also found some clues. The black big palm that covered the sky and the sun was very similar to some kind of magical power in the rumors. At the top of the Battle Saint Palace, there are many holy temples. Even the high-ranking officials of the Battle Saint Palace are not allowed to set foot there easily. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian came here. After passing through many checkpoints, they walked to the deep behind the Holy Temple, the misty Holy Land. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts had not discovered this place before, and it was obviously blocked by his immortal thoughts. He knew that this place was where the real power in this world was. "Now you can tell me, who are you?" the middle-level immortal king asked. "Haven't you guessed it?" Qin Wentian smiled. "I'll take you to see the clan leader." The middle-level immortal king glanced at Qin Wentian. Every world of the Fighting Saint clan has a clan leader who governs everything in this world. In this second world, the palace master of the Battle Saint Palace is just a strong man of the Fighting Saint clan, and the clan leader is the real absolute controller. The two walked forward, and Qin Wentian came to the place where an old man practiced. He was staring at a chessboard on the ground in a daze. This expectation was extremely complicated and revealed the meaning of the Great Way. "What is the attack you derived from the rule domain?" the old man asked with his head down. "The hand of God." On Qin Wentian's body, divine aura flowed, and the light was brilliant. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly a terrifying aura filled the air, like the hand of a god, with infinite power. The hand of God derived from the sacred fighting method. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. "Not bad fighting power." The clan leader looked up and looked at Qin Wentian. "And you are very young? Are you from the first realm?" "Yes, I went to the first realm before, and then I came directly." Qin Wentian nodded. "In that case, I should call you the Holy Lord." The old man stood up, and Qin Wentian said humbly, "Senior, you don't have to be polite, just call me Wentian." "Yes." The old man nodded gently. "In fact, I don't agree with the practice of our ancestors. Although the first generation of Holy Lord gave my Fighting Saint clan the grace of rebirth, that was the first generation of Holy Lord after all. It is difficult to have a figure like the first generation of Holy Lord again. I prefer the Fighting Saint clan's own strong people to practice, venture into the world, and at the same time, preserve one lineage to keep the clan fire alive. As for future Holy Lords, even if their talents must be outstanding, it is unknown how far they can go. What's more, there is no way to absolutely guarantee the character of generations of Holy Lords. Although the people of my Fighting Saint clan will obey the orders of the Holy Lord, which will only benefit the Holy Lord and not harm him, time is too long. I don't know how many years it will take for generations of Holy Lords. As long as a major change occurs, we can't afford the price." Qin Wentian nodded gently. What the old man said was not wrong. In the endless years, no one knows what will happen. I said this for no other reason, but I feel a little emotional. Since the Holy Lord is here, I will order people to follow him. Even if I don't agree with the ancestors' actions, our Fighting Saint clan will still follow the rules. In addition, there are also some treasures in the second world heaven. If the Holy Lord needs them, he can take some away. Senior, you are polite. I am not short of resources. I will not take the treasures. If the immortal kings of the Fighting Saint clan are unwilling to leave with me, I will never force them, and I will definitely not reveal the secrets of the Fighting Saint clan." Qin Wentian said calmly. He came here because he needed to borrow some power from the Fighting Saint clan. After all, this power belonged to him. However, in a sense, there is no reward without merit. He has not made any contribution to the Fighting Saint clan yet. It is just an illusory promise. At his current level, his views on many things have changed. He does not force others. If the Fighting Saint clan does not want to follow, he will not force them. However, as for the wishes of the Fighting Saint clan, it will not have much to do with him. Qida and his people have served him before, and he will only promise to take care of Qida and his people and help them as much as possible. The old man looked at Qin Wentian in surprise and said, "Can you really do that?" Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Senior, I have been practicing for less than 200 years and have reached my current realm. Although I dare not say that I am outstanding, it is probably not easy to find someone with better talent than me in the Fighting Saint clan. Although I need to rely on the power of the Fighting Saint clan now, if you have been out, you will know that the role of the Immortal King powerhouses to me is also limited. I also have Emperor-level powerhouses behind me. What's more, the Fighting Saint clan serves me and is helpful to me at present, but in the future, when I reach a certain realm, I will give back to the Fighting Saint clan. For example, the people I brought out from the first realm, I will be the only one who will take care of them in the future. Therefore, in a sense, Qin is not taking advantage of the Fighting Saint clan. Whatever he has gained now, he will repay the Fighting Saint clan double in the future. On the contrary, if the Fighting Saint clan is unwilling to follow, I will no longer shoulder this mission, because the Fighting Saint clan is missing me, but at the same time, without the help of the Fighting Saint clan, my life will not be much different. The old man looked at Qin Wentian with a flickering eye. He believed that the previous Saint Lords actually took advantage of their Fighting Saint clan, so he said these words to Qin Wentian in the hope that Qin Wentian would be more dedicated to the Fighting Saint clan in the future and not be too arrogant in front of the Fighting Saint clan's strong men. After all, the people who followed them this time would all be immortal kings. Unexpectedly, Qin Wentian's words refuted him speechless. Chapter 1369, Immortal King Legion. The two of them said it implicitly, but if he said it bluntly, he said to Qin Wentian that your successive Saint Lords had taken advantage of my Fighting Saint clan, and my Fighting Saint clan still had to bear the risk. Qin Wentian responded to him that this was a transaction in itself. I got more benefits now, and I would get more in the future. I didn't take advantage of your Fighting Saint clan. If you don't want to follow me, I don't care. I respect your choice, but the future of the Fighting Saint clan has nothing to do with him. So arrogant. The old man thought to himself, and then figures flashed one after another, and many immortal kings arrived. They had been listening to the conversation here, and they looked at Qin Wentian with different eyes. Senior, please consider it for an hour. I will wait outside. Whether you are willing to follow me or how many strong people are willing to follow you is up to you to choose. I will never interfere and respect the choice of the Fighting Saint clan. However, there is one thing. If you choose to follow me, I don't want any unpleasantness to happen. Of course, I will also respect the strong people who are willing to follow me. Qin Wentian said, and then turned and left, as if he really looked at it lightly as he said, and respected all the choices of the Fighting Saint clan. After Qin Wentian left, the immortal kings of the Fighting Saint clan looked at each other, and the old man was also stunned. This guy is so arrogant. An immortal king whispered. He is indeed arrogant, but his strength is also great. If it is true as he said, he has only been an immortal king for a few years and has practiced for less than 200 years, his talent is terrible. Another immortal king said, such a person is naturally arrogant. The clan leader wanted to make him feel that he owed the Fighting Saint clan. Obviously, he was very unhappy and thought that whether the people of the Fighting Saint clan followed him would not affect him. What do you think? The clan leader of the Fighting Saint clan looked at everyone. The people here were all immortal kings of the Fighting Saint clan. At this level, they already had the ability to dominate the world, and they had lived for many years. It was obviously more difficult for them to follow Qin Wentian willingly like the people of the Immortal Terrace. After all, many people here were at a higher level than Qin Wentian. I am used to being unrestrained and cannot accept this kind of bossy attitude. An immortal king said with a smile, expressing that he would not follow Qin Wentian. This is the order of our ancestors. We want to change it, but it is difficult to change it. If we refuse to follow, it means we have missed this generation of Saint Lord. But if fate does not change and we have to follow a certain generation of Saint Lord, I think we should not miss this boy. Indeed, he can say what he said before, which means that he is very ambitious and has very strong self-confidence. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Some people were unhappy with Qin Wentian, and some people thought that this person was worth following. However, even among those who thought it was worth following, there were some who did not want to follow. After all, they also had their own pride, and Qin Wentian's words just now were very absolute. As long as you follow him, you must obey all his orders. In this matter, he seemed very strong. The clan leader listened to everyone's opinions and then said, call back all the people at the level of Immortal King outside immediately. Since you said so, I respect your choice. Those who are willing to follow him can go, and those who are unwilling to follow him can stay. This is your own choice. Everyone nodded. At this time, Qin Wentian walked out of this space and stood outside the hall. When he came here before, he guessed that this trip would not be as smooth as the first realm, so he broke through the realm and showed his strength in front of the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan. The fact is just as he guessed. It is not an easy thing to ask the strong men of the Immortal King to follow him willingly, but he did not force it. Let the Fighting Saint clan choose for themselves. Time passed little by little. Qin Wentian only gave the other party an hour. He could not be sure what choice the Fighting Saint clan would make, but he would accept it. In this hour, someone else came and walked past Qin Wentian. They were all powerful people, strong men at the realm of Immortal King. Before an hour was up, the clan leader of the Fighting Saint clan came out. Has the clan leader made a decision? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Holy Lord. The clan leader called out, causing Qin Wentian to smile slightly. Holy Lord, there are still many strong men in our clan who are practicing and training outside and have not returned. What I can tell you now is that there will be many Immortal King strong men following you, but the exact number of strong men will need to wait until everyone in our clan returns to be determined. Can you wait a few more days? Qin Wentian said. Qin Wentian thought about it, then smiled and nodded. It was indeed impossible for all the Immortal King strong men of the Fighting Saint clan to gather in the clan. In this case, I will walk around in the second realm heaven. The clan leader will give me a deadline, and I will come back by then. Qin Wentian said. 7 days, the Holy Lord does not have to go out, I will let the people of the War Saint Palace accompany you. The clan leader said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Since the people of the Fighting Saint clan compromised and were willing to follow, he naturally did not want to be too unfamiliar, so he stayed in the War Saint Palace. Anyway, the 7 days would be up in the blink of an eye. Saint Lord Qing, follow me. The mid-level Immortal King who had fought with Qin Wentian before came over and stretched out his hand to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, stepped out, and headed towards the many palaces of the War Saint Palace. Saint Lord, my name is Jiutian. The strong man beside him said, is the Holy Lord still angry about the words of the clan leader? Qin Wentian shook his head and said, not really. The clan leader did not say anything wrong. I can understand what the clan leader said and thought. Jiutian was stunned, a little surprised at Qin Wentian's calmness. It seems that Qin Wentian really sees things clearly and calmly. You don't need to worry about what I think about the Holy Clan. I said that I respect the clan leader's choice, and I will do what I should do. Why would I care about a word? Qin Wentian said with a smile, dispelling Jiutian's doubts. The Holy Lord has an extraordinary character. Jiutian nodded, and then took Qin Wentian to a mansion, saying, the Holy Lord will rest in this mansion for a few days. I will give orders. If the Holy Lord has any orders, just give them directly. The Holy Lord can also walk around the War Saint Palace at will. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then Jiutian took his leave. After that, he gave orders. Suddenly, the War Saint Palace was shaken. The young man who came to challenge was not only not punished, but became a guest of honor, and enjoyed extremely high treatment. The young men and women before were all very surprised, wondering what was going on. Could it be that he chose to join the War Saint Palace? Qin Wentian did not go out for 7 days. He had been practicing quietly, waiting for the news of the Fighting Saint clan. Until 7 days later, the patriarch of the Fighting Saint clan personally brought dozens of strong men to the mansion where Qin Wentian was. Patriarch. Qin Wentian glanced at the powerful men who appeared in front of him. In addition to the patriarch of the Fighting Saint clan, there were 36 other people. Each of them was at the Immortal King level, with a restrained aura and eyes as bright as lightning. Holy Lord. The patriarch of the Fighting Saint clan nodded, and then the powerful Immortal Kings also nodded to Qin Wentian and said, Holy Lord. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian knew clearly that these people would be the Immortal Kings who were willing to follow him. A smile appeared on his face. 36 Immortal Kings, and they were all elite Immortal Kings of the Fighting Saint clan. This was definitely a very terrifying force. The Holy Lord's own combat power was enough to compete with the people of the middle-level Immortal platform. Therefore, the 36 Immortal Kings of the Fighting Saint clan here were all deliberately selected by our clan. They are all middle-level Immortal Kings and top-level Immortal Kings. Among them, 3 have already stood at the top of the Immortal King level. The clan leader said to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian nodded secretly. It seemed that the clan leader of the Fighting Saint clan also intended to make up for what happened that day. The strong men selected this time were beyond his expectations. 36 people were all middle-level immortal platform and top-level immortal platform strongmen. There are also some primary-level immortal kings who want to follow the Holy Lord, but I think they can't defeat the Holy Lord even if they join forces, so I don't plan to let them follow. Of course, if the Holy Lord needs it, I can let them follow the Holy Lord. The clan leader continued. I have a suggestion. Qin Wentian said. Holy Lord, please speak. The clan leader said. There are many powerful second-level heavenly immortal kings in the Fighting Saint clan. If there are low-level immortal kings who want to go out, they don't have to assist me. The outside world is very big. There are worlds outside the Qingxuan immortal realm that I have never set foot on. Letting some people who want to go out and explore may not be a bad thing. The clan leader's worry is also necessary. In case there is a major change, at least there is still the blood of the Holy Clan in the outside world. Qin Wentian said. The clan leader's eyes flickered, and then he nodded gently. What the Holy Lord said makes sense. I will ask their opinions again and let them make their own choices. If they want to go out, let them follow the Holy Lord to the outside world. Okay, the clan leader can make arrangements, and you will stay here for the time being. Qin Wentian said, and everyone nodded, and the clan leader of the Fighting Saint clan left. For you, Wentian should be considered a junior. Since you are willing to follow me, I will do my best to help you improve your strength and reach a new height. You will follow me. Qin Wentian said as he walked towards the place of cultivation. Everyone showed curiosity and followed Qin Wentian. Afterwards, Qin Wentian took out the treasure tripod and let the strong men step into it. With the talents of the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan, it should be no problem to bear the baptism of the Holy Light. Qin Wentian stayed here and waited for them to undergo the tempering of the Holy Light. With such an army of immortal kings following him, he hoped to build a truly powerful elite immortal king army, and it would be best if they could grow with him in the future and step into a higher realm. After staying in the War Saint Palace for a while, everyone was baptized by the Holy Light and came out of the treasure tripod. The patriarch of the Fighting Saint clan also selected those who wanted to go out for training. Qin Wentian led all the strong men on the return journey. Chapter 1370, Retreat to One State. Qianbian Xianmen, Emperor Palace. Qianbian Emperor and many powerful people are all here, including Bai Wuya. Lizhou and Yanzhao have both fallen and are now controlled by Dongsheng Xianmen. This time, they directly invaded Yuzhao and launched a war. As long as Yuzhao falls, our Yanzhao will immediately fall into siege. Dongsheng Xianmen will come to encircle and kill in an arc, and can advance from all directions. Moreover, they have begun to build a teleportation array to directly teleport in several states, and can instantly transfer the battlefield. Qianbian Emperor said to everyone present. Everyone's face was solemn, and they obviously knew how serious the situation was at the moment. Of the 6 states controlled by Qianbian Xianmen, only 3 states are left now. The Emperor-level strongmen and those who chose to tacitly choose not to take action are all Immortal King-level figures who are conquering, but even at this level, they are obviously at a disadvantage, so they retreat step by step. Now, they have finally been forced to have no way out. If they retreat again, Dongsheng Xianmen will directly attack their old nest, Yanzhao. I didn't expect the East Saint Immortal sect to be so ruthless. They actually secretly mobilized the Immortal King army to Yuzhao. Moreover, according to our intelligence surveillance, they secretly summoned the Immortal King army. There are not only the strong men of the East Saint Immortal sect here. Someone looked indifferent and spoke in a cold tone. I know that we were tricked this time, but since it is an immortal war, we can only blame our own lack of strength when encountering such a situation. Emperor Qianbian looked indifferent. Moreover, I didn't expect the East Saint Immortal sect to want to advance so quickly to launch a decisive battle. This is to swallow my Qianbian Immortal sect in one breath. When the Immortal War broke out, each battlefield was dispatched normally, advancing slowly, and fighting in an orderly manner. However, the East Saint Immortal sect suddenly increased its army in Yuzhao, and directly broke through Yuzhao's defense without warning, killing several of their immortal kings, and even a powerful immortal king guarding Yuzhao was injured. They understood the meaning behind this. The East Saint Immortal sect launched a general attack and did not intend to slowly consume it. Emperor, what should we do now? Someone asked, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on Emperor Qianbian. Everyone already knew the intention of Dongsheng Xianmen, so the next step was how to deal with it. What do you think? Emperor Qianbian glanced at Bai Wuya, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Give up Yuzhao and let the remaining forces withdraw to Xianmen. Bai Wuya said, and as soon as these words came out, everyone's sharp eyes shone. What do you mean? Emperor Qianbian looked at Bai Wuya. Bai Wuya nodded gently. Let's also call back the strong men from Taiyin and Zimo states, and concentrate all our forces on Yunzhao. Since Dongsheng Xianmen wants to fight a decisive battle, let's set the location in Yunzhao. Yunzhao is the home of their Qianbian Xianmen. All the forces are gathered on the land of Yunzhao. Whether it is their own strength or asking for help, it will be much more convenient. The headquarters of Qianbian Xianmen is also there, and they can dispatch troops at any time. Emperor Qianbian glanced at Bai Wuya. According to the previous plan, they were going to erode the power of Dongsheng Xianmen bit by bit. However, Qin Wentian's rapid growth and the judgment of the Xianyu promoted the change of the situation in the entire Xianyu. Dongsheng Xianmen took the initiative to launch a fierce attack, determined to retake Dongsheng 13 states and restore its former glory. Bai Wuya said that the people who withdrew from Yuzhao, and the forces of Tianzhao and Zimazhao were also withdrawn. There was no doubt that this was going to be a decisive battle. Only Yunzhao would be left, and the other 5 states would be abandoned. They would have to fight to the death. Everyone's eyes became solemn. Emperor Qianbian looked at Bai Wuya and said, "What you said makes sense. Yuzhao can no longer be defended. If we don't evacuate, I'm afraid the loss will be even greater. Now, we can only fight a decisive battle. So, thank you for your trouble." Bai Wuya nodded. Of course, he understood the meaning of the word trouble. Qianbian Xianmen withdrew its troops from Yuzhao, and at the same time, it took back its forces from Tianzhao and Zimazhao. For a time, the 13 states of Dongsheng were in an uproar. The Dongsheng Xianmen, who had been taken away from 6 states by Qianbian Emperor, finally released their anger and launched a real expedition, intending to completely destroy the entire Qianbian Xianmen. All forces in the eastern part of the fairyland were also paying attention to this battle. All the emperor-level forces understood that this was not only a battle between Dongsheng Xianmen and Qianbian Xianmen, but also involved the situation in the eastern part of the entire fairyland. It can be said that for this war, Dongsheng Xianmen is imperative and must destroy Qianbian Xianmen. Some powerful people with high realms began to leave Yunzhao. The 2 immortal sects were about to have a final battle, and Yunzhao would be set on fire. Dongsheng Immortal Sect did not choose to lead a mighty army directly to Qianbian Immortal Sect, but adopted a siege posture to advance, which is likely to affect the entire Yunzhao land. The people of Yunzhao were in panic, and the people of countless cities knew what Yunzhao would face. Qin Wentian did not pass through the Nanhuang clan when he came back this time, but only used the teleportation formation of Nanhuang Immortal City. On the way, he heard almost all the talk about the battle between Dongsheng Immortal Sect and Qianbian Immortal Sect. He did not expect that such a big change would happen in such a short time since he left. Feeling the severity of the situation, Qin Wentian felt a little heavy. Many of his relatives were training in Yunzhao City. If a war really broke out, no one could predict the outcome. It seemed that they had to be sent away. After all, his adoptive father Qin Zhuan, Yi Qingyan, Yao Huang and Han Jianzong were not enough to deal with this level of battle. Once it affected them, it could be devastating. Qin Wentian led the people of the Fighting Saint clan back to Qianbian Xianmen quietly. Since they followed Qin Wentian, the people of Qianbian Xianmen would naturally not care about Qin Wentian's affairs. Besides, Qin Wentian had many relatives and friends, and there were only a few dozen people, so it was not enough to make a fuss. After all, not everyone could see the realm of these dozens of people. After arranging the people of the Fighting Saint clan, Qin Wentian came to where Qin Zhuan and Qin Yao were. He found that during the days he was away, Qin Zhuan, Yi Qingyan and others had all returned. Obviously, they had all noticed the change in the situation in Yunzhao City and rushed back to Qianbian Xianmen. "Foster father, sister, I was just looking for you. It's just right that you're back." Qin Wentian stepped forward and said. "Wentian, is there going to be a big battle?" Qin Yao asked. In recent days, people in the 13 states of Dongsheng have been discussing this matter, so they all rushed back. That should be it. I'll go see the emperor later. If the situation is serious, I'll have someone escort you back to the particle world. Qin Wentian said. If a decisive battle really breaks out, the relatives must be sent away first to avoid being affected. How can this be done, Wentian? We will face it together with you. Qin Zhuan shook his head. Adoptive father, You are different from me. The impact of the battle between the strong is too terrible. Even if the aftermath falls on you, it will be a disaster. I naturally hope that the battle will be won, but no one can predict the outcome without a war. Qin Wentian advised, causing Qin Shuan to frown. Indeed, he heard various voices outside, all of which believed that Qianbian Xianmen was finished this time, and Dongsheng 13 states would be unified again. Dongsheng Xianmen will surely win a great victory in this expedition. Now, the overall situation has been decided. This is the view of countless people in Dongsheng 13 states, and even most people in the entire eastern part of the fairyland think so. Wait for me here. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and disappeared. In the emperor's palace, Emperor Qianbian knew that Qin Wentian was coming. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, he smiled and said, "You have broken through." Emperor. Qin Wentian nodded. "You have entered the realm of immortal king so quickly, amazing." Emperor Qianbian praised, "You want to know the current situation and countermeasures, right?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "The Eastern Saint Immortal sect has been attacking fiercely, and we must fight back. Now, I have ordered the retreat of the 5 states to defend Yunzhou, and prepare to hold the decisive battle in Yunzhou. Now, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect is also mobilizing its army one after another." Emperor Qianbian said. "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded. The two chatted for a while, and then Qin Wentian left and summoned his relatives and friends. A few days later, most of the people who came from the particle world were summoned back by him. "Wentian, King Cheng hasn't come back yet." Medicine Emperor said to Qin Wentian. "I know where King Cheng is practicing. She shouldn't be affected. I will go to see her quietly. Senior Medicine Emperor, you guys go back to the particle world for the time being. I'll have someone escort you there. When the situation stabilizes, you can go back to the fairyland at any time." Qin Wentian said. "Yes." Medicine Emperor nodded gently. "It's too boring to go back to the particle world. Fatty, if I go back, won't I be the king and dominate the world?" Fatty Fanel said depressedly. "Isn't this just what you want?" Qin Wentian glanced at Fatty and said. "Hey, it won't be good if all the beauties come to me," the fat man said in a wretched way. Zhuanzin beside him glared at him fiercely. "Just try it." After so many years, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect has long stopped paying attention to the particle world. "It's good to go back and see my hometown now," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Yao Wang and others nodded. Indeed, although the particle world is weak, it is where they grew up after all. "Qi Yuan, please help you guys." Qin Wentian looked at several strong men from the Fighting Saint clan. This time he sent them away secretly to prevent the Eastern Saint Immortal sect from targeting the particle world again. Qi Yuan and the others nodded gently. The group stepped on the magic weapon, waved to Qin Wentian, and then broke through the air with the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan. "Qi Yu, come with me." Qin Wentian looked at Qi Yu beside him, one of the top 3 warriors of the Fighting Saint clan. Now the situation in the 13 states of the immortal realm is chaotic. Although he has always been very low-key and has not been exposed, in order to prevent being targeted by others, he still asked Qi Yu to escort him when he went out, so that he could deal with the crisis, unless he met the immortal emperor. "Okay." Qi Yu looked middle-aged and very calm, and nodded in response. "Let's go." Qin Wentian stepped away. The emperor told him that although the army was at the gates of the city, both sides were still preparing, and the decisive battle would not break out so soon. Therefore, Qin Wentian planned to take advantage of this free time to go and see King Cheng. Chapter 1371 Tenderness. The Immortal Mountain of Immortality is located at the junction of the territories of the 3 most powerful forces in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain, between the 13 states of the Eastern Saint, the Supreme Sword Sect, and the Tehu Immortal Dynasty. It is extremely famous in this area. After all, it is the power of the Immortal Emperor. It is just because the Immortal Emperor of Immortality is a primary-level Immortal Emperor, so he does not have the influence of the top forces in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain. But even so, the Immortal Emperor is still a very rare figure. Even if you look at the entire Immortal Domain, there are many Immortal Emperor-level figures among the endless crowd, but the Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses are still considered to be at the top level of the Immortal Domain. Any Immortal Emperor can become a giant figure and influence one side. The Immortal Mountain of Immortality, where the Immortal Emperor of Immortality is located, is at the junction of the 3 major forces, but their fame has even extended to people within the control of the 3 major forces. Some of the geniuses who are good at alchemy in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint, the Supreme Sword Sect, and the Teho Immortal Dynasty will go to the Immortal Mountain of Immortality to learn from their masters and practice the art of alchemy. In the eastern part of the Immortal Domain, the Immortal Emperor of Immortality is definitely one of the top figures in the alchemy world. The Immortal Mountain of Immortality has been particularly lively these days. There are many powerful people coming to visit the mountain. Among them, there are some very powerful forces. They are not from the Immortal Mountain of Immortality, but their younger disciples or family members are practicing in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. The Immortal Mountain of Immortality will hold a 10-year alchemy feast. Some very powerful forces, as well as the relatives and friends of the disciples who participated in the alchemy feast, can come to participate and help. Therefore, during this period of time, the Immortal Mountain of Immortality has been particularly lively. On weekdays, the alchemy peaks are very quiet, but now, they are full of vitality. This is the case on every peak of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. On one of the peaks, many relatives and friends of the disciples came, but the courtyard where Mo Qingcheng was located seemed quite quiet. She was alone in the alchemy room refining pills and trying repeatedly. Junior sister Qingcheng. A voice came over this matter. Mo Qingcheng extinguished the flame, then walked out and shouted, "Senior sister. Junior sister, are you refining the elixir alone again? Although the elixir banquet is about to be held, you don't need to work so hard. It's finally lively, go out for a walk more." The woman said with a smile. "I hope to perform better at the elixir banquet and not disappoint Master." Mo Qingcheng smiled faintly. "Master values you, no wonder you have this idea, but many sisters are chatting outside at the moment, why don't we go out for a walk together?" The woman said with a smile. Mo Qingcheng thought about it, then nodded gently and said, "Okay. That's right." The woman smiled, and then the two of them walked and came to a place where many people gathered. Mo Qingcheng frowned slightly. There seemed to be a lot of people here, not only disciples from her mountain, but even disciples from other peaks, and there were many people pursuing her. She just wanted to practice in peace in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality, and didn't want to provoke these things at all, and she really never paid attention to them. "Junior sister Qingcheng is here." The young man looked at Mo Qingcheng with a gentle smile in his eyes. Ever since Mo Qingcheng set foot on the Immortal Mountain of Immortality, the title of the most beautiful woman in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality has been firmly won by Mo Qingcheng and has never changed. In addition, she is very talented and has deep attainments in alchemy, so she naturally became the object of admiration of many people. Among them, there are many very outstanding geniuses, such as the person in front of him, named Mo, who has outstanding talent and is extremely talented in both strength and alchemy. Mo Qingcheng's expression became indifferent and nodded lightly. "Senior brother Chu, the upcoming alchemy banquet will surely shine with your attainments." The woman who invited Mo Qingcheng to come before said with a smile. Chu Mo smiled lightly. "There are many brothers who are stronger than me, but Sister Qingcheng will be brilliant in refining the 6th level immortal pill. Someone else has arrived. I wonder whose relative or friend it is." At this time, a group of strong men were led here. Some of them had a strong aura and shining eyes. They were obviously a force of immortal kings. The disciples of the Immortal Mountain of No Age are indeed all outstanding people. I don't know how many strong people have set foot on the Immortal Mountain in recent days. Someone said with a smile. "Yes, I didn't know that Brother Chumo's family was so powerful before. There are many immortal kings among the strong people who came here to help. Brother Chumo's elders are even qualified to drink and talk with the master of a peak." The woman praised again, and many people nodded. Senior Brother Chumo is also a gifted man. He is now a powerful immortal king. It is normal that his family is powerful. I heard that Senior Brother Chumo's family is in a big city of the Supreme Sword Sect. They are the kings of a city and rule over an area. Someone laughed. "Junior sister Yi Ro, I heard that your family has also arrived. There is a powerful immortal king, and your fiancé is also an extraordinary person. Why don't you come to get together? Are you worried that someone will snatch your fiancé away?" Chumo looked at Yiro and said something. Yiro smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "It's just stepping into the threshold of the immortal king. How can it be considered an extraordinary person? Junior sister Qingcheng has rejected countless pursuits, saying that she already has a family, so she must be an extremely outstanding person." Senior sister. Mo Qingcheng glanced at Yiro. It was the woman who invited her to come together before. She shook her head slightly and didn't want to talk about these things. Sure enough, someone immediately said, "That's right, junior sister King Cheng has rejected many fellow apprentices, including very outstanding people. It stands to reason that junior sister King Cheng's man should be a child of destiny, a dragon among men. However, he didn't show up at such an important event as the Dan banquet. What's going on? Could it be that junior sister King Cheng is deceiving everyone? He is very busy with cultivation." Mo King Cheng said indifferently. Busy with cultivation? Such a lovely wife, not showing up at such an important time, thinking about cultivation. Chu Mo smiled indifferently. Junior sister King Cheng, if it is such a man, it's better to abandon him. With your talent and beauty, who wouldn't hold you in the palm of your hand? A man said indifferently, and Mo King Cheng's expression became cold. These few words seemed a little frivolous. The implication was that she should give up Qin Wentian and choose someone else? You are all disciples of Jiutian, so you should be more respectful when you speak. Mo King Cheng glanced at the man coldly and said, "Senior sisters, King Cheng is leaving." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving many people stunned. Chu Mo looked at Mo King Cheng's back. Even if she was angry, even if it was just a back view, it was so fascinating. If he could get her, relying on the favor of the master, she is still as arrogant as ever. Someone said with some jealousy. Junior sister King Cheng has always been like this. Hero smiled. I don't know who can conquer this girl. Someone whispered. Many men fantasized about themselves. Unfortunately, Mo King Cheng didn't even look down on Chu Mo, let alone others. Moreover, there were people on the main peak who were more outstanding than Chu Mo, but they couldn't get Mo King Cheng's favor. At this time, Qin Wentian was at the foot of the Immortal Mountain, at the mountain gate. What a good place. Qin Wentian looked up at the Immortal Mountain, which was full of fairy air, like a misty fairyland. He walked up the stairs and entered the mountain gate. Someone came to guide him and asked with a smile, "Are you two here to support your family and friends for the alchemy banquet?" Alchemy banquet. Qin Wentian showed a hint of doubt. Seeing Qin Wentian's doubt, the man guarding the mountain said, "This is the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. Outsiders are not allowed to set foot here. I'm here to visit my wife. She is practicing in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality." Qin Wentian said politely. The mountain guard showed a puzzled look. Since this person said that his wife was practicing in the Immortal Mountain of Betrayals, how could he not know Danayan? So he asked, "Which peak is your wife in and what is her name?" "I don't know which peak exactly. My wife is Mo King Cheng," Qin Wentian said. The mountain guard's face froze and he looked at Qin Wentian. Mo King Cheng was very famous in the Immortal Mountain of Betrayals because she was the most beautiful woman in the Immortal Mountain of Betrayals. The mountain guard had seen her once and was shocked by her beauty. "What's wrong?" Qin Wentian asked when he saw the other person's expression. "Really?" The man stared at Qin Wentian and said. "The Immortal Mountain of Immortality is under the control of the Immortal Emperor. Do I dare to come and cause trouble?" Qin Wentian said with a smile. The disciple guarding the mountain nodded and said, "Go in. Take that road." Qin Wentian glanced at the mountain that the road led to, nodded, and said, "Thank you." As he spoke, he and Qiyu climbed the mountain together. The scenery in the mountain was beautiful, but Qin Wentian had no intention of appreciating it. Since he had entered the mountain gate, he could naturally step directly into the void. Soon, he climbed the mountain and found Mo King Cheng with a glance of his immortal thoughts. "King Cheng." A voice suddenly entered Mo King Cheng's eardrum. At this time, she was in the room where she lived, leaning on the railing, staring at the misty mountains in a daze. This sudden voice made her heart tremble suddenly. She turned around suddenly, and then saw a virtual shadow solidify and appear in front of him, smiling at him with endless tenderness. Mo King Cheng's eyes were slightly red, but her face was full of a brilliant smile. She walked forward a few steps gently, her head resting on Qin Wentian's body, her arms around Qin Wentian, just quietly feeling his heartbeat. "King Cheng, I'm here to see you." Qin Wentian gently embraced Mo King Cheng in his arms, his eyes looking forward. In this beautiful place, the reunion of lovers was like a beautiful painting. They didn't move, and time seemed to stand still. It was not until a long time later that Mo King Cheng raised her head. There were traces of tears on her face, but she still had a brilliant smile on her face, which was breathtaking. "Have you entered the realm of Immortal King?" Mo King Cheng said softly. Qin Wentian once said that he would definitely enter the realm of Immortal King this time. Now that he came to see her, He should have entered the realm of immortal king. Such a young immortal king, Mo Qingcheng was really proud of her lover. Well, how are you going to reward me? Qin Wentian said with a sly smile. Mo Qingcheng's eyes were shy, and she whispered, bad guy, you can get any reward you want. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Qin Wentian smiled brightly, still hugging his beloved woman tightly, walked to the railing, and looked at the scenery in the distance. He seemed to be able to feel Mo Qingcheng's loneliness before. Qingcheng, you are by my side, which is the best reward? Qin Wentian said gently. Yes. Mo Qingcheng leaned against him. At this moment, she didn't look like the cold beauty who kept people away in the eyes of the disciples of the Immortal Mountain. There was endless tenderness in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 1372 Dan Banquet. The two of them quietly enjoyed this rare tranquility. After a long time, Qin Wentian spoke. Qingcheng, when I came here, I heard many people talking about the alchemy banquet. What's going on? This is the alchemy grand event held once every 10 years in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. Disciples from all peaks gather together to compete in alchemy and test their alchemy skills. It is very grand. I was already in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality for the last alchemy banquet, but I didn't participate because I was relatively weak. I will also participate in the alchemy banquet this time. Mo Qingcheng said softly. No wonder so many people went to the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Then I will accompany you to attend this alchemy banquet before leaving. Yes. Mo Qingcheng smiled gently. In her heart, she also hoped that Qin Wentian could accompany her to the alchemy banquet. It was not for vanity, but she just wanted to stay with Qin Wentian for a few more days. In addition, she could also tell the people of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality that she already had a loved one. In this way, those people should not bother her anymore. I also have a friend coming. Since people from all walks of life have come to attend this alchemy banquet, the Immortal Mountain of Immortality should have a place to entertain them. Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Mo Qingcheng nodded. Then let's go and arrange for your friend first. The two walked into the yard. Qiyu sat there quietly to guard Qin Wentian. He knew that Qin Wentian came to see his wife, so he would not disturb him. At this time, Qiyu turned around and took a look at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, and felt that the two were very well matched. Qiyu, this is my wife Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian introduced. Qiyu nodded to Mo Qingcheng and said, meet madam. Seeing that Qiyu was quite polite to her, Mo Qingcheng knew that the two might not be just friends, but she did not ask more, just smiled and said, let's go to the reception area of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality first. Madam, I will arrange it. Qiyu nodded. The cultivator did not care about this. Mo Qingcheng and the other two walked out. The ancient peak was very large, with a special reception area and beautiful scenery. On the way, many people saw Qin Wentian beside Mo Qingcheng and showed a touch of strange color. This young man and Mo Qingcheng walked together, and the two seemed to be particularly close. Qin Wentian saw many people looking at him, so he smiled softly and said, my Qingcheng is always the center of attention wherever she goes. Mo Qingcheng curled her lips and took Qin Wentian's hand. Qin Wentian felt a warmth in Mo Qingcheng's palm and held her tightly, as if to declare his sovereignty. The young martial artist had been watching this scene with a bad face. He was also one of the people who admired Mo Qingcheng, but Mo Qingcheng had always been indifferent to him, and even too lazy to say a word. She was extremely arrogant. Now that he saw her holding a man's hand, he naturally felt jealous. I thought she was so holy, but she is still someone else's plaything. This person was jealous and thought secretly, feeling very unhappy. Along the way, Qin Wentian attracted much attention and soon became the subject of discussion among the people on this ancient peak. The movements of the two of them were also watched all the time. When they settled Qiyu, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng went back to Mo Qingcheng's residence together, which caused an uproar. Especially in the following time, even at night, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng did not come out, and set up a barrier to prohibit others from spying, so that some people who could not help but want to spy returned empty-handed. As the most beautiful woman in the Immortal Mountain, Mo Qingcheng's every move touched the hearts of many people. Now, there was a man with her, how could it not cause a stir? And countless people started to discuss. I didn't expect junior sister Qingcheng to be such a person, not caring about her reputation at all. Yes, I thought she was so pure and holy, but I didn't expect that she might be doing something shameful at this time. Someone said maliciously. How can you talk like this? Junior sister King Cheng has long said that she has a beloved person, and she is already married. This person should be junior sister King Cheng's husband. What's strange about being with her husband? You don't have to be jealous of junior sister King Cheng. There are also upright sisters who can't stand these rumors and speak up for Mo King Cheng. Some people also speculated about Qin Wentian. Someone said, "This young man doesn't look any different. I don't know if he has a background. He must be far inferior to senior brother Chu Mo. If he is really Mo King Cheng's husband, her vision is terrible. It's better to break up. Such a beauty will be very popular even if they break up." Outside, various voices were heard, and even spread to other ancient peaks. After all, there were many people paying attention to Mo King Cheng. However, Qin Wentian and Mo King Cheng were too lazy to pay attention to these discussions. No matter where they walked, they could not influence other people's thoughts, so there was no need to pay attention to them, as long as they didn't provoke him. The two of them lived in their own world. After a long separation, they naturally enjoyed this rare time and admired the beautiful scenery of the mountains. Time passed quickly. The two of them didn't even go out for a step, and they didn't know how strong the waves they caused outside. The alchemy banquet will be held as scheduled. On this day, the disciples on the ancient peak gathered towards the alchemy field. Mo King Cheng also got up and went there. Qin Wentian did not go with him. The alchemy banquet was held. Most of their family members came to appreciate and watch. They just followed the crowd and came to the side of the alchemy field, where many powerful people gathered. On the alchemy field, Yuro saw that Mo King Cheng was in high spirits and in very good spirits. She walked to her side and smiled softly. "Junior sister King Cheng, I heard that you have been very happy these days." Mo King Cheng frowned, and she became more and more displeased with Yuro in her heart. However, due to the relationship between the senior sister and the sister, she always maintained respect. However, now, Yuro's words seemed to be more and more frivolous. "This has nothing to do with senior sister," Mo King Cheng said unhappily. "I just asked. I didn't expect junior sister to react so strongly." Yuro smiled and said, "Don't you know that the immortal mountain of immortality is spreading your story now? Do you want to know what the senior sisters and brothers say about you?" "I don't want to know, and I'm not interested," Mo King Cheng said indifferently. Yuro smiled. "Your husband came alone. Is there no one in the family?" "Senior sister, does this have anything to do with you?" Mo King Cheng frowned even more. "Of course it has nothing to do with you." Yuro smiled and said nothing, but her expression was not very good. She promised someone in the main peak that she would help him pursue Mo King Cheng, and was promised many benefits. Now, this matter is hopeless. At this time, in front of the alchemy field, several figures walked over. The leader was a middle-aged beauty with extraordinary temperament. Qin Wentian saw at a glance that the other party had a high level of cultivation, and should be the top level of the immortal king realm. This woman should be the master of this mountain and Mo King Cheng's master. The alchemy banquet held once every 10 years has always been a major event for our immortal mountain. The masters of the 9 peaks led all the disciples to participate in this alchemy banquet. Even the old immortal emperor personally refined extraordinary elixirs as rewards. "You can perform well." The woman spoke directly, and the disciples bowed abnormally, bound to compete for glory. "You all have come from far away, so you can go to the alchemy banquet together this time to witness together the prosperity of my immortal mountain." The beautiful woman looked at the huge crowd around her, and they all smiled and nodded. "Let's go." With a flash of her figure, the beautiful woman flew into the air, followed closely by the people beside her. Then, all the disciples flew into the air, and Qin Wentian and the others also stepped out, heading towards the highest peak of the immortal mountain of immortality. There was the main peak of the immortal mountain of immortality, the immortal peak of immortality. The alchemy field on the immortal peak was extremely spacious, and could accommodate 10,000 people for alchemy. Around the alchemy field, there were high tables and chairs, where you could see the scene of the alchemy field and enjoy the fairy banquet at the same time. Friends have come from afar. If the immortal mountain of immortality is not well entertained, please don't be offended. On the main high platform in front of the alchemy field, an old man with a white beard said with a smile, and many people bowed their hands to express their courtesy. Immortal mountain of immortality is very grateful for the hospitality. At this time, a group of people walked towards the high platform, and people from the 9 peaks arrived one after another, and the strong men from the main peak also arrived. In addition to the elders of the main peak itself, There was also a group of strong men with extraordinary demeanor, who came from the Tao Immortal Dynasty. Qin Wentian and Qiyu found a random place to sit down. He saw Mo Qingcheng, who had already walked to the edge of the alchemy field, turned back to find him and smiled at him. Qin Wentian raised his fist and showed an encouraging smile to Mo Qingcheng. He had paid a lot for Qingcheng, and he also hoped that Qingcheng could have his own way of cultivation, regain his talent, and realize his pride. At the location of the main peak disciples, Chiumo and others noticed Mo Qingcheng. Chiumo looked a little cold, and the people around him lowered their voices and said, "I thought it was the Saint Fairy, but I didn't expect it." Rumor has it that she is in the room with others all day long, never leaving a step, and no one knows what she does. It's that young man, who looks plain and ordinary. How can he be compared with senior brother Chiumo? Someone stared at Qin Wentian. Today, Qin Wentian is handsome and extraordinary, and his temperament is also very outstanding. This person naturally deliberately belittled him. Chiumo didn't speak, and his eyes swept towards Qin Wentian with a slightly unfriendly look. Qin Wentian seemed to have felt a lot of eyes looking at him, but he was still calm. Those people are from an extraordinary force in Tao Immortal Dynasty. It is rumored that the patriarch of this family is practicing in Tao Immortal Dynasty and has a high status. Someone looked at those who were sitting with the master of the main peak. Yes, I also heard that one of their disciples is the disciple of the master of the main peak, and his talent is very outstanding. Someone said, "Are these people from Senior Brother Zhu's family?" Senior Brother Zhu is a dragon among men, with extraordinary talent. His family is so powerful. I heard that they are strong people in Tao Immortal Dynasty. There were also some discussions among the disciples of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality. Not only are they from Senior Brother Zhu's family, but there is also one person among them, who is the elder of Senior Brother Chiumo. He is very powerful and also sits next to the master of the main peak, with a transcendent status. Yuro said softly. Many disciples of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality have extraordinary family backgrounds, and some are even extremely dazzling and outstanding. However, this is nothing. Junior sister Qingcheng doesn't like senior brother Chiumo. I wonder where junior sister Qingcheng's husband is from. Yuro looked at Mo Qingcheng beside her and smiled. P.S. I recommend a fantasy book on QQ reading, The Ancient Dragon God Technique. The Mad Sword Emperor Sun Cheng accidentally obtained the world's most powerful martial arts, the Ancient Dragon God Technique, but was plotted against by the world's #1 beauty war god. He was unexpectedly reborn, recultivated the supreme martial arts, conquered the beauty war god, killed his way through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, fought all over the infinite world of the gods and wilderness, and vowed to be the supreme first supreme. Chapter 1373, Working Hard Only for Him. Mo Qingcheng frowned when she heard Yuro's question. Yuro was really getting more and more excessive. She knew that she didn't want to pay attention to her, but she still pestered her. Yes, junior sister Qingcheng, many disciples and forces of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality have come this time. Senior sister Yuro's family has also come. Her fiancé, who is only one step away from becoming an immortal king, has also come in person. Junior sister Qingcheng is so outstanding. Your husband must be a dragon among men. I wonder what level of cultivation he's in, and what kind of big family he comes from. Junior sister Qingcheng, even senior brother Chu doesn't like her, so your husband is naturally more outstanding. It's just that the elders of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality don't know his true identity, otherwise I'm afraid he would have invited him to sit in the main seat at this moment. Some women who were jealous of Mo Qingcheng on weekdays spoke up. Mo Qingcheng had the title of the most beautiful woman in the Immortal Mountain of Immortality when she arrived. In addition, she was highly regarded by her master for her outstanding talent, which suppressed other women to death. Naturally, she was inevitably envied. Today is the alchemy banquet, and alchemy is the most important thing. Why do you have to do so much? It's not a background competition. If that's the case, why come to the Immortal Mountain of Immortality? A rather old senior sister scolded, and everyone curled their lips and looked at Mo Qingcheng. Qingcheng, concentrate on alchemy, don't pay attention to what they say. Master has high hopes for you this time. You must fight for the beauty of our lineage. The woman said to Mo Qingcheng. She is the leader of this lineage, a strong person in the realm of Immortal King, with a transcendent status. She is usually nice to Mo Qingcheng. Well, Qingcheng will work hard, thank you senior sister. Mo Qingcheng smiled and nodded. That's good. The woman nodded. Qin Wentian's attention has always been on Mo Qingcheng, so he naturally heard those gossips, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where he goes, he can't avoid right and wrong, especially his Qingcheng is still so outstanding. Qin Wentian is confident that no matter which force Mo Qingcheng goes to, there will be many suitors. He also knew that although Qingcheng's talent could not be compared with the most outstanding figures among the younger generations of the major top forces, it was still very good in the immortal mountain of immortality. I'm sorry for wronging you, Qin Wentian said silently in his heart. He came here this time just to see Qingcheng. King had Emperor Ji and Emperor Changqing around, so no one dared to bully her. Apart from missing her, there was no need to worry about her safety. Qingcheng was different. In the fairyland, she was his only relative, and only he could protect his beloved woman. However, the situation in the eastern part of the fairyland was chaotic, and the Qianbian Xianmen and the Dongsheng Xianmen were about to fight. He had to be cautious when he went out. He came to the immortal mountain of immortality just to keep a low profile and see Qingcheng. He did not intend to reveal his identity, so as not to be known by the Dongsheng Xianmen and attack Qingcheng. Although the Dongsheng Xianmen might not be so despicable, after all, the experience of Qin Yao and Ruohun was still there, and he had to be on guard. Therefore, Qingcheng's affairs could only be faced by herself. Qin Wentian felt that he had wronged his beloved woman. More and more powerful people gathered here, and finally, when the people from the 9 Peaks gathered, the masters of the 9 Peaks all sat on the main seats of the alchemy banquet. The head of the main peak smiled and raised his glass and said, "Today is the alchemy banquet held by my immortal mountain every 10 years. Welcome everyone to come and witness this grand alchemy event. I also hope that all the disciples of the immortal mountain can perform well. I toast to you all." The powerful people raised their glasses and drank together, and then the banquet began. The immortal mountain was good at alchemy, and the banquet was full of good wine and delicious food, as well as tonic immortal items. When Qin Wentian drank the wine, he felt comfortable in his body, and the flow of immortal power seemed to be smoother. He thought to himself that this immortal mountain was indeed extraordinary, and it was worthy of being an emperor-level force. This stand banquet is the same as usual. People in the Xiante realm need to refine the 6th level elixir to be qualified, and disciples in the Xianguang realm need to refine the 7th level elixir. In the first round, all disciples who have been in the sect for more than 10 years must participate. If they fail to refine the elixir, they need to work hard. If they fail to refine the elixir for 3 consecutive rounds, they can leave the mountain. The master of the main peak said. In this first round of refining, 100 people from the Xiante realm and 30 people from the Xianguang realm will compete in elixir refining efficiency. We specify the materials and the elixir to be refined. The fastest one will enter the next round. The master continued, and many disciples of the immortal mountain of no age showed solemnity. The alchemy forces are different from other forces. If they are trained with emphasis, they will benefit more. Good alchemy materials, more powerful alchemy techniques, and even many resources such as the immortal fire elixir recipe will be tilted towards them. Therefore, the disciples of the immortal mountain of no age attached great importance to the Dan banquet. This time, all 9 peaks gathered for the Dan banquet. They not only competed with their own lineage, but also with other peaks. If they performed outstandingly, it would be of great benefit to their future practice. All disciples, go to the alchemy field and take a seat each. The master of the main peak waved his hand and said with a graceful and elegant movement. One after another, figures stood up, and many disciples of the immortal mountain of immortality stood up and walked towards the alchemy field. Mo Qingcheng turned her head and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian holding out his fist to her with an encouraging smile. Mo Qingcheng also smiled sweetly, and then walked towards the alchemy field. This smile made many people lose their minds. They looked at Qin Wentian one after another. Some young geniuses saw that Qin Wentian was so young, and they couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the guy's good luck, and he actually had such a beautiful woman to accompany him. "Brother, is that woman your partner just now?" Someone next to him came up and asked. "It's my wife," Qin Wentian said calmly. "Brother, you are so lucky." Some people smiled and said, "Such a peerless beauty is pleasing to the eyes. I wonder where you are from." Some people wanted to ask about Qin Wentian. Many people looked over. Qin Wentian frowned. These people were really shameless. He showed a faint coldness and did not speak. The people around him froze for a moment, and then sneered. "He is such a lucky guy. Such a beauty is not worthy of him at all. Some people thought in their hearts, but did not say it clearly. The alchemy has begun. This time, the crazy girl will definitely show her style. Someone in the stands laughed. Yenner is very confident about this alchemy. I wonder if she will give us a surprise. Xiaomo, everyone in the family is here to support you this time. It depends on your performance. Many people looked at their younger generations with expectation. They came all the way here this time, hoping for a surprise. If a powerful alchemist can emerge in the family, it will definitely be of great benefit to the family. Everyone was looking forward to it. The elders of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality distributed the materials for alchemy, and the main peak master announced the elixirs that needed to be refined. In order to be fair, everyone had the same conditions in the first round, and only the efficiency of alchemy was compared. The disciples took out their alchemy furnaces and prepared them. The peak master said, "Let's start." In an instant, various star souls and flames appeared. Alchemists must learn the power of flame attributes. Moreover, they have different flames, some from monsters, some from star souls, some from treasures, and some from strange places, the strange fire of heaven and earth. In Qin Wentian's eyes, there was only Mo Qingchen. Behind her, a phantom appeared, a fairy with a floating figure, sitting cross-legged, like the nine heavens mysterious lady, holding 9 colored fires, each different, surrounding the alchemy furnace. She closed her beautiful eyes slightly and felt it quietly. When the fire was enough, she put the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace, and her slender hands began to condense the alchemy handprint. Qin Wentian didn't know how to make alchemy, but he knew how to appreciate. When he saw Mo Qingcheng's movements, he felt pleasing to the eye. A gentle smile hung on his face. Even without him, Qingcheng would be a very perfect woman. Although he had helped Qingcheng improve her strength over the years, Qingcheng had never really enjoyed it. Her heart was always with him, and she had been working hard to improve herself for him. Looking at Qingcheng, who was refining the elixir, his heart was particularly warm. Qingcheng said that as long as she ranks in the top 10 in elixir refining, there will be a reward. I believe she will have no problem. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Although he did not care about the reward, it would be of great significance if Qingcheng obtained it through her own talent and hard work. As time passed, the fragrance of the elixir spread out, and there were constant sounds coming out of the elixir furnace. Some people's elixir was refined and came out of the furnace with extremely high efficiency. Similarly, some people failed to refine it. After all, the success rate of elixir refining is very low. Qin Guiyang performed well. A middle-aged man sitting next to the master of the main peak smiled. Qin Guiyang is the most talented disciple I have ever seen. As expected, he lived up to expectations and was the first to succeed in elixir. The master smiled and praised Zhu Qingyang without hesitation. Zhu Qingyang refined the 7th level elixir faster than all those who refined the 7th level and 6th level elixir. Chumo is not bad either. The people of the Jiu family smiled. Chumo was the 3rd person in the Immortal King realm to succeed in elixir. The 4th person. Qin Wentian did not pay attention to the level of Immortal King. He only paid attention to Mo Qingcheng. At the level of Immortal Platform, Mo Qingcheng was the 4th person to make a pill. After refining the pill, she looked back and smiled at Qin Wentian, as if all her efforts and glory were only for him. At the end of the first round, 100 people from the Immortal Platform and only 30 people from the Immortal King were selected to advance. Some were happy and some were disappointed. The people of the Immortal Mountain of No Age were still waiting, giving everyone a chance to refine pills, even if they were about to be eliminated. You did well. It seems that there should be no problem in the top 10. Qin Wentian sent a voice transmission to Mo Qingcheng. Next, we will compete in the type and quality of the pills we refine. The same 6th level immortal pill is also divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Immortal Mountain of No Age. I can only try my best. Mo Qingcheng responded with a voice transmission. Well, you can definitely do it. Your main disadvantage is your realm. If you can reach the peak of the immortal stage, my Qingcheng will definitely be the best. Qin Wentian encouraged. Mo Qingcheng smiled sweetly, feeling warm in her heart. She was looking forward to the next alchemy even more. She would definitely work hard, just for the beloved person who watched her making the alchemy. Chapter 1374 Rare Elixir. After the first round of alchemy, most people were eliminated. They all sat back in their seats, feeling a little disappointed. There were 100 people in the immortal stage and 30 people in the immortal king realm, who were still there. There were people of all levels in the immortal stage realm, but the weakest were all above the third level of the immortal stage realm, and the immortal king realm were all low-level immortal kings. After all, if one entered the middle level of the immortal king realm, he could already become an elder of each peak. The masters of the 9 peaks were only top-level immortal kings, and the immortal emperor, the master of the immortal mountain, was an initial-level immortal emperor. Next, everything is up to you. The only thing is that you only have 3 chances. If you fail to refine the pill 3 times, you will be eliminated. As for what materials to use and what kind of pill to refine, it all depends on your ability to refine pills. In the end, the quality of the immortal pills will determine the ranking of this pill banquet. No matter whether it is the immortal platform or the immortal king realm, the top 10 will receive rewards. If you can enter the top 3, you can get the pill reward from the master. The master of the main peak said with a smile. Their lineage is undoubtedly the most outstanding. Presumably, the final winner will be his main peak. The expressions of the strong men are solemn. The next is the highlight. Ranking high, not to mention a bright future, but the rewards for each pill banquet are very ordinary. Let's do it. The master of the main peak announced. People from all major forces are also looking at these alchemists. If there are outstanding people, even if they are not from their forces, they can let their descendants build good relationships with these people. In the future, when these people become the top leaders of the immortal mountain, they can have some cooperation on pills. Who doesn't want to make friends with forces that are good at refining pills? This time, everyone was more prepared. There were more materials for alchemy, and many of them were rare and precious medicinal materials that non-alchemists did not know, especially those immortal king strongmen who were preparing to refine the 7th level immortal pill. That's the dragon tendon whisker. I saw a strong man looking at Zhu Qinggang, his eyes flashing. It was really a luxury to use such precious things to refine the pill. The refinement of high-grade elixirs was indeed a luxury that consumed a terrifying amount of money. If the alchemy failed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Some medicinal materials may be prepared by the family for them. People without backgrounds can only get them by themselves. At this time, the power of family background is reflected. Someone secretly said in his heart. Although it seems fair, it is not absolutely fair. Of course, everyone present understands this truth. Everyone is more cautious than the last round. This time is not a competition of alchemy efficiency, and there is no designated elixir. What they need to do is to fully exert their alchemy ability and refine the best finished immortal pill to get a good ranking. The temperature of the space rose. Fortunately, this place was very vast and everyone was separated. However, even so, the flames of the immortal king disciples refining the elixir still oppressed some people with weak realms and needed to resist with immortal power. The fragrance of the elixir kept drilling into the nostrils. Although the elixir had not yet been formed, the fragrance was already overwhelming. The flames of various colors were dazzling, and various precious elixir furnaces made strange noises. There was even airflow between heaven and earth drilling into the elixir furnaces. It was especially obvious in the places where the immortal king disciples were refining elixir. It seemed that regular airflow was born between heaven and earth, and it drilled into the elixir furnaces crazily. The sounds from some elixir furnaces were like the roar of mountains and seas, and the sound was shocking. I didn't expect that refining elixir would be so exciting. Someone sighed in a low voice. It's really an eye-opener. The finished elixirs refined this time must be very precious. They are extremely valuable in the outside world. Qin Wentian was a little surprised but didn't think too much. His eyes were always focused on Qin Chen. He saw beads of sweat gradually appearing on her forehead. Her hair was slightly wet and stuck to her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, which made countless eyes fall on her, admiring this unique beauty. The holy light enveloped her body, and the shadow of the fairy appeared behind her, dragging the 9-colored fire, like a goddess of the 9 heavens. Qin Wentian quietly admired and waited quietly. The immortals were very patient, not to mention the immortal banquet prepared by the immortal mountain of immortality. Everyone enjoyed it very much and patiently admired this elixir banquet. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and everyone looked over and saw black smoke coming out of a pill furnace. Some people immediately showed disappointment. The young man who was refining the pill opened his eyes and was also full of disappointment. Although the success rate of refining high-quality immortal pills was very low, everyone still hoped to succeed in refining it in one go. The immortal mountain of immortality is a powerful alchemy force, And there are many alchemy techniques. Some secret handprints can increase the probability of success. The more attention they receive, the more they will be able to obtain higher-level secret methods to refine pills in the future. Next, the roaring sounds came one after another, and they were all failed alchemy, which was really surprising, but the elders of the immortal mountain of immortality were not surprised, as if this was the most common thing. Time continued to pass, and finally, accompanied by a ray of light soaring into the sky, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky from one of the alchemy furnaces, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air. Just smelling it made people feel intoxicated. A crisp sound was heard, and with the release of dazzling light, a brilliant golden elixir broke out of the elixir furnace and floated in the air. Rules golden elixir. The elder of the immortal mountain nodded slightly. This rule golden elixir was a 6th level elixir. The surrounding golden light was full of the sky, and the power of rules was gathered. The quality was quite high. The strong man of the immortal platform breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at other people refining elixirs. Next, some people still failed, but some people succeeded one after another. Red Flame Immortal Pill. At this time, a red flame immortal pill released terrible flame power, and the surrounding became extremely hot. If this pill is taken, it can convert various powers into flame rules in a short period of time, exert super strong flame magic power, and make the power surge instantly, with terrible power. It seems that the influence of the star soul on martial cultivators is comprehensive. Even alchemy cannot be separated from the power of attributes. Qin Wentian thought to himself when he saw the immortal pills being made. The power of attributes and their strength are all determined by the star soul, and the power of attributes will be more dependent on the life of the martial cultivator. Even alchemy is closely related. What attribute power one is good at will determine what attribute pill one is good at. At this moment, an astonishing breath filled the air. Qin Wentian looked in a certain direction and saw Zhu Qingyang making a pill. His immortal pill was golden in color, and it actually revealed a terrible kingly meaning. There was a faint sound of dragon roaring, which was extremely domineering. The surrounding rule power gathered and accompanied the immortal pill, making it even more violent and powerful. Dragon Emperor Pill, top grade 7th level middle grade, amazing. The master of the main peak of the immortal mountain exclaimed, looking at Zhu Qingyang's face full of admiration. It was dazzling. Although the people sitting around were all powerful people from various forces, and many of them were immortal kings, there were not many forces in the immortal realm that were good at refining pills, and even fewer top-level alchemy forces. Such a feast was worthy of being the alchemy feast of the immortal mountain of immortality, and it was worth the trip. Qin Wentian's eyes were still on Mo Qingcheng. As more people refined the pills, Mo Qingcheng seemed to be more focused. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and the sweat was evaporated by the flames as soon as it appeared, which made Qin Wentian feel distressed. At this time, Mo Qingcheng's face turned red, and she seemed to be in great pain, which made Qin Wentian look nervous. Mo Qingcheng's master also looked at her and whispered, "What does Qingcheng want to do?" "The materials she prepared just now are the medicinal materials for refining soul pills. I thought it was you, senior sister, who wanted Qingcheng to fight once and refine a rare pill. Isn't this what you meant?" A woman next to him said. "No, I never interfered with Qingcheng's refining of any elixir, I just hope she can do her best," Mo Qingcheng's master said. At this moment, there was a sound of puff, and Mo Qingcheng actually spit out a mouthful of blood, which turned into bloodline and entered the alchemy furnace. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian clenched his hands. He saw that Mo Qingcheng's face turned pale, and he seemed to be very serious. This girl is crazy. She wants to refine the blood refining soul pill. Master Mo Qingcheng immediately knew what Mo Qingcheng meant. It was a very rare pill, and it was not beneficial to cultivation. She had not thought about it before. Blood refining blood love, senior sister, this girl. Master Mo Qingcheng was also stunned. She glanced at Qin Wentian. Was it because of him? Who was he that was worth Mo Qingcheng doing this? Puff. Mo Qingcheng spat out another mouthful of blood. Moreover, for 9 consecutive times, she formed strange ancient seals with both hands and kept hitting the pill furnace. Her breath became weaker and weaker, and she seemed very weak. Many people were shocked by Mo Qingcheng's actions. One after another, they looked at her, especially the people of the immortal mountain of immortality. After learning about the pill that Mo Qingcheng was going to refine, they all showed sharpness in their eyes. Who is the most beautiful woman in the immortal mountain of immortality so deeply in love with? Finally, the 9-color fire all entered the furnace, accompanied by a dazzling 9-color light, and a fairy pill broke out of the furnace and floated in the air. This pill was like a lotus with a heart in the lotus, which was extremely beautiful. Mo Qingchang's steps were a little unsteady and very weak, but looking at the fairy pill, she showed a satisfied smile. Fortunately, it succeeded. Mo had already completed his own pill at this time. Seeing the fairy platform refined by Mo Qingcheng, his heart was quite shocked. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman would be so deeply in love. Qingcheng, can you give me this pill? I am willing to protect you for my whole life. Mo said to Mo Qingcheng, which shocked everyone. It was already known that Mo Qingcheng's husband came to the immortal mountain to visit her. Many people knew that Mo Qingcheng's intention to refine this pill, and everyone could guess one or two. They didn't expect that at this time. Mo not only did not give up, but confessed to Mo Qingcheng in public. Haha, she is indeed a good girl. If she can marry Mo, my Jiu family would welcome her. At this time, the elder Mo, who was sitting next to the master of the main peak, laughed, and everyone's expressions became more exciting. Being able to sit in that position shows that she has a very high status and her family's influence is extraordinary. She even helped Mo to be a matchmaker in public. Qingcheng, if you can fall in love with my master Mo, it will be a good story. The master of the main peak smiled. He didn't know about the relationship between Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian. As the master of the peak, he didn't know about this matter. Mo was his favorite disciple, and there was an elder of the Jiu family who spoke up for him, so he was happy to help. Chapter 1375, The First Battle. Mo Qingcheng was a little happy because of the success of the pill, and there was a smile in her beautiful eyes. However, when she heard these voices one after another, her smile immediately withered, and her pale face looked very ugly. Qin Wentian also frowned. Although it was necessary for a woman as outstanding as Qingcheng to have suitors, it was arrogant to confess in front of him and ask Qingcheng to give him the pill. It was also a great disrespect to Qingcheng. Moreover, this person's elders and the peak master of the ancient peak of the fairy mountain also came to join in the fun, which made him very unhappy. This pill is only made for my husband, Mo Qingcheng said coldly. Hearing her voice and looking at the paleness on her beautiful face, Mo still couldn't let go. Such Mo Qingcheng was touching. Junior sister Qingcheng, why don't you give me a chance? I don't mind your past, and I will definitely be better than your husband. Mo said. You are so shameless, Mo Qingcheng said coldly. She had already made it so clear, but Mo still said such excessive words in front of Qin Wentian. Even though she had a good temper, she couldn't help but speak at this moment. Mo, the elder of the Jiu family, frowned and lectured. You want a married woman? Don't you think it's dirty? Bang! Qin Wentian's body trembled, and he was furious. He didn't expect Mo's elder to say such insulting words. He stood up, stared at him with a cold expression, and said, apologize. Mo's elder turned his eyes to Qin Wentian, and felt a breath released by Qin Wentian. He sneered, low-level immortal king? Not bad, but who do you think you are, asking me to apologize? He came from a big city ruled by the Supreme Sword Sect, and he was the king of a city. Even in the immortal mountain of immortality, he was still a guest of honor. How could he care about a mere low-level immortal king who didn't even have a good position? She is my wife, Qin Wentian said coldly, declaring his sovereignty. So what? The strong man said sarcastically. He had seen Mo Qingcheng was quite beautiful before, and Mo confessed his love in public. He intended to help Mo, but he didn't expect Mo to be insulted and called shameless. How could he not be angry? Therefore, he mocked and insulted Mo Qingcheng. Brother Chu, please be patient, the master of the main peak said, and then looked at Qin Wentian. Your Excellency, please sit down. This is the Dan banquet of the immortal mountain of immortality. Please abide by the rules. If there is anything, you can solve it after the Dan banquet is over. Qin Wentian came in a low-key manner and did not want to reveal his identity. However, when he saw Mo Qingcheng being insulted, he could not help but stand up in anger. There was still a cold light in his eyes. He looked at Mo's elder coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Okay. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party coldly, and then sat down. In this case, he would wait until the Dan banquet was over before settling the score. Qingcheng, I will not let him go. Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng turned around and smiled at Qin Wentian. As long as she saw Qin Wentian there, everything that happened before didn't matter. He was by her side. Not far away, Ye Ro's eyes flashed with displeasure. She didn't expect that Mo Qingcheng's husband was actually an immortal king. Even if he was a low-level immortal king, he was still an immortal king, much more powerful than her fiancé. Thinking of this, she was even more jealous of Mo Qingcheng. A man like senior brother Chu Mo could ignore her past and confess in public, but she actually insulted senior brother Chu Mo in return. It was so shameless. If senior brother Chu Mo treated her like this, she could just dump her fiancé. Continue to refine the pills if you haven't finished yet, don't be distracted. The master of the main peak said. His tone was a little cold, and he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know the situation, so he spoke to help his beloved disciple Chu Mo. Unexpectedly, Mo Qingcheng refused without any politeness, and even ignored his words. It was shameless to humiliate his disciple. It seemed that the junior sister spoiled her every day, and she was a little spoiled and didn't know etiquette. Chu Mo stared at the direction where Qin Wentian was, his eyes cold. Today, he had already lost face and pursued Mo Qingcheng. Because of her talent and beauty, he could even ignore her past, but he was still slapped in the face in public. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the pill banquet continued, while the people from the major forces around were watching the excitement with interest. Chu Mo was a very powerful genius, but he was actually fascinated by a woman. If there was any fault, it was obviously Chu Mo's rudeness. The beautiful woman already had a husband, and the husband was at the banquet. The other party had already made it clear, but he continued. This was a slap in the face of Qin Wentian in public, which was very disrespectful. No wonder the beautiful woman was angry. One by one, the disciples refined the elixir. Finally, among the 130 people, except for a few who failed 3 times, most of them refined their own elixir, but the grades were high and low. The master of the main peak looked at the masters of the peaks next to him, and asked, "Let's first decide on the 7th level immortal pills refined by the disciples of the Immortal King realm. What do you think of the ranking?" Zhu Qingyang's Dragon Emperor Immortal Pill is a 7th level middle grade, high quality, and can enhance combat effectiveness and make one's own immortal power more domineering and powerful. In a short period of time, it can increase the strength of martial life cultivators. This kind of amplification immortal pill has a great effect and should be ranked first. Someone said, and the master of the main peak smiled and nodded. This was naturally what he thought. What about the others, what do you think? The master of the main peak said, as if the first person of the Immortal King had already been determined. The Vajra pill refined by Fang Yan should be ranked second. This pill is extremely rare. After taking it, it can transform the body of the Immortal King into an indestructible Vajra body in a short period of time, and the defense will increase dramatically, and the power is extremely great. Another person expressed his opinion, and everyone had no opinion and nodded one after another. As the masters of the peaks of the Immortal Mountain of Immortality, their vision is naturally very powerful. Unless they really encounter very similar pills, it is easy to distinguish the difference between the superior and the inferior. The elixir refined by Chu Mo should be ranked third. That's right, Chu Mo is third. Chu Mo was not excited at this time. He looked calm and still worried about what happened before. Chu Mo's elders smiled. If he ranked third, he would get the reward from the Immortal Emperor. Moreover, his position in the Immortal Mountain would be more stable in the future. This would be of great help to their family. It seems that Chu Mo must be trained well and he must do his best to assist him in refining elixirs and meet all his requirements. Next, everyone selected the top 10 people and took out the elixirs they refined for comments, which shocked everyone around. The elixir actually had such an effect. They rarely came into contact with powerful elixirs on weekdays. Today was an eye-opener. There were 3 people on the main peak in the top 10. Zhu Qingyang and Chu Mo were among the top 3. They were very outstanding and made people sigh that it was worthy of being the main peak of the 9 peaks. Next, it was the evaluation of the disciples in the Immortal Platform realm. The master of the main peak was silent for a while, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Then, he still spoke, at the Xiante level. I think the evil poison pill refined by Jinxiu should be ranked first. If this pill is taken by a Xiante realm expert, it will be a dead end. In addition to the immortal pill, the 6th level pill also has poison pills. Since it is an alchemy force, It will not prohibit the refining of poison pills. This kind of pill can have an unexpected effect in battle. Brother, why don't you ask for everyone's opinions before making a conclusion? Mo Qingchang's master frowned. When the master of the main peak evaluated the ranking of the immortal kings before, he asked for everyone's opinions because the ranking would not exceed his expectations. But at this time, he actually named the first place in the immortal stage directly, instead of asking for everyone's opinions, which seemed unusual. Why, junior sister, do you have any objections? The master of the main peak said. Of course I have an opinion. My disciple Mo Qingchang refined the blood refining soul pill, and it is the best quality among the 6th level upper grade pills. With her realm, she can refine such a rare pill, so she should be ranked first. Although the evil poison pill refined by Jinxiu is not bad, its difficulty is still not comparable to that of the blood refining soul pill. Master Mo Qingchang was a little unhappy. The previous matter was Mo Qingchang's private matter, and she didn't want to interfere, but the ranking of the pill banquet was a public matter at this moment, and she couldn't rank it so randomly. Although the blood refining soul pill is rare, don't you know what this pill does? It has no benefit to cultivation, it's just a useless pill. How can it be ranked first? I don't think it can even be ranked in the top 3. The master of the main peak said, Junior sister, you can't protect Mo Qingchang just because she is your beloved disciple. Mo Qingchang's master looked unhappy, looked at the masters of other peaks, and said, what do you think? This. Everyone smiled awkwardly, and it seemed that it was difficult to say more. If it was just from the perspective of alchemy, it was obviously the most difficult to refine the blood refining soul pill. From this aspect, Mo Qingchang should be the first, but the master of the main peak insisted on the effect, so they couldn't intervene. Qin Wentian's expression was not very good. Qingchang spit out 9 mouthfuls of blood to refine the pill. Now, her achievement was actually rejected by others? From the conversation between Master Mo Qingchang and the master of the main peak, Qin Wentian certainly knew that from the beginning, the master of the main peak was talking to shut up others and prevent them from interfering. Which alchemy banquet is not judged by alchemy ability. If it is about the effect, who can tell which elixir has the greater effect? Is Zhu Qingyang's Dragon Emperor Immortal Pill more effective or Fang Yan's Diamond Pill more effective? Master Mo Qingchang argued. What's the point of my Immortal Mountain disciples refining elixirs without paying attention to practicality? The master of the main peak said without question, the first in the immortal realm must be the evil poison pill, and Mo Qingchang is at most 4th. Master, I'm fine. Mo Qingchang's face was still pale, and she smiled at her master. Seeing Mo Qingchang's appearance, her master felt a little uncomfortable. How could she let her disciple suffer such an injustice? Qin Wentian was even more heartbroken. Qingchang worked so hard to refine the elixir, even the master of the main peak himself would not dare to do so. Otherwise, in terms of the difficulty of refining the elixir, Qingchang's blood refining soul pill was the first, but he was ranked 4th. Qingchang could accept it, but he couldn't accept it. Forget it. Qin Wentian sighed inwardly. He had wanted to keep a low profile and not disturb Qingchang's practice, but this immortal mountain was not a place for practice. Since I want to reach the top of the fairyland, why should I care about my wife's ability? Even if she has no cultivation, so what? If I let her suffer this injustice, what is the meaning of my practice? Qin Wentian said inwardly and stood up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.